Hey guys, good morning. What's up? Hey, who have I got in here? Hey, Nancy, Judy, Jelly Bean, Terry. Hey, Nancy, did I say hi? I think I did. I don't know. Hey, everybody. Good morning. How's everybody doing? So, I got bored yesterday. Can you tell I did a thing? Thank you. I'm sure a professional would look at it and go, "What did you do?" But I like it. I don't care. I had two different colors of hair dye. I just played. Um, so the Menendez brothers hearing, the DA did a motion today to stay the resentencing hearing. But I don't know if it's going to happen, but I also don't know if it was going to be streamed if it was going to happen. So I guess we're not going to get to watch it anyways. So we have 3 parts of the Phil Spector trial. Nancy. Actually, he came home and I had the hair dye on my hair, and he takes a shower when he gets home. And I was like, I have 5 minutes to go, and I was like, oh my gosh, no, you can't get in the shower. You can't get in the shower. I gotta wash all this stuff off my hair. And he goes, okay, it's fine. You can. And then he looked in the shower and he goes, oh my God, it looks like you're bleeding. He goes, you need to take a camera and just shoot the drain as all that stuff is going down the drain. Like, no, I'm gonna do that. But it does look like that when I'm rinsing the red, because I used to do red all the time. And then I decided that I wanted to go back to my natural, which is the brown on, well, my usual hair color. But I had an old box of red in there. And my stepdaughter came over to the house the other day, and she had the front was blonde and the underneath was blonde and the top was black. And I was like, ooh. Like, I'm going to try that with the red and the brown. So I did it. But her hair is all one length. So she's like, you can't really see the underneath unless I put my hair up. But because mine's layered, you can see it better. And because I do the curls. And her hair is straight, all in length. So it does better on me. So this is, I don't know who this is, James Carroll, whoever that is. So his is 3-part. Oh, I hope the injection works. The injections into my knees always work. The ones into my back are the ones that don't work. So I'll pray that the injections into her hip work. I don't know why they don't work in my back, but they work. Like, I've had them in my neck and they've worked. I've had them into my, like, not into my shoulder, but into like my collar, not my collar, my shoulder blade, my shoulder blade, and it's worked. So they do work, but if you wait too long and like the joint is like gone, they don't work as well. Although they do work in my knee, and my pain management doctor was like, "This is just like slapping a band-aid on it. You're eventually going to need a new knee." So I guess even if they're like really, really bad, it can work. So I'll pray for her. I prayed for her last night, so I'll pray for her. So after these three parts is Sarah Kaplan again outside the presence of the jury, and it looks like she's crying. The picture, she's got a tissue wiping her eye, and I'm like, oh my god, why is she crying? Is he gonna put her in contempt? What is happening? Is she going to jail? So I don't know if we're gonna get that far. I guess it just depends on how boring this other guy is. Like, if you guys all get bored and start to drop off, then we'll just quit. Well, that's good. I'm glad that she was able to talk to him. And because sometimes, I'm not saying this is your sister's case, but sometimes the patient doesn't talk to the doctor enough. You have to go into it thinking, this is my health, and I I'm in charge of my own health. Your doctor's there to help you get well. You have to talk to your doctor. And a lot of people don't do it. They feel like, you're the professional, you have to tell me what I have to do. And so they won't talk. They won't take control of their health. They won't say, I need you to do this for me. And that's what you have to do sometimes. You have to say, I'm having this pain. I want it to stop. If you need to run this test, I'm fine with it. Like if they say, well, we could do this or we could do that or we could do, because the doctors love to do that. You have to be firm and say, go ahead and do this. Don't let your doctor be all wishy washy. And like I said, I'm not saying your sister did that. I'm just saying that a lot of patients are like that, and they have to put their foot down sometimes and say, look, doc, this is what we're doing. And it's hard when you don't know. Like when you're a health professional and you go in and your doctor does that, you know what to tell them to do. But if you're just a regular person and you don't know health stuff, you don't know what to tell them. And then when you have that doctor that isn't firm about, this is what we need to do, it's hard. But my pain management doctor is wonderful. He explains every single thing step by step, and he's like, these are the steps we need to do. We need to try this first, and then if that doesn't work, we'll try this, and if that doesn't work, we'll try that. So like he does give me the choice. He does say, he's like, if you want to go straight to this, we can go straight to this, but I recommend we do this first. And um so she's a couple years older than you, 3 years older than you. You had your knee replaced, Nancy? I don't want to have mine replaced. I know I'm going to have to one day, though. I'm dreading it. So dreading it. My right is worse than my left. All my bad is on my right side. I don't know why. No idea why. It's all on one side. I guess that's a good thing, though, because the only thing that's bad, that's worse on the left, is my ankle. Because of a car accident, you had to have your knee replaced? Ah, ouch. I guess that's worse. See, mine's a gradual thing. I don't have any cartilage left, but it's been gradual. So I'm just gonna keep going as long as I possibly can. So we are on the 42nd day that we've watched this. month and a half. And we still don't know if that was a tooth or a fingernail. I ordered groceries today, Nancy. I ordered 3 different kinds of ice cream. Oh, can y'all hear me? I got my mic way over here on the other side of the desk. Not that it's a huge desk, but still. Is that better? It's closer to me now. Okay. I got Greek yogurt on a stick. That's cookies and cream. No. Not cookies and cream. What's it called? Chocolate chip cookie dough. And then I got the Carb Smart. It's vanilla with the chocolate shell with pieces of almonds in it. And then I got the Carb Smart plain chocolate, like in a tub. Mainly that's for Travis. Because, he'll eat the ones on a stick too, but not the Greek yogurt. Those are for me. He won't touch those. I don't know why. It tastes like ice cream. It's just yogurt, but it tastes like ice cream. I don't know why he doesn't eat those. I sleep on both sides. I flip back and forth. I'm glad your knee's better. No, it won't last long in my house, trust me. And see, I get paid once a month, so I buy groceries like $400 worth of groceries. It's supposed to last all month. It never does. Never does. It lasts maybe 2.5 weeks. Something has to be done about this inflation. It's got to get cheaper. Absolutely. I mean, I paid for 4 pounds of hamburger $30. That's ridiculous.
My name is James Carroll, JamesCarroll.
Thank you. You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Carroll, if it would make you more comfortable, there's a couple of items in front of you sitting on the witness stand. If you want to set those to your left or wherever you can give yourself a little room, I certainly don't mind. Okay, you comfortable? Ready? Can I get you anything? I thought yours what you do for a living, please.
I am a criminalist employed by the Los Angeles County Sheriff's Department. I specialize in the analysis of firearm and tool mark evidence.
Tell me what the duties of a criminalist in LA County who specializes in tool mark analysis vis-a-vis firearms, what do those duties include?
The duties are varied. I'm responsible for the analysis of potentially any type of firearm or ammunition evidence, as well as tool mark evidence. That can include the test, fire, and function.
Really, StreamYard, we just started.
Or not a particular firearm fired those items. I can perform other analyses, such as the restoration of serial numbers, station for the documentation and recovery of firearms-related evidence. And as I said before, really any type of analysis involving firearms or ammunition evidence, as well as tool mark evidence, identifying tools to tool marks.
We'll talk in more depth as we proceed along in your direct examination.
Carla, are you doing your live stream today?
About what tool mark analysis is. For those of us who are uninitiated, you'll be able to explain kind of what that includes. Let me ask you generally, however, based on what education training and perform those duties, including tool mark analysis and serial number recovery, firearms analysis in general. Tell us about your education, your training, and your background.
I have a bachelor's degree in biochemistry from the University of California at San Diego. This is where I received what I would call my introductory training in science and fundamental science. I also have criminalistics from the California State University at Los Angeles, and my thesis work had to do with firearms and ammunition related analyses. When I was hired by the Sheriff's Department approximately 9 years ago, I was assigned to the firearms identification consistent with the guidelines of the Association of Firearm and Tool Mark Examiners. That training lasted almost 2 years. It was taught by
I guess I'm gonna have to turn off my camera. I don't know. You don't have to download StreamYard. You just go to StreamYard. It's not an app. Just go to StreamYard.com. Good luck, Jilly. I forgot about that.
Academy, which is a one-year training program sponsored by the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, and Firearms. Most of that training took place in the Washington, D.C. metropolitan area with instructors from around the country who specialized in the various topics that we studied. I've received training from the FBI, the California Department of Justice, the California Criminalistics Institute, as well as various firearms and ammunition manufacturers. I've conducted scientific research in my field, and I have published findings in professional peer-reviewed journals and have presented findings at professional seminars. I've taught firearms identification. I've provided training to firearms examiner trainees, college and university students, as well as detectives and investigators. As I mentioned, I've been in this field for approximately 9 years, and I'm a member of the California Association of Criminalists, as well as the Association of Firearm and Tool Mark Examiners.
Mr. Carroll, did you actually respond to the scene of 1700 Grandview Drive on or about February 3rd, 2003?
I did.
About what time did you get there?
I just need to refer to my case notes to tell you the time.
With the court's permission?
Yes.
Sure. I responded on February 4, 2003 at approximately 1:15 in the afternoon, 1:15 p.m.
And you engaged in certain analysis at the crime scene itself, correct?
I didn't actually perform the analyses, but I facilitated some analyses.
All right, and that included some sound testing, correct?
Correct.
But you weren't doing any of your firearms or tool mark analysis at the crime scene itself, correct?
That is correct.
And at the time that you got there on February 4th, 2003, the bulk of the evidence, I guess, had already been removed. For instance, Ms. Clarkson was no longer there.
That is correct.
The chair was no longer there.
Correct.
And certain items of evidence, physical evidence, including certain weapons, had been removed, correct?
Yes, that is correct.
All right. I want to talk about those for just a second. I want to go through this kind of systematically in several different categories, and I'll tell you when I'm changing gears. You'll recognize it by my questions, I guess. And the first thing I want to ask you about is a .38 caliber Colt Cobra revolver, and ask you if you received any weapon that fits that description with regard to this particular case, and were you asked to engage in any analysis of that particular weapon?
I did receive such a firearm, and I did perform analyses on it.
All right, I want you to take a look at what's been previously marked for identification as People's 26. And I'm going to show you a couple of different items. First of all, this photograph, People's 26. Do you recognize that photograph?
It appears to be the Colt Cobra revolver that we've just been discussing.
Okay, and when you say it appears to be, it's because you're sitting about 20, 25 feet away from it. It's an enlarged picture and probably not the most discriminating photograph you've ever seen, correct?
That is correct.
All right. Did you receive photographs of this weapon, or did you actually receive the actual weapon?
Both.
All right. I'd like you to take a look at what's been previously marked as People 67. Susie, that's not you. People 67 for identification is actually, I believe, to your right, what's been marked as the actual Cobra weapon. And you'll have to look through, I'm going to leave it to you to look through the items of evidence in the evidence bags to determine where each weapon or item of evidence is.
Well, would you like me? There's several items in here.
That is an evidence bag that the court clerk has conveniently put together. And I think there are several items in that.
This is marked Exhibit 67.
All right. Go ahead and, if you wouldn't mind, open that box and tell me, without touching the weapon at this point, tell me if you recognize that particular weapon.
I might need to remove it. It's in an envelope. Would you like me to do that?
Do you have gloves?
I do.
Okay, yeah. Go ahead.
I've opened the box and I've removed an envelope. And I'm removing the contents of the envelope. And this is a Colt revolver, and I verified it is unloaded.
So that's safe insofar as the loading is concerned, that's safe to handle right now, at least in your hands?
Yes, it is.
All right. What's the big white strap that's going through that revolver?
Well, this is a plastic tie. It's called a flex cuff, and it appears to be being used to prevent the cylinder from being closed. Sometimes a safety precaution.
And would that, insofar as safety is concerned, would that prevent the weapon from operating normally?
It would certainly interfere.
All right. When you received the gun, did it have that flex cuff through it?
It did not.
What was the condition of the gun when you received it?
Well, I received it in a box. I believe this is the box here before me. The revolver was unloaded, and I received it with some ammunition.
Tell me about how in the crime lab, and you were physically at the crime lab, correct? That's where you engaged in this analysis. That's where you work at the physical plant, correct?
Yes, I work at the crime laboratory.
All right. How does one in your position receive items of evidence, specifically guns, during the course of an investigation?
There can be a number of ways. I can recover a firearm myself at a crime scene. I can receive it from an investigator, from our evidence unit, or from another analyst.
How did you receive this one?
I received this from another analyst, Dr. Harold.
Was there some sort of, or is there in place some sort of protocol for utilizing lab receipts and file numbers, sheriff's file numbers, to make sure that we're talking about the same items of evidence as it moves through the crime lab to different departments?
Yes, there is a procedure.
Okay, and what is that procedure, basically?
Well, we track things in a number of ways in our laboratory. We keep track of the evidence items, a laboratory receipt number. It's a unique identifier. It's used once and only once, and we use that to track the movement of evidence throughout the laboratory and maintain a chain of custody.
Concerning this Colt Cobra, Mr. Carroll, you indicated that you also received some items of ammunition with that Colt Cobra. Is that right?
I did.
Describe that for the jurors, please. What did you receive?
I received a fired cartridge case. That is sometimes called a shell or a casing, but properly called a cartridge case. It was in the fired condition. And I received 5 live cartridges.
Did you examine this particular weapon as well as the 5 live cartridges and the expended cartridge case?
I did.
How did you well, I guess I should ask you this. First of all, you're holding the weapon. When I asked you to describe your analysis, let me just ask you this up front. Do you need the weapon? Would it be better if you had the gun in front of you to explain to the jurors how you perform that analysis? I don't want you to get a cramp sitting there holding that gun up.
It might be helpful to see visually how things operate.
Let me offer you this. May I approach?
Yes.
This is just a clean manila envelope. Is there, and you can place that wherever you want to, it's to your convenience, to put the gun on. Is there some biological material that you noted or have noted during the course of your analysis on that gun?
Yes.
Is that why you're wearing gloves?
Yes, it is.
All right. Do you know what that biological material is?
Well, it's a red substance. It appears to me to be blood.
All right. Tell us, if you could, what analysis you engaged in from beginning to end concerning that Colt Cobra, the 5 cartridge cases, the 5 live rounds rather, and the 1 expended cartridge case that you received into evidence.
I did a variety of analyses, and I'm happy to go through all of them. Would you like me to start in a particular?
I would, starting with what is it that we're looking at? Who manufactures that weapon? Where does it come from? How old is it, if you can establish that? And is it in working order?
This is a Colt model Cobra, like the snake. It's a .38 special caliber revolver. It has a capacity of 6 cartridges. And in fact, as I'm holding it here, I'm going to keep it pointed in this direction for safety, or maybe up or down. And so I don't want to turn it around to show you. I'll turn it a little bit. We can see that there are 6 firing chambers in the cylinder. It's manufactured with an aluminum alloy frame, a steel barrel and cylinder. Again, it has a capacity of 6 cartridges, .38 special caliber. It's sometimes called a snub nose revolver, slang terms.
What is the overall length of that weapon?
It's approximately 7 inches, I believe.
And what about the barrel length?
2 inches.
All right, and that's where the kind of colloquialism snub nose revolver comes from, because it has a relatively short barrel, correct?
Correct.
All right. What's the serial number on that Colt Cobra?
B as in boy, 66475.
Are serial numbers generally by the manufacturer unique to a particular weapon?
They are required to be unique.
All right. Federal guidelines require that, correct?
That is correct.
So that those weapons can more easily or more readily be traced insofar as ownership and tracing them all the way back to the manufacturer is concerned, correct?
Yes, among other reasons.
Okay. Let's talk about the color of the weapon. You first said that it is an aluminum frame, is that correct?
That is correct, aluminum alloy.
And tell us what the significance of an aluminum alloy frame versus a steel frame might be.
The difference from a practicality standpoint is weight. An aluminum alloy frame is lighter. So the overall weight of the firearm is less than a steel framed version.
And as far as the weight is concerned, would that have any effect on the way that the weapon operates or functions?
With regards to the actual functioning, no, it really doesn't have much to do with it at all. It may have something to do with the amount of felt recoil. Again, it makes the firearm lighter, so if you're going to carry this with you all day, it's a little less of a burden, perhaps. I want to go back to your first part of that answer. It may have some effect on the felt recoil. Describe for the jurors what recoil is and what you mean by the felt recoil may be different based on aluminum frame versus a steel frame. Well, recoil is, in very general terms, it's the rearward movement of a firearm as it's being fired. As a bullet's being propelled down the barrel, one of Newton's laws of physics, every action has an equal and opposite reaction, causes the firearm to be pushed to the rear. That's referred to as recoil. When I use the term felt recoil, I'm referring to the recoil that the shooter feels or perceives.
A lighter frame will have more recoil generally.
You may feel more recoil.
Okay. Going back to the frame itself, we heard some testimony yesterday from Ms. Brandelli. She said she wasn't a firearms expert. Since we've got you, might as well explain it. She talked about the bluing on the steel itself, or the aluminum, in this case, the alloy. What is the bluing? What does that refer to?
Well, because this is aluminum, technically it's not bluing, but it's very similar. The term bluing refers to a chemical process to produce a particular color or finish on a firearm. From where you're seated, it probably appears black, and roughly black in my opinion as well. When people describe this as maybe a blued firearm, they're referring to the color. And we're not talking about royal blue. Usually we're talking about something approaching black or real dark navy blue.
Okay, now tell us the difference between, real briefly, between a revolver and a semi-automatic pistol. What's the difference? How do they work?
Well, let's start with the revolver because I'm holding one and that might be easiest. With regards to a revolver, if we had it in this condition, minus this plastic strap, and we wanted to get it into operation, we would first need to load it. We can see that the cylinder is out to the side here. We can insert cartridges into the cylinder. Then I'm probably not going to be able to do this here. Well, good enough to show you. We would close the cylinder. The firearm would then be ready to fire. And with this kind of firearm, we have two different options as to how we can fire it. We can either simply pull the trigger. If we do that, that causes the cylinder to rotate, the hammer to move to the rear, and then fall. And as after the hammer falls, it will fire a cartridge if there is one. If we wanted to fire again, we could simply release the trigger and pull it again. We have another option. It's called single action fire. That's where we could manually cock the hammer. Cocking the hammer would cause the hammer to stay to the rear and rotate the cylinder one position. And then we could simply pull the trigger. Pulling the trigger would cause the hammer to fall. We'd fire a cartridge. With a revolver, the cartridge case remains in the cylinder. When we're finished firing, we could swing the cylinder out to the side and remove any fired or unfired ammunition components. We could start over. With regards to a semi-automatic pistol, another very common type of handgun, we usually start with a device called a magazine, sometimes called a clip on television, but properly called a magazine. Ammunition is loaded into the magazine. The magazine is most commonly placed in the hollowed grip area called the magazine well. If you watch television or do this yourself, you see people do that kind of thing. Through a series of mechanisms, a cartridge is fed into the firing chamber. When the trigger is pulled, the firearm fires. Almost immediately after the firearm fires and the bullet passes down the barrel and flies downrange, a cartridge case is ejected from the firearm, and it essentially reloads itself from the magazine and is ready to fire again.
So in a revolver, you would not expect, even after having been fired, you would not expect to find an expended casing on the ground, for instance.
Well, in order for that to be the case, somebody would have had to manually remove it because it doesn't happen automatically.
All right. When a revolver is fired, and let's take a fully loaded revolver, for example, and a single shot is fired, and nothing else is done with regard to the hammer or the trigger or the cylinder of that weapon, where is the expended cartridge case going to remain?
It will remain in what I call the number one position or the top position, in line with the barrel under the hammer.
There are several, if you look at the gun face on, and we'll get to an exhibit in just a second that more readily describes that, but since you're describing this area of the gun, I might as well ask you now. If you look at the gun face on, does the cylinder remain exposed, at least for those areas open to the eye, looking straight down the barrel of the gun?
There are portions of what I refer to as the front face of the cylinder that are visible.
Okay. The one in the 12 o'clock position is going to be behind the barrel, correct?
Correct, and that's the one that was just fired.
Right. The one in the 6 o'clock position is behind a portion of the frame or the trigger guard, correct?
Yes, a portion of the frame.
All right. That is not a sealed chamber, is it?
Well, there's an opening on the front side, if that's what you mean.
That's what I mean. In other words, even when that cylinder draws down to the 6 o'clock position, that particular hole in the cylinder draws down to the 6 o'clock position, it's not sealed specifically, is it? In other words, it's just behind the frame, but it's still open. There's a cylinder gap there, is there not?
There is a gap. Cylinder gap is usually, we refer to that in a different way, but there is a gap there, and you simply have the front portion of the frame. You do have it.
Let's take a look at another exhibit that's been previously marked, People 66 for identification. Take a look at the overhead and tell me, you've described receiving the Colt Cobra and evidence as well as 5 live cartridges and 1 cartridge case that was expended. Is this, People 66, a representative photograph of the Colt Cobra that you received as well as the ammunition?
Yes, it is.
And that's what you've been talking about, having looked at visually and examined visually at the beginning, correct?
That is correct.
Did you also look at the ammunition specifically, the live cartridge cases as well as the expended cartridge? I'm sorry, the live cartridges as well as the expended cartridge case.
Yes, I did.
Can you explain to us, and I'm going to ask Sudi to put on the overhead an additional exhibit, Your Honor, if we could have marked as People's next in order an exemplar.
It's 120 would be your next exhibit.
Thank you. This is an 8.5 by 11 document that bears a diagram that's a cutaway of a live cartridge, or what I think is going to be a live cartridge. People's 120. Take a look at that diagram and tell the jurors, if you could, what it is they're looking at. Describe a little bit, familiarize us a little bit with what a bullet is.
What we're looking at on the screen is what I call a cutaway of a cartridge. And it would help if I familiarize you with some terminology. A cartridge is a live, A cartridge is a live unit of ammunition, generally speaking, in the unfired condition. I'll use this laser pointer provided by Mr. Jackson. So the entirety of this item is called a cartridge. We have 4 major components. The thing at the top that I'm pointing to here, this is called the bullet. The whole thing is not a bullet. It's just this thing at the top, in the nose area. That's called the bullet. That's the part that passes down the barrel and potentially flies down range. That's our first component. We have behind that, we have a propellant, gunpowder. It's our second component. In the base, we have a primer. That's the portion that's struck by the firing pin of the firearm and sets the firing of the cartridging process. And then finally, we have this thing. It's yellow colored in this diagram, sometimes called a shell or a casing, but properly called a cartridge case. So to recap, we have a cartridge as the live unit. It has a bullet, gunpowder, a primer, and a cartridge case.
So what happens when the hammer drops and strikes that the back of that live cartridge?
Well, on a firearm such as the Colt Cobra we've been talking about, the firing pin is mounted to the front of the hammer. So the firing pin passes through an opening in the frame and strikes the primer. Through a chemical process in the primer, there's combustion of some metals, lead, barium, and antimony. They burn, and a flame passes through a hole just above the primer. That's called the flash hole. That flame in turn ignites the gunpowder. The gunpowder burns very, very rapidly, creating a tremendous amount of gas pressure. And that pressure is what propels the bullet out of the cartridge case, into the barrel, through the barrel, and then subsequently it flies down range.
Do you know the phrase gunshot residue?
Yes, I'm familiar with the term.
Tell us a little bit about what happens to what are the gases and what happens to the propellant and the gases, et cetera, when a cartridge is fired and the bullet travels down the barrel of the gun and then on down range? What happens to some or all of those gases?
Well, the gases have to escape from the firearm somewhere. In the case of a revolver, referring to this, I believe it's People 67, a large portion of the gases emerge from the muzzle, the open end of the barrel. And then some gases also emerge from, I'm not going to touch it because I don't have a glove on this hand, from an area called the cylinder gap. That's the area between the rear of the barrel and the front face of the cylinder. I mentioned gases. And we do have gases. We also have partially burnt and unburnt gunpowder particles. We can have other solid materials, a lot of them carbon-based, a variety of things, perhaps very small pieces of metal that could be stripped off of the bullet. And we have components of the primer as well.
How large how large a cloud, generally speaking, of this GSR debris, if you will, is the gun surrounded by upon discharge? And I'm going to use an example of a Colt Cobra revolver and .38 special spear ammunition, for instance, as an example. What kind of GSR cloud might one expect to exist around the fired weapon?
Do you mean surrounding it on the sides?
Correct.
The front?
The cloud in general.
That's getting into a study of gunshot residue of a different kind than I do.
Okay.
So I'm probably not the person to address the size.
The cylinder gap that you described does emit this gunshot residue, correct?
Absolutely.
All right. And the gunshot residue contains unburned powder, correct?
Yes, gunshot residue in general can contain.
Okay. What else can it contain?
Well, it can contain, as I mentioned, residues from the priming compound, a variety of gases, some carbon deposits, nitrite residues, a whole host of different chemical compounds.
And that includes particles of lead, and we're talking about microscopic particles, correct?
Oh, many of them are, yes.
Okay, microscopic particles of lead.
Yes.
Microscopic particles of antimony.
Yes.
As well as barium.
Yes.
Traditionally, the GSR components that emit from a gun when it's fired, correct?
Well, the three metals you just mentioned, we sometimes refer to those as primer residue. Yes, those are emitted.
All right. Did you actually engage in any testing of this gun that included firing the weapon itself?
Yes, I did.
Describe that for the jurors, please.
Well, I did. I fired it actually on different occasions for different reasons. On one occasion, in fact, the first time I fired it was one of the components of my operability testing. I needed to determine whether or not the firearm functioned properly, and I fired 4 shots as part of that testing. Also, those 4 shots would later serve to assist me with comparison to other ammunition components. Sometime later, I did another series of shots, test shots with this firearm, and that was for the purpose of examining gunpowder particles that come out of the muzzle, the end of the barrel of the firearm at various distances.
I told you that I was going to highlight it when I change gears a little bit so we can kind of stay up with you. Now I want to talk about your testing of the gun itself and the results that you found. With regard to the weapon functionality, what did you find?
This weapon functions properly. I didn't detect any broken parts. The safety mechanisms are operable as they should be. In my opinion, this revolver is in what I would call proper operating condition.
You talked about safety mechanisms. Can you tell us a little bit about the internal and external safety mechanisms that this Colt Cobra employs?
This revolver actually employs 2 primary safety mechanisms. Maybe I should use the term primary. 2 major safety mechanisms. There's an internal safety just above the trigger guard and rear of it. It's referred to as the rebound lever. And that actually, to a certain extent, works in conjunction with another device that's in front of the hammer. It's referred to as a hammer block safety. And the purpose of those safety mechanisms is to prevent the firearm from firing unless the trigger is pulled all the way to the rear. For example, if we were to load this firearm and cock the hammer and drop it, maybe out of a second-story window or something. I'm just kind of making up scenarios. The revolver would not fire when it hits the ground. The trigger has to be pulled all the way to the rear in order for it to fire. Those are the 2 significant safety mechanisms in this particular revolver, and they do function properly.
Is that in both double action and single action mode?
Yes, it doesn't matter. They function in both modes.
Okay, so let's take an example. For instance, let's say it's single action mode. In single action mode, if I understand your testimony correctly, is when the hammer is, say, manually cocked back to the rear, correct?
That is correct.
And it sits back to the rear, ready to fall forward upon the action of some other mechanism in the gun. Is that right?
That is correct.
And when it falls forward, you would expect, if it's functioning properly, that point of the hammer would make contact with that center fire primer and cause the ejection of the bullet, correct?
The fire.
Explosion of the bullet, I should say.
The firing of the cartridge.
All right.
Yes.
Now we've got the hammer pulled back. What you're describing as far as the safety mechanism is concerned, if I'm holding the gun and I don't have my finger on the trigger, okay, but I slam the gun down on the podium, will that gun fire?
Not unless something pushes or pulls on the trigger.
Okay, assume for purposes of my questions that nothing is touching the trigger, but I slam it down on the podium or the desk, or slam it down onto the ground. Will that gun fire?
It will not.
If I'm holding the gun in my hand and someone slaps my hand hard with the gun in my hand, if it's in double action or single action mode, will that gun fire?
Even if they slapped your hand right off your arm, it would not fire.
If I'm holding the gun in single action mode with the hammer pulled back, and someone grabs the outside of the gun and shakes it back and forth while I'm holding the gun, if my finger is not on the trigger, Mr. Carroll, will that gun fire?
Again, as long as nothing is touching the trigger, it will not fire.
Are you telling us that this Colt Cobra was in such functioning order that something or somebody had to have pulled the trigger to the rear in order for the gun to fire?
Yes, all the way to the rear.
Have there been any modifications that you're aware of to that weapon?
No, I looked for modifications and I did not find any.
Is that something that you as a firearms expert would have been able to see had there been modifications?
Yes.
Did you apply any kind of a test to that Colt Cobra to determine the trigger pull? In other words, the weight that's required to pull the trigger back all the way to the rear to allow the hammer to drop in both double action and single action mode?
I did.
Can you describe that for the jurors, please?
How the test is performed?
Yes. And what it is that you're talking about testing.
We're referring to trigger pull. Trigger pull is the amount of force that has to be applied to the trigger in order to get the firearm to fire. Now, we talked before about double action and single action modes of fire. And to refresh your memory, double action, we start with the hammer down. Pulling the trigger causes the hammer to move to the rear and then fall forward. Single action is where we manually cock the hammer, sometimes with our thumb, or cock it with anything you like. And the hammer remains cocked. Pulling the trigger just causes the hammer to fall. Generally speaking, single action trigger pull is lighter than double action trigger pull because some of the work is already done. The hammer's already cocked. The way I perform this type of test is using some calibrated weights. I essentially hang what looks like a hook from the trigger. And at the end of that hook, I add weights. I keep the firearm pointed straight up in the air, and I continue to add weight until the trigger pulls. And I repeat that a few times. I have a procedure for doing this to verify that I've determined the correct trigger pull. And would you like me to tell you what those?
I would.
I just need to refer to my notes. I don't remember numbers so well. The single action trigger pull ranged from 4 to 4.5 pounds. The double action trigger pull ranged from 11.25 to 11.5 pounds.
All right, so going back to my previous examples, now, instead of my hypothetical including my finger not being, do you know what it means to index your finger?
I do.
Okay. When you're firing a weapon, your firing instructor or your shooting instructor might tell you to index the gun or index your hand. That means putting your forefinger out along the frame of the weapon so that it's not on the trigger, correct?
Yes, that is what it means.
All right, let's take that away. And let me ask you a couple of questions about just logical questions. You said that something must act on that trigger in order for this gun, this Colt Cobra, to fire. All right. Now assume that I've got the gun in a single action mode with the hammer back, but now my finger is on the trigger. If I slap that gun down on the podium and my finger is on the trigger, it is possible, of course, for the impact to cause my finger to pull back on the trigger enough to fire that weapon. Correct?
That seems possible.
All right. Now, instead of slamming my hand down on the podium, which doesn't feel all that good, by the way, now I've got my finger on the trigger, and somebody slaps my hand across, either left or right. And I've got my finger on the trigger now. With a 4 to 4.5 pound trigger pull, it's certainly conceivable that That's enough impact to cause that gun to go off, correct?
Yes, through causing your finger to pull the trigger. Yes.
Assume for purposes of this question that I've got my finger on the trigger and the gun is in either double action or single action mode, and someone comes up and grabs my hand while my finger is on the trigger and begins to shake it back and forth or somehow manipulate my hand. At that point, since my finger is on the trigger, it's conceivable that that weapon could be fired, correct?
Yes, and again, your finger would have to, one way or another, pull the trigger.
So you've heard the phrase, the best safety for any weapon is your finger, correct?
Yes, I have.
The military, they use that all the time, correct? The number one safety is don't put your finger on the trigger, right?
Yes, that is correct.
And that's because of the internal safeties that most weapons have, including this Colt Cobra, that they will not fire unless something is acting on the trigger itself. Is that right?
That is right.
So as long as, if for instance, somebody has their finger on the trigger, however they're manipulating the gun, if they have their finger on the trigger, that would be an inherently unsafe or dangerous mode to handle that weapon, correct?
Yes, unless they're intending to fire. Having the finger on the trigger is probably not the best idea.
As a matter of fact, as a firearms expert, you are very well aware of the proper protocol for firing a weapon, correct?
Yes.
And the only time you point a weapon with your finger on the trigger is if the weapon is ready to be fired, correct?
And my finger wouldn't be on the trigger unless I was intending to fire.
Any other action on your part would be inherently dangerous or unsafe, and you would be taught not to do that, correct?
Yes.
All right. When you engage in test fires of the weapon, or in this case, test fire of this particular weapon, how do you capture the expended round, the expended bullet?
I have a few options available to me. The one that I prefer is to test fire the firearm into a tank full of water. It's essentially a large stainless steel tank. It's sitting on the ground. It's, I believe, about 2.5 feet wide, 10 feet long, and 3 feet high. There's a little port on one end. I place the muzzle of the firearm, the end of the barrel, into that port, and then I can fire. And water is a very special medium because it slows the bullets down in a very short distance while causing minimal, if any, damage to the bullets. So it's very effective and easy to use.
What was the reason or the purpose for you test firing bullets other than to determine the functionality of the gun itself? What good does it do to fire a bullet downrange?
If I need to compare, say, a crime scene or a coroner's bullet to the firearm in question, I'm going to need that bullet that I test fired to do my comparison. And also the cartridge case that results from my test firing, I might need that if I'm going to compare to what I call an evidence cartridge case or a question cartridge case.
So if I understand your testimony correctly, you as a firearms expert and an expert in tool mark examining, you can actually take an expended cartridge case, just the casing, as well as an expended bullet, a bullet that's been fired down the barrel and downrange, and you can compare those to a particular weapon. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. Did you engage in such a comparison in this particular case?
Yes, I did.
Let's talk about, and here again, I'm going to change gears. Let's talk about the cartridge case itself, the expended cartridge case that you received in evidence along with those other 5 live rounds. Did you, and I guess I should mark as people's next in order, tab 81.
It's 121.
Thank you, Your Honor. I'm placing it on the overhead now. It's a photograph of what appears to be 2 cases, the butt end, if you will, the back end, the stamped end. And I believe Mr. Carroll will explain what it is that we're looking at and why. Did you examine the expended .38 caliber cartridge case in this particular case that you received with the Cobra to any other cartridge case?
Yes, I did.
Explain what it is that you were doing. What analysis were you engaging in?
Well, with regards to this exhibit or with other, I did a few different kinds of analysis.
Okay, let's start with this exhibit and then move on to the other analyses.
Well, this exhibit is a photograph that I directed to be taken. On the left side, the object on the left, it's labeled as item 1. That is the fired cartridge case that I received with the Colt Cobra revolver that we've been discussing. what we're looking at is the head of the cartridge case, or the rear portion. And I'll use this laser pointer again. We can see some what appears to be writing. It's actually a stamp, SNW 38SPL plus P. And there's some dots adjacent to that. That's called the head stamp. It's information on the head of a cartridge case. Normally, head stamps in commercial United States ammunition, what I should say is domestically produced ammunition for commercial sales, such as this. It's disappeared. There we go. Are we done?
We're done.
Okay, thank you.
I'll make it a little bigger for everybody.
Oh, thank you. This is easier to see. This is the information that comprises the head stamp. We have the marketer or manufacturer, S&W, Smith & Wesson. They once had an ammunition line. And 38 SPL plus P, that denotes the caliber. This ammunition is of a caliber called 38 Special. And also, just to orient you a little bit, this circular thing in the center, that's the primer. It's the flat bottom portion of the primer. And right in the center, there's another smaller circle. That's the impression that the firing pin of the firearm left on the primer.
The one on the left was the cartridge case, the expended cartridge case that was found at the 12 o'clock position in the Colt Cobra, correct?
Yes.
The one on the right was a test fire, correct?
That is correct.
All right. Did you compare those two cartridge cases to make a determination as to whether or not they were fired in the same firearm?
I did do such a comparison, but the one I used was not the one from item 30.
Okay.
I used a similar item.
Okay, so the photograph that we're looking at is simply to explain to the jurors the similarity of the cartridge case on the right as well as the cartridge case on the left, which was found in the weapon.
Correct. We're looking at the head stamp and some other features.
All right, and the cartridge case on the right, the head stamp on the right, where it says item 30, was recovered as loose ammunition elsewhere in Mr. Spector's house, to your understanding, correct?
Yes, that's my understanding.
All right. Tell us a little bit now. I want to ask you about the specific comparison that you did with a test-fired cartridge case and the comparison against the item found at the 12 o'clock position in the Colt Cobra. Go ahead.
Would you like me to explain the process?
I would.
Well, first maybe I need to explain just some theoretical background into how this is even possible. One of the things I attempt to do, and I mentioned this previously, is I attempt to determine whether or not a particular cartridge case was fired in a particular firearm. So when I do that, I look for marks left on the cartridge case or on the primer that were left by parts of the firearm that will form a unique signature of that firearm. You see, when firearms are manufactured and various parts are manufactured, they usually go through a series of machining processes. And through these machining processes, and then through eventual use and even possibly abuse, there will be individuality to those particular items. Let's talk about the firing pin, for example. It's a machined component. On this type of firearm, they're often finished. The tip is often finished, sometimes by hand filing. So there will be some unique marks that, like I said, form a signature of that particular firing pin. So when I examine an evidence cartridge case and I compare it to a test-fired cartridge case that I fire in this firearm, I look for correspondence or lack of correspondence of these signature-type marks. To do this, I use an instrument called a comparison microscope. It's essentially two microscopes that are hooked together through what's called an optical bridge. It contains a series of prisms, and it allows me to look at two specimens side by side under magnification. So on one stage of the microscope, the way I do it, I usually place my test fire on the right stage and my evidence cartridge case on the left stage. I, using the microscope, examine these cartridge cases and I look for particular marks that might be left by the firearm. And depending on what I see, I might be able to reach a conclusion about whether or not the cartridge case, the evidence cartridge case, was fired in the firearm.
All right, but what if there are two guns that come off the assembly line, one right after another? You got 238 special Colt Cobras made by Colt. They're on the assembly line. One's number 100, one's number 101. Aren't they going to be exactly alike?
No, not at the microscopic level that I'm examining them at. I mean, sure, if we took number 100 and number 101 off the assembly line and we just held them like I am now and we looked at them, they would appear to be the same. But at the microscopic level, they're not. In fact, there have been a lot of validation studies in my field to determine these types of things. I've even participated in some where we've taken firearms that came off of the same assembly line. The parts were manufactured one after the other using the same equipment by the same operator, the same cutting tool, and yet we can still distinguish one from another. Again, I think I touched on this briefly. It has to do with some of the random imperfections that occur in the surface of the metal as it's being machined. Those are beyond control. Even if we didn't want those to exist, we can't really help it. We can't see them without magnification. That's why I use a microscope when I'm looking at these things.
So there are, if I understand you correctly, that Colt Cobra right there has microscopic scratches, microscopic imperfections from the tooling mechanism from its manufacturer that will always be with that weapon, and no other weapon are going to have the exact same microscopic scratches and imperfections, et cetera. Is that basically what you're saying?
Generally, when you say always with this particular firearm, it is possible that somebody could intentionally remove them.
Right.
But barring anything like that, they will be with this firearm over an extended period of time. And they will form a signature of this firearm, making it distinguishable from revolvers of the same make and model.
Okay, and you can do that microscopic analysis, that comparison analysis, with both the cartridge case that the hammer falls on, correct?
Yes,
As well as the extended bullet that travels down the barrel, is that right?
that is correct.
Now let's change gears one more time and explain to the jurors what it is that you're looking for on the extended bullet as it travels down the barrel and the comparison that you make of those things.
Well, when we talk about the barrel of a firearm, let me explain how, in general terms, a barrel is made. On a firearm like this, it starts out as a solid piece of metal. A hole has to be drilled. The hole is then reamed to size, and then grooves are cut in the barrel. You might have heard, you might have firsthand experience with what is referred to as rifling in the barrel of a firearm. Rifling is a series of grooves that twist in either clockwise or counterclockwise. Those are the only two options. You have a series of grooves in the barrel of the firearm, and they twist for the purpose of imparting a spin to a bullet to stabilize it in flight. Well, the process of manufacturing those grooves and the areas in between the grooves, which are remaining, we create through machining a lot of random imperfections. And again, we form a signature of this firearm. So as a bullet is fired through the barrel of the firearm, it's scratched, for lack of a better term. It's real simple to envision it that way. It's scratched by the imperfections inside the barrel of the firearm. And when I examine a bullet, it looks like it's got a bunch of scratches on its surface. And I look at a pattern of scratches. I look at the height, width, depth, spatial relationship, and contours of these scratches. And I compare a test fire bullet to an evidence bullet.
With regard to the comparison, you have to have something to compare your test fire to, correct?
Yes, I do.
Okay. You had that with regard to the extended casing, you had the casing that was in the 12 o'clock position. You can just remove that and take a look at it microscopically and compare your test fire cartridge case to that, correct?
That is what I did, yes.
What about an expended round? Did you receive anything from the coroner's office in this particular case concerning an expended round?
Yes, I did.
Describe that for the jurors, please.
I actually received a total of 3 envelopes from the Los Angeles County Coroner's Office. Those envelopes were marked with the name Lana Clarkson, and I opened those envelopes and examined the contents. Some of them contained very small fragments of gray metal. It appeared to be very small lead fragments. Those were not suitable for comparison. They were just too small and they're the wrong part of the bullet. But in one of the envelopes, there was a large bullet fragment, and that item was suitable for comparison, and I did compare it to my test fire from this Colt Cobra revolver.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, I'd like to mark as People's 122 an 8.5 by 11 document that bears 2 photographs purporting to be the recovered bullet front and back from the coroner's office. So marked. Thank you. Mr. Carroll, I'd like you to take a look at People's 122 for identification and tell me if you recognize what's depicted in photo A and photo B.
Those appear to be photographs of the large bullet fragment that I examined that I subsequently compared to this firearm.
Did you receive, by the way, do you document the lab receipt number for items that you receive for comparison purposes and during your analysis?
Yes, I do.
Did you receive item number 92, which included 92-C1, C2, and C3 from the coroner's office under lab receipt number J as in Juliet 309096?
Yes, I did.
All right, so those numbers all comport with your analysis, the item that you were analyzing.
Yes, they do.
All right, and this was purported to be a projectile that was recovered from the lower portion of the back of Lana Clarkson's head, correct?
That is correct.
All right. Did you compare, was the item that's depicted in photo A and photo B, and by the way, those are the same thing, just one's looking at the front and one's looking at the other side, correct?
Yes, that's what it appears to be.
All right. And those photographs are consistent with your memory of what it was that you were analyzing?
Yes.
Did it have comparison value, that projectile that you received from the coroner's office?
Yes, that one did.
All right. Tell us what your comparison of the item number 92 depicted in People's 122 with the test fires that you engaged in from the Colt Cobra.
You mean my results of?
Yes. Tell us about your analysis and what the results were.
Well, I performed the analysis I've described using the comparison microscope. I compared one of my test fire bullets from the People 67 Colt revolver to that item, which is what I call item 92-C1. I compared those items to one another and I concluded that they were fired from the same firearm. Since I know which firearm my test fire was fired from, I was therefore able to conclude that this bullet was fired from the Colt Cobra revolver in People 67.
Were you able to also scientifically establish that the cartridge case that was supplied with the Colt Cobra found in the 12 o'clock position was in fact fired in that Colt Cobra?
Yes, I did reach that conclusion as well.
All right, aside from the obvious fact that it's sitting in the gun itself, you also scientifically corroborated that based on your comparison microscope analysis or microscopic analysis, that cartridge case was in fact fired in that weapon, correct?
That is correct.
And you're confident in that analysis?
I have no doubt.
No doubt. And does the same go for the bullet? The bullet that was recovered from the head of Lana Clarkson was fired, in fact, from that Colt Cobra, correct?
Yes, it was.
And scientifically, you have no doubt.
Correct.
All right. Did you also, and here again is a gear change, did you also engage in a powder pattern test for this Colt Cobra?
Yes, I did.
What is a powder pattern test?
I was interested in, for a number of reasons, examining the pattern of gunpowder particles, both unburnt, partially burnt, and perhaps completely burnt gunpowder particles that emerge from the barrel of this firearm when it's fired. And I was interested in assessing the diameter and density of the pattern at various distances.
Why was that important?
There was a question early on in the investigation as to where this firearm was relative to Ms. Clarkson at the time of the shot. So this was towards reaching a conclusion in that regards.
And how does that powder pattern test help us determine distances of muzzle?
Well, I received information from Dr. Pena at the coroner's office. He and Dr. Harold as well explained to me that gunpowder particles were recovered from the hard and soft palate in the mouth area. I'm not real good with anatomy, but in the rear of the mouth area of Lana Clarkson. And Dr. Pena reported to me that there was no stippling on her face or around her lips. Stippling is a series of punctate abrasions or little pinpoint abrasions on skin. Gunpowder particles can leave those types of abrasions. In fact, they often do when a gun is fired at close range. So the absence of, back up a second, the absence of stippling, but the fact that there were gunpowder particles embedded in her throat required that I do some powder pattern testing to try to figure out where the firearm was in order to leave those conditions where there's no stippling on her face, but yet there are gunpowder particles in her throat.
What was the result of your testing? How did you conduct that actual test, and what were the results?
Well, I fired this firearm at what I call a test material. It's a type of cloth at various distances. I started at contact. That's where the barrel of the firearm is in contact with the surface. And I moved back an inch at a time. So I fired a shot at 0 inches, 1 inch, 3 inch distance. And I assessed those patterns. What I was interested in is not knowing how large Miss Clarkson can open her mouth. I stood in front of a mirror with a ruler to see how large I could open my mouth. And let's say approximately 2 inches. Some people say I have a big mouth. That's unrelated. I held the ruler up next to my mouth looking in a mirror, and I assessed about 2 inches. So just for the sake of my thought process at the time, I don't know how big Ms. Clarkson's mouth is, but knowing that, I tried to assess how large the pattern would be such that if the firearm was too far away, let's say the pattern was 3 inches at a given distance, well, that would leave stippling. So the gun had to be closer than that. So I determined what diameter of powder pattern I get at certain distances at which I test fire the firearm to see how far out of her mouth, if at all possible, the firearm could be and still leave gunpowder particles in her throat, but no stippling around her mouth.
So there was no, your understanding in conducting this test there was no punctate abrasion marks on the outside indicating stippling, but there was some suggestion of stippling on the inside of her mouth and her throat, correct?
Well, there was, but what I was more interested in is the presence of gunpowder particles embedded in her palate.
Okay. And based on that testing, or that series of those series of tests, assuming that the victim, Lana Clarkson, was in fact shot through the mouth and into the soft palate of the back of her throat, if her mouth, as you said, was open approximately 2 inches or so, and no more than that, the lack of stippling on her face and lips, the fact that there was, and assume for purposes of my hypothetical, that there was dental material pulverized and impacted on the front ramp sight of that weapon, that Colt Cobra, can you reach a conclusion based on your testing where the muzzle of the gun was when it was fired into her mouth?
Yes, I can.
What is that conclusion?
Well, we're taking a lot of factors now into consideration. The fact that there's what was reported to me as dental material on the rear sight, I'm sorry, not the rear sight, the rear ramp of the front sight of this firearm. I'm pointing at it with my left index finger. That tells me a lot. That tells me that the front sight was beyond her teeth. In other words, more in her mouth than out of her mouth, on the inside of her teeth. And my powder pattern testing confirmed that, because as a result of my powder pattern testing, assuming a mouth is open 2 inches, and that's full opening for me, the firearm couldn't have been much more than an inch, inch and a half away without leaving stippling. So that, coupled with the tooth material on the rear of the front sight ramp, tells me that the front sight was beyond her front top teeth. I don't know what those are called. I think those are incisors. Beyond her front top teeth. So it tells me the barrel of the gun was in her mouth.
And that dental material on the front sight would be, on the rear ramp of the front sight, would be consistent with the recoil that you've talked about existing when the gun was fired, correct?
Correct.
All right. I'm going to ask, if I could, I'm going to change gears a little bit. And I'm going to place, for the time being, is there a particular place that I should hold this other than the white?
Well, that's fine.
Okay. I want to ask you about a couple of other weapons. Did you receive in evidence a Smith & Wesson, and when I say in evidence, I mean evidence to you for your analysis, a Smith & Wesson Model 19?
Yes, I did.
All right. People 75 should be close to you somewhere up there, previously marked. And it may be an evidence envelope as opposed to an evidence box. And you might recognize it, Mr. Carroll, as item number 25.
Okay. Let me take a close look. I just need to remove this glove. And so did you say item 75?
People's 75. The clerk would have marked it People's 75.
I do have a package, People's 75.
All right, could you open that and tell me if you recognize its contents, please?
Yes, I do recognize this.
All right, how do you recognize that item?
Well, I was looking for the serial number just a moment ago, a unique identifier of this firearm, and this is the unique identifier that I recorded in my case notes.
Did you receive that at the crime lab from the sheriff's department?
Well, this has been in the crime lab. I examined this item at Central Property at one of our property holding locations.
All right, fair enough. And that's central property at the sheriff's department?
Yes, it is.
Okay. Describe that gun for us, please. What is that?
This is a Smith & Wesson Model 19. It is a revolver, a 6-shot revolver. It fires .357 Magnum caliber cartridges, has approximately a 4-inch barrel, and it has a blue steel finish.
Can that weapon fire .38 caliber cartridges?
Yes, .38 special caliber, it can.
Just describe that. I thought those were two, I think all of us probably think those are two different cartridges. How can that weapon fire both Magnum cartridges, .357 Magnum cartridges, and .38 special cartridges?
Well, the .357 Magnum caliber cartridge was a later development than the .38 special caliber cartridge. And it's a very similar cartridge with the exception of its cartridge case is a little bit longer. So it was designed that way so that you could not fire the, for lack of a better term, more powerful .357 Magnum cartridge accidentally in a .38 special caliber revolver, which wasn't designed to handle that pressure. But it is safe and it's designed so that you can fire .38 special caliber ammunition in the .357 Magnum caliber revolver.
When you received that item or when you inspected that item, was it in fact with some ammunition?
Yes, it was.
Describe the ammunition for us, please. And Your Honor, while Mr. Carroll is looking through his notes real quick, I'd like to place on the overhead what's been previously marked as People's 79.
All right.
I don't know if that helps you or not.
It does.
Okay.
This revolver was received with 6 live cartridges. They were the Smith & Wesson brand .38 Special Plus P cartridges.
The same brand Smith & Wesson Plus P cartridges that were found in the Colt Cobra, with the exception of the one spear, correct?
That is correct.
So that we're talking about a lot of different ammunition, a lot of different guns, so that we're clear. The Colt Cobra that fired the bullet that killed Ms. Clarkson was loaded with 1 spear and 5 Smith & Wesson Plus P rounds, correct? Cartridges, right? Correct?
Well, when I received it, one of those Smith & Wesson cartridges had been fired.
I understand. I guess I'm just asking broadly for the manufacturers.
Correct. 1 spear, 5 Smith & Wesson.
Okay. And that weapon, the .357 Magnum, had what ammunition with it?
This had Smith & Wesson .38 Special Plus P ammunition.
The
6
same
cartridges.
I'm sorry to interrupt you. The same as the Plus P ammunition that was in the Colt Cobra.
Yes. All right.
The Smith & Wesson Model 36 has been previously identified as People's 76. Could you take that out of its envelope, please?
This envelope has a tape seal, so I'm going to go ahead and break that seal. I'm removing the contents and I've verified that it is unloaded. This is a Smith & Wesson Model 36, 38 special caliber revolver.
I'm sorry. And that was previously identified as item number 26, correct?
Correct.
And that bears a serial number, if you don't mind me just going ahead and putting it in the record, J278803, correct? J278803.
That is correct.
All right. That's a 38 caliber revolver.
Yes, it is.
Did you inspect it to determine whether or not it was in good working condition?
Well, I didn't do a full laboratory analysis on this item, but in doing just a cursory examination, I didn't detect anything that was out of order.
And is the same to be said for the Model 19, the 357 that's sitting in front of Mr. Dixon?
Yes, that is correct.
What ammunition, if any, was found with the Smith & Wesson Model 36?
There were 5 cartridges, 38 special caliber cartridges, Smith & Wesson, plus P.
Is that a 5-shot or a 6-shot revolver?
This is a 5-shot revolver.
So it was fully loaded?
Yes, it was.
And those are the same plus P cartridges that you've earlier described having been, or consistent cartridges earlier described as having been in the Model 19, as well as the 5 that were in the Colt Cobra, correct?
That is correct.
People 77, and I bet I can help you with this one. That's the long, tall box in front of you. Could you take the contents of that box out and tell me if you recognize it, please?
May I stand up too?
Yes.
Thank you. I'm removing an orange or red case from this box. Removing the contents of the case. This is a high standard 12 gauge shotgun, and it is unloaded. I've just verified that.
Did it appear, or did your at least visual analysis, based on your expertise, appear to be in good working order?
Yes, it did.
All right. And you received this along with, or where was it that you conducted your initial inspection of this particular gun? Was that at Central Property also?
Yes, it was.
All right, that was along with these other guns, correct?
Correct.
With the exception of the Cobra.
Correct.
Yeah. You inspected all of the weapons that are in front of Mr. Dixon on the table, correct?
Yes, I did.
All of them appear to be in working order, correct?
Correct.
And in fact, when you test fired the Colt Cobra specifically, that was in working order. All the internal safeties were working, and the test fires resulted in the gun functioning properly, and you were able to get certain information from the test fired cartridge case as well as the test fired bullets, correct?
Yes.
All right. Did you also examine certain holsters that were recovered from 1700 Grandview?
Yes, I did.
I'd like you to take a look at People's 70. I believe that's a physical item next to you. And it may have been previously marked as item number 2. Is that consistent?
Yes, I see a blue sticker, People 70.
Okay, why don't you take a look at the contents of that envelope and tell me if you recognize it, please.
Opening this envelope. Lost a staple. Removing the contents. Let me just put a glove on for this. I just don't know the condition of this item. And I've removed the contents. This is a Hunter brand holster.
Tell us a little bit about that Hunter holster and whether or not you engaged in any research concerning the Hunter brand holster specifically.
Well, this is a Hunter Model 1100 holster. I did engage in some research about this holster, and this particular holster, it has what's called a size code on the back. It's size code number 7, and that, by referencing a chart, that allows me to determine what kinds of firearms that this holster is designed to hold.
Did you check on the model number of that holster?
I did.
What is that model number?
It's a model 1100.
Is there any kind of a logo or a designation stamp on that item?
Yes, there is.
Describe that for the jurors, please.
It's on the back side of the holster. From where you're seated, it may just appear to be a crescent, but it's meant to be a powder horn. In the old days of black powder firearms, a powder horn was a cow's horn that was used to hold black powder for dispensing into the muzzle loading firearm. So there's a powder horn, and in the powder horn or on the powder horn is the word hunter, Hunter.
Is there any significance to the powder horn existence on that particular Hunter holster?
Well, through some research, I learned that Hunter no longer uses this logo. The current logo is just the word Hunter in block letters. And in the mid-'80s, approximately 1985, the logo was changed from the powder horn logo to the current logo, which is just the block letters.
So that holster, you can readily say, is older than 1985?
Yes.
Okay. It was manufactured at or before 1985, correct?
Approximately, yes.
All right. What is that Hunter holster designed to fit?
Well, I can provide you with a list of firearms from the size chart.
Why don't you just tell us, generally speaking, what type of weapon that Hunter holster is designed to fit or accommodate?
It's designed to accommodate short barrel revolvers, sometimes, as we mentioned before, called snub-nose revolvers.
As a matter of fact, Hunter specifically published certain revolvers that that particular holster was designed to accommodate.
Yes.
And was Colt Cobra one of those specifically specifically designated revolvers that Hunter holster was designed to fit?
Yes, it is.
All right.
Let's go ahead and take our recess. Keep in mind the admonition, ladies and gentlemen, we'll resume at 3 o'clock. All right, the party is witness, jurors and alternates are present as heretofore. You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. All right. Mr. Carroll, just before the break, we were talking about the Hunter holster. You're aware, based on what was provided to you, you're aware that Hunter holster was found in a bureau close to where the weapon was found, correct? The Colt Cobra.
I received that information, yes.
All right. Did you seek to, and you had talked about what Hunter designated as the appropriate weapon or style or type or size of weapon to be used with that holster. Did you seek personally to determine whether or not a Colt Cobra would fit in that holster and how well it would fit?
Yes, I did.
How did you do that?
I selected a Colt Cobra revolver from my reference collection. So the evidence firearm.
But real quick, firearm session have a vast collection of exemplar firearms.
Yes, we do.
Describe that.
Well, we have a reference collection. It's essentially a working library of a variety of different types of firearms, handguns, rifles, shotguns, and they're used for situations where I need to actually examine a firearm other than an evidence firearm, such as in this case.
All right. Did you take one of those Colt Cobras as close to replicating the actual Colt Cobra in this case and try to figure out whether or not it would fit in the
Yes, I selected an identical revolver, and I simply instead.
When you say identical, what do you mean by how identical? How identical is identical, I guess?
Well, it's the same model, but Colt has gone through a few generations of Cobra model revolvers, and they've changed minor little features. I selected one with the same features, the same revolver.
So it was exactly like the Colt Cobra that's been booked into evidence as item number one, just it happened to be a specific gun, but exactly the same dimensions, the same weight, the same materials.
Yes, I checked that when I selected the revolver.
Did you cause to be photographed the exemplar Colt Cobra being inserted or after it had been inserted into the holster, the Hunter holster?
Yes, I did.
First of all, what was your conclusion about the fit of the exemplar Colt Cobra into the hunter holster?
It was what I would call a proper fit. It fit snug and securely after I fastened the strap. There's a retaining strap on that holster. I inserted the firearm. It fits snug at that point, and I fastened the retaining strap. It snaps in place, and it fit properly, and the holster kept the firearm snug and secure.
You call it a retaining strap?
Yes.
Is that this strap right here?
Yes, it is.
All right, Your Honor, I pointed to, I'm going to have to refer back. I'm sorry. I can't remember the name of, the number. This is People 70. This is if there are two straps on the holster, there's one closer to the narrow or tapered end and one closer to the mouth. I was pointing to the one closer to the mouth of the holster. Take a look at, if you will, the following photograph. And Your Honor, with the court's permission, I'd like to have marked as next in order People's 123, a photograph or a series of photographs, two photographs that purport to be the 38 Colt or a 38 Colt Cobra in the holster.
So marked.
Thank you. Take a look at these photographs marked People's 123 and tell me if you recognize A and B.
I do.
How do you recognize those photographs?
Well, I've reviewed them many times before today. These are the photographs we've been discussing, photographs of my laboratory exemplar Colt Cobra revolver in the holster in question.
All right, I'd like you to take a look at what's been previously marked as People's 78 for identification. Beneath that's been displayed out here, the 70. Do you recognize those two other holsters?
Yes, I do.
Describe the manufacturer of the holster on the left that has been previously identified by the Sheriff's Department as item 50.
I just want to make sure I'm talking about the same item. You're talking about the one in the lower left?
That's the one.
Photo A. That is a Hunter brand holster.
All right. Were you able to get any more specific about the model?
Yes, it is a model 1100, the same as the other holster we've been discussing.
All right. Even though it looks a little bit different, it is the same general design from the same manufacturer and the same model number, correct?
Yes, it's larger because it's designed to fit a different firearm.
All right. One with it looks like a longer barrel, correct?
Yes.
Did that also have the powder horn logo?
Yes, it did.
So that Hunter holster is from the same era as the Hunter holster that's displayed on council table, correct?
Generally pre-mid-80s.
Pre-1985 specifically, correct?
Yes, approximately.
Take a look at the lower right holster that's been previously identified as item 52 in People's 123. I'm sorry, in People's 78. And tell me if you recognize that holster as well.
Yes, I do.
How do you recognize it?
Well, I directed this photograph to be taken, so I recognize the photograph. That is another Hunter model 1100 holster.
So that also bears the model 1100, but it's designed for a little bit different gun as well.
Correct.
Did that also have the powder horn logo?
Yes, it did.
So that was circa about the same time frame as the previously marked People 70 and the other Hunter holster that you examined, correct?
Yes, the pre-mid-1980s.
So all three were from the same manufacturer?
Oh, I am so disappointed, AJ. If you say circa, you don't have to say about. Because that's what circa means. Honey, I'm so disappointed. That was awkward.
Yes.
The same type of holster?
Yes.
The same model number?
Yes.
And all bore the powder horn logo, indicating that the manufacture date was mid-1980s or so.
Or earlier, yes.
And you're aware, based on your the information that you were given when you analyzed these holsters, that all these holsters were recovered from Phil Spector's house, correct?
Yes.
Let's take a look at the ammunition, the other ammunition that was recovered from Mr. Spector's house. Did you perform any analysis on that additional loose ammunition?
Yes, I did.
All right. I want to talk first of all about the spear ammunition. Let's go to what's been previously marked as People's 81. This may assist us a little bit in talking about this ammo. Take a look at this document that's been previously marked as People's 81 for identification, and tell me if you recognize this photograph. I know it's a little bit hard to see. Sudi's going to enhance it a little bit. Do you recognize this document?
Yes, I do.
Or I should say the photograph and its contents.
Yes.
How do you recognize it?
I directed it to be taken, and I was present when it was taken.
Did you analyze all of the ammunition depicted in this photograph?
I did.
Specifically, there's a bright yellow line that goes straight down the middle of this exhibit. On the left, it appears to be labeled Speer. On the right, it appears to be labeled Smith & Wesson, or parentheses, S&W plus P. Can you describe what it is that the jurors are looking at left and right?
Yes, I can. I placed a yellow rod down the center of a piece of paper when we took this photograph, and we laid out the ammunition. On the left side of the bright yellow rod, that is all Speer brand ammunition. On the right side of the yellow rod is all Smith & Wesson plus P 38 special brand ammunition. And it's further labeled with tags that indicate what item numbers it is involved with or it was taken from.
Can you make a determination when you analyze ammunition like this? Is there any significance to the weight of ammunition?
Well, there can be. Manufacturers, when they produce, say, 38 special caliber ammunition, might produce different bullet weights. Common bullet weights in this caliber are 110 grains, 125 grains, 158 grains. So yes, there's some value in weighing ammunition or weighing bullets individually. It can provide information.
Is a grain a unit of measurement used to weigh ammunition?
Yes, and to give you some reference, there are 7,000 grains in 1 pound.
All right, so a grain is a standardized unit of measure. So if you say 110 grains, you're not talking about physical grains of gunpowder or projectile material or anything else. You're talking about a unit of measurement like a pound or whatever, liter. I guess a liter is a volume.
Well, yes, it's a unit of measure, it's a unit of weight, and it's the standard unit of weight that's used in the firearms and ammunition industry.
Okay. And I don't want to get bogged down into item numbers because we've got so many numbers running around this courtroom. I want to make sure that we can kind of stay on point. Looking at the Speer ammunition alone, were there your understanding is there were 3 different places where that Speer ammunition was recovered from Mr. Spector's house, and they were labeled as item 30, item 54, and item 55, just different containers where that ammunition was found loose, correct?
I just need to catch up with you for a moment.
Absolutely. 30, 54, and 55.
That is correct.
All right. And in item 30, there was 1 round found of Speer ammunition, correct?
Yes.
In item 54, there were 22 rounds, correct?
Correct.
And in item 55, a baggie, for instance, that might be item 1 or item 22 or item 95, whatever. That's how those item numbers were given a designation, correct?
Yes.
Okay. I don't want to get into the details too much about that, but item 55 had 11 rounds. Is that right?
Yes, it did.
I love hunting.
No.
I love
No.
fishing, anything outdoors. I'm an outdoorsman, so.
So if my math is correct, about 34 rounds of Speer ammunition. Is that right?
Did you say 33?
I said 34, but I may be, my math is not that great.
34. I was mistaken.
So appropriate understanding is there was exactly 4 other rounds of Speer ammunition found in Mr. Spector's house, correct?
Yes.
Those were all the same brand, Speer, correct?
Yes, they were.
All right, same manufacturer, in other words?
Yes, they're the same marketer.
Okay.
The term I use.
And you said that you were able to test the weight. What was the weight of all this Speer ammunition?
Well, when we say weight of the ammunition, what I'm actually referring to is the weight of a bullet, because that's what a man would vary. And this ammunition contains 110 grain bullets.
And what about the Speer bullet? I'm sorry, the Speer cartridge that was in the Colt Cobra? Did you glean a weight from that?
Yes, it also contained a 110 grain bullet.
So consistent in brand, caliber, manufacturer, vendor, and weight.
Yes.
All right. Let's change gears to the right side of the diagram for just a second and talk about the Smith & Wesson, the Plus P. Did you also analyze that ammunition?
Yes, I did.
And it looks like, Mr. Carroll, there are several extended cartridge cases as well as full cartridges there, correct?
Yes.
Why are there some extended cartridge cases? Describe that for us, please.
Well, when I initially received the ammunition that was purportedly recovered from the Spector residence, it was all live ammunition. But with the exception, of course, here of, I'm pointing to a fired cartridge case with next to a label item 1. That one was recovered in the Colt Cobra revolver. But the other ammunition, it was all live when I received it. When I was asked to do the powder pattern testing that we talked about earlier, in order for that test to be valid, I need to be using the same kind of ammunition that was involved in the shooting incident. And this Smith & Wesson ammunition is not common today, and it wasn't common in 2003. And I didn't have any exemplar or reference ammunition that was identical. So with permission, I consumed some of the recovered evidence ammunition in order to perform that kind of testing, because that was the same kind of ammunition.
All right, there were, you've talked a little bit about, hinted about the rarity of this particular ammunition. When you say you couldn't find that exact ammunition, what do you mean? Why would that Smith & Wesson Plus P be rare?
I conducted some research into this, and I learned from a variety of sources that in the early 1980s, around 1983 or 1984, Smith & Wesson stopped producing this. And I know from experience that ammunition is not something that usually sits on a gun store shelf for an extended amount of time. It's a high turnover type item. So I had some Smith & Wesson ammunition in my reference collection, although it was a little bit different. Very similar, but a little bit different, such that it wasn't suitable for my powder pattern testing. So I looked around into acquiring some Smith & Wesson ammunition, and I was not able to come up with a vendor where I could buy some to use. That's how uncommon it was in 2003.
Taking a look at what I'd like to have marked as people's next in order, I believe it's
124.
124. Thank you, Your Honor.
Welcome.
Did you engage in a comparison of the Smith & Wesson Plus P ammunition or the cartridges? I guess the best way to, for comparison purposes, I should have asked the question a little more artfully. Are these photographs previously marked as people's 124, these photographs indicating or highlighting part of your comparison?
Yes, they are.
Okay, explain what it is that we're looking at and what you were doing insofar as your comparison was concerned.
Is it possible to enlarge, say, photo A, because I can't quite see my labels?
You'd have to ask our technical advisor. I think she can do that. How about that?
Excellent. So this was the photograph that was labeled A in this display. What we have here on the right, this is one of the live cartridges, the Smith & Wesson Plus P cartridges found in the Colt Cobra revolver. The one on the left is a live Smith & Wesson 38 Special Plus P caliber cartridge. This is a cartridge recovered from what we call item 25, which is one of the revolvers on the table in front of me. What I was doing here, this is really was part of my case notes just to help refresh my memory later. What we're looking at here is a side profile of the cartridges. They have the same head stamp, but I also wanted to illustrate, primarily for myself, that the profile of the bullet is the same. Some bullets might have a curved surface. This area here is called the ogive, O-G-I-V-E. This is a straight ogive. Excellent, that helps us see even better. We can also see that the jacket, that's this orange colored material, it's copper, it comes to the same height. Try to hold this as steady as I can. It comes to the same height on both of these, And then the rest of the nose of the bullet, which is lead, is also of the same height. Different manufacturers, even one manufacturer in different product lines, will use different types of bullets. And so I was just illustrating for myself that there are no discernible differences there.
And your analysis concluded with the fact that in fact, these bullets, these cartridges rather, appear to be consistent with one another.
Yes, they are.
And the one on the left was taken out of item 25, which is 7 that was recovered from Mr. Spector's house. And the one on the right was taken out of the culprit.
Yep.
People's next in order, and I think this was
125.
you. This also is a photograph, I believe, of a head stamp, or the head stamps. Can you see that from where you are?
I can.
Do you recognize that photograph, what's depicted in it?
I do.
Describe what it is that we're looking at.
Well, we're using the same ammunition cartridges we saw in the last photo. I've just oriented them differently. We're looking down at the head stamp now. The one on the left was removed from the item 25 revolver, which is before us today. The one on the right is from the Colt Cobra revolver. And what I'm looking at here are the head stamps. They both read Smith & Wesson, or S&W 38 Special plus P, through a series of abbreviations. And actually also of dots, if you will. I can't see them from where I am, but there are two little dots.
How about that?
That's excellent. Let's look at the one on the left. Just after the P, we see two little dots. And just before the number 3, we see two little dots. Based on that ammunition, you see back to Smith ammunition, the cartridge cases were made by outside vendors. And that particular code, 2 dots and 2 dots, indicated that it came from a contractor called IVI. They made those cartridge cases for Smith & Wesson.
Were you able to determine a weight of these of the bullets?
Yes, I was.
All right. And what was the weight of the Smith & Wesson plus P bullets that were, bullets. I get so confused about cartridge casings, bullets, weight, correct? Not the full cartridge.
Well, sometimes weigh up the full cartridge and do some subtraction, but I'm interested in the bullet weight.
Okay, so let me use the right phraseology here. Did you determine the weight of the plus P bullets that were found in the Colt Cobra?
Yes, I did.
What was the weight?
125 grains.
Did you determine the weight of the additional ammunition that we've looked at previously that was on the right side of that previous exhibit? The weight of that additional plus P. So you compared the Smith & rounds that were found in the Colt Cobra with all the other Smith & Wesson rounds that were found in the defendant's house, correct?
Yes.
They were of the same brand?
Yes, they were.
They were of the same caliber?
Yes.
And that is 38 caliber plus P?
38 special caliber.
Sorry,
Yes.
38 special caliber. And they were plus P, correct?
They were.
The cartridge cases were all from the cartridge cases were all from the.
Correct. It's a code.
All right, and that manufacturer was IVI.
Yes.
All the bullets were the same shape as you've described to us.
Yes, they were.
The same style.
Yes.
The same design characteristics.
Yes.
They all weighed 125 grains.
Yes.
All the cartridge cases bore the same type of gunpowder.
Of those that were disassembled or fired.
Okay.
Those that we saw live in that photograph, I didn't disassemble them.
But you did disassemble several others.
Yes.
An exemplar set, in other words, a random set you disassembled, correct?
Well, through firing them and collecting the gunpowder, I examined that gunpowder, and yes, it was the same type.
All right. You already indicated that Smith & Wesson plus P ammunition is relatively uncommon in the marketplace, correct?
Yes.
And it hasn't been manufactured since before 1984, is that right?
Correct.
So we've talked a long time about a lot of different things, about weapons, about holsters, about ammunition. And I want to ask you if you can summarize for us basically your findings and your expert opinion concerning this case.
Objection. Great. Summarized. You just said an hour and a half of testimony.
I tend to agree. If you want to be a little more specific, perhaps lead a bit as to where you're going. That's fine.
I absolutely will. That was simply a foundational question for my next series of questions.
All right, you may proceed.
All right, thank you. Your information was what was found in the defendant's house included the shotgun, the 12-gauge pump-action shotgun that was the high standard that's before us on council table, correct?
Yes.
There was a .357 revolver with Smith & Wesson W plus P ammunition that weighed 125 grams.
Yes.
There was a .38 caliber revolver that was loaded with Smith & Wesson plus P ammunition that was weighed at 125 grains, correct?
Yes.
There was additional loose Smith & Wesson plus P ammunition found in different parts of the house, all weighed in at 100, correct?
Yes.
There was additional spear ammunition that was found loose in various parts, 110 grains as the spear ammunition that was found in the Colt Cobra, correct?
Yes.
There was a Hunter holster, model 1100, that was a right-handed holster with a powder horn design, and that was one of the three that we've talked about, correct?
Yes.
There was a second Hunter holster, model 1100, same model number, also right-handed, also with the powder horn design that was found in Mr. Spector's house, correct?
Yes.
And according to the information that you have, both from the Sheriff's Department and the crime lab concerning where the actual bullet came from, the bullet that killed Lana Clarkson. She was killed with a .38 caliber revolver, a Colt Cobra, loaded with both Smith & Wesson plus P ammunition weighed at 125 grains, spear ammunition weighed at 110 grains, and that was found next to an empty Hunter holster model 1100 with a powder horn design, correct?
Yes.
I have nothing further.
Thank you. Cross-examination.
You guys, we learned grains in nursing school because medication used to be measured in grains. Never used it. Never. Not the first time. I have never, ever gotten a medication that was measured in grains that I had to figure out the dosage. Ever. Never, ever, ever. The big one in school, the simulated calculations we had to do, the big one that was measured in grains was aspirin. I don't think in my entire career I've ever given a patient an aspirin. They just don't use aspirin anymore, because especially in children, because it's dangerous to give aspirin to children because it causes the what's it called, Rise syndrome or something like that. That I guess we learned that the hard way. Don't give aspirin to kids. When I was little, I got baby aspirin all the time. They were little orange, teeny tiny pills, and they tasted so good. I loved them. I could have eaten them like candy. But yeah, grains. I guess they still use grains with well, I mean, this was 18 years ago, so I don't know if they still do now or not. But I guess that was the measurements they used back then, at least in firearms. But back in the day, they used it for medication. And nursing school was the first time, it was in 92, I think. And the second time was 2000. So, yeah, it's been a long time. I don't know if they still use it or not, but I know I never used it in real practice.
Well, everybody's tight.
Thank you.
Harold, we met before, Harold.
Well, how are you?
You were testing this gun. You actually saw the
gun, the 38 caliber Colt Cobra, on February 4th, 2003. And I think that last picture that was on the screen for People's 125 was February 23rd, 2007, correct?
I'm confused as to what picture you're referring to.
The last time you tested or looked at this gun was February 23rd, 2007, correct?
Well, I looked at it today.
Besides that.
I can refer to some reports. The last report that I issued that includes that revolver was dated March 16, 2007.
March 16, 2007. So you've been on and off testing either this gun or the cartridges found in this gun for a period of 4 years, over 4 years, correct?
Certainly on and off.
On and off 4 years. And with all the testing that you did on this gun as the firearms expert and all the descriptions in the summary that Mr. Jackson just gave you, did you put anywhere in your notes any conclusion as to who fired this gun on February 3rd, 2003?
I did not.
Now, I see that over here, if I can just see, because I have not seen them, that there's all this laid out, 3 guns, 1 holster, and 1 action shotgun. That Mr. Jackson laid out on no envelopes in front of this jury for this jury to see. You told us that you know where some of the ammunition was found. Do you know where in Mr. Spector's house the Smith & Wesson with the longer barrel was found?
All I know is it was found in the residence.
Did anyone tell you whether or not it was found upstairs at any time?
Someone may have told me that. I don't recall.
Do you know where this item was found?
Indicating
Indicating this one is 16.
It's item 26.
26, I thought.
Item 26. not
Item
just
26. Do you know where item 26 was found?
I just know it was in the Spector residence.
And for the record, Your Honor,
Do you know whether these guns were laid out together in the open for people to see in Mr.
Yes, but you know how, just in case you have to.
Spector's house?
I do not.
The shotgun that is in front of you, in front of this jury right now. Did anyone tell you that the defense returned that shotgun to the state at any time?
that calls for hearsay.
It was
Sir,
testified to.
I don't know what the relevancy would be. Sustained.
Do you know where this gun was found?
Indicating,
The shotgun.
thank you.
Apologize.
And that's people 77.
I'm told it came from the Spector residence.
So you were told things about that shotgun.
Is it relevance or relevancy? I don't know what the relevancy, that doesn't sound right to me. I don't know what the relevance would be. That sounds right. But I don't know what the relevancy would be, sounds wrong. Which is it? Judy, Google. Oh, by the way, Judy, you should be getting a little green visitor today.
Right.
Well, he's not a visitor. He's coming to live with you.
That's about all I know as far as what I was told, yes.
In what year did you first see that shotgun?
I believe 2007.
Now, when you first saw the 38 caliber Colt that was questioned to you by Mr. Jackson, that was on February 4th, correct?
Yes, that was the first time I saw it.
And you actually went to 1700 Grandview Avenue and saw that gun at, 13:42 hours, correct?
I can confirm that time.
Please, if you would.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. And that gun was shown to you by Detective Katz?
Yeah. Yes, that's correct.
Was he there with you, and did he take the gun out of the manila envelope that it came?
I recall seeing on the witness stand today. I don't recall an envelope.
Do you still have that box?
I do.
Can you just pull it up for a second? Okay, and does that box have a tie down inside it?
I don't see one in here now. But I want to clarify, I don't know if this was that box.
Okay.
You're saying it was a box like this box.
Like that. Did you see a manila envelope?
I don't recall.
Did he take the gun out for you, or did you take the gun out? On February 4th, 2003.
I don't recall. In fact, I don't remember us taking the gun out of the box. I think I just peered into the box as far as I can recall.
Well, did you do notes? I complimented you on your notes before we came into the courtroom, correct? Because they were detailed,
That's
right?
what you said.
Yes, sir. And had notes of what's called a field investigation report.
Correct.
All right. If you looked at the field investigation report, would that help refresh your recollection as to what occurred on that day?
It may. I can read this section if you'd like.
Your Honor, may I have him refer to page 1 of 5 of his field investigation
Certainly.
reports? Thank you. Just read it to yourself if you could.
I've read it now.
Does that help refresh your recollection in any way as to whether or not that gun was being handled?
Yes, it does.
And how does it help you? Tell us.
Well,
What happened?
I indicated here now that I've read this over. Let me find the section. Misread my own notes just a minute ago. It doesn't help me.
It does not help you.
No, it
So you
doesn't.
don't know. But you did learn on that day that the cylinder contained one empty cartridge case, correct?
Yes, that is correct.
And that there were 5 other empty chambers, with other 5 chambers empty?
Yes, that is correct.
Now, you said that you just peered in. Did you see 5 chambers empty? The gun?
This was a long time ago. For me to have seen that they were empty now I can sometimes examine that just without handling a firearm if it's just laying on a surface. If I look in the right areas, I can often tell.
So you don't know whether or not somebody was actually handling that gun, showing it to you, or whether you were handling that gun, correct?
Correct. I don't believe I was handling it, but my recollection is vague.
But you did learn that the 5 chambers were empty, correct?
Actually, for me to have noted that the way I did, I observed that they were empty.
Okay. And so that you had to have seen the gun out of the envelope.
Well, again, I'm not sure it was in an envelope. I just remember it being in a box.
You remember it being in a box. And you don't know whether it was tied down, correct?
I don't recall.
And you don't know how many times it had been handled between the time it was collected and the time you saw it on February 4th, correct?
I have no idea.
And you have no idea whether people were wearing latex gloves or were they not wearing latex gloves, correct?
Are you referring to any handling that occurred out of my presence?
Correct.
Well, she asked, does he have?
Does he have any knowledge?
We know what the answer is going to be. Do you have any way of knowing?
No idea.
All right, here we go.
When was the next time you saw the gun that we're referring to?
Well, at various times I saw it in the custody of Lynn Harold in the laboratory.
And do you know how many times you saw it in her custody in the laboratory?
Just a few times. I don't have an exact count.
How many times did you handle this gun until today, before you came to court today?
Well, I've handled it a number of times.
Do you know how many other people handled this gun before you handled it after February, or before you looked at it after February 4th, 2003?
Objection, Your Honor. Based on the court's previous ruling, we know the answer to this is speculation.
Well, no, because I believe the answer is not going to be speculation if I get the expected answer. Do you have any way of knowing how many people handle it?
I'm a little confused about the time frame I'm supposed to be
let me
isolated.
rephrase it.
Okay,
Is there a chain of custody form kept in your lab to document how many times that gun, the Colt Cobra 38 that we're speaking about, is there a chain of custody form to document how many people handled it before you received it to do further test firing on it?
There is chain of custody, but it documents the custody of the firearm. It doesn't document who handled it on what date.
Okay, so what you're telling me, there's no way to reconstruct, as far as you know, how many people would have handled that document, just where that gun had handled the gun, just where it had been, correct?
Well, I know where the gun was. I can't tell you who may or may not have handled it and how often and how many times.
Right. You don't know whether or not it was ever removed from its manila envelope to be photographed before you got it, correct?
I don't know about anything that happened when it was not in my custody.
So when was the first time that the gun actually came into your custody?
If I may refer to my
Yes,
case.
please.
I received it on June 9, 2003.
Okay. And at the time you received it, the 5 were taken out from the gun, correct?
Yes, they were not in the firearm.
Or did you receive it from any particular person?
Yes, sir.
From Lynn Harold, okay. And when you received it on June 9th, the spent or fired cartridge case was still in the gun, correct?
To the best of my recollection, it was not in the firearm at that time.
Do you know where the other rounds of the cartridges were?
Which other ones are you referring
The
to?
ones that were not spent? Were they with the gun?
We've been talking about a lot of ammunition today. Are you
The other 5 loaded rounds that you testified to?
They were with the firearm in a small coin-sized manila envelope.
Okay. Yeah. Did you testify before the grand jury in this matter?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And that was, do you recall the date that you testified before the grand jury?
I don't have any recollection.
Would it
I have records back in my office.
Okay, would it be around September 9, 2004?
Honestly, I couldn't tell you that precisely.
Does that sound about right?
I believe it was sometime in 2004.
Okay. And when you just said right now you believe that the cartridge, the expended cartridge case was separated from the gun?
To the best of my recollection.
Do you remember being asked the question in grand jury, and when the weapon itself, was it loaded or unloaded when it came to you? Answer, from the standpoint of live ammunition, it was unloaded. Question, was there anything inside of the cylinder of the weapon? Answer, yes, there was. Question, what was that? Answer, there was a fired cartridge case in one of the chambers in the revolver. Do you remember saying that? I'm sorry, page 488.
What I need to know is, are we talking about the time when I saw it on February 4th at the crime scene, or when I received it in the laboratory?
Let's go back to page 487. Perhaps if I showed you this, that would help refresh your recollection.
It might.
Judge, may I approach, please?
You may.
Thank you. I'm going to go to 487.
Got it. Thank you.
Just kind of starts right here. Just read it to yourself.
This does refresh my memory a little bit.
Okay, thank you. And it would be fair to say that when you received this gun on June 9th, 2003 for further testing, the expended cartridge was still in the cylinder?
Yes, according to my prior testimony, which was certainly nearer to the incident.
Okay. And do you know whether or not, when there was pictures shown to you of the gun, and you remember the picture with the 1 expended cartridge and 5 fire cartridge, remember that?
With a firearm in the picture as well?
Yes.
I do remember.
Okay. Do you know when that picture was taken?
I probably can tell you, yes.
Yes, please.
Is it possible to see that picture? It would help me locate an answer for you.
Okay, thank you. Yes, exhibit number 66.
I believe that was taken this calendar year.
This calendar year.
Yes, February, I believe.
So when you instructed that this picture be taken, do you know whether or not the cartridge was still in the gun and had to be removed?
Oh, it was out at that time.
It was out at that time. Do you know who took it out?
It's difficult to say from recollection. However, if I received it with that cartridge in it, because of the analyses I did, I would have had to have removed it.
Did you know whether or not the cartridge had been removed prior to June 9, 2003 when you saw it?
I have information that leads me to believe, yes, it had.
So it had been removed prior to that and put back into the gun, correct?
Yes, if that's how I received it, that would have to have been the case.
That would have to be the case. And that was the information you had, correct? Now, when you came to the Alhambra on June 4th, 2003, you came to fire an exemplar item, correct?
Yes, that is correct.
Okay, and that was an exemplar Colt Cobra, and you came to fire it in a gun box, a fire box, you call that technically?
I call it an ammunition collector, but you could probably use all of those terms.
All those terms. And an ammunition collector. And when you got to the house of Mr. Spector on February 4th, 2003, who was there?
If I can refer to my
Yes.
case. When I initially arrived, I believe people who I observed included Detectives Bean, B-I-E-H-N, Kerfoot, K-E-R-F-O-O-T, Detectives Lilienfeld and Katz, Chief Soderberg, myself, of course, and a colleague of mine, Ed Anderson, who was there to assist me with the testing I was going to do.
And your understanding was that you were going to participate in a sound test, correct?
Correct.
All right. And did somebody tell you what the purpose of the sound test was going to be?
Objection, not call for hearsay.
Just, no, it's not for the truth of the matter asserted, but only to indicate if any action was taken after that. So it's received for that purpose, and the jury is so admonished.
I was aware of why I was there.
How were you aware of why you were there?
It was part of the request for my response. I was contacted by a supervisor who asked me to respond to that location at that time, and it was explained to me why I was going.
But why did you understand?
I understood I was going to facilitate some sound tests to buy firearms because we can't just be shooting firearms in people's homes. Nice to gather the bullets and ammunition similar to what I was told had purportedly been used in the shooting incident. So I brought those things with me. I was going to test fire a firearm, and some sound engineers were going to be tongue-tied. We're going to be making some sound measurements.
Okay. And some of the ammunition you bought was Smith & Wesson 110 grain, right?
I did bring that.
And 125 grain, right?
Yes.
And 158 grain, right?
Yeah, I brought all of those, yes.
And in fact, you shot off ammunition that had all those grains, correct?
Yes, I did.
Because in purposes for sound purposes, the amount of grain doesn't really matter, correct?
Actually, I didn't know if it would matter. I just knew the brand. So I brought a variety. I'm not a sound engineer. I just wanted to bring everything I might need so I didn't have to make a second trip.
Okay, but in your notes, you indicate that you had three exemplar types, correct?
Yes,
And those were the 110, 125, and 158 grain, right?
yes,
And then you actually shot off 3 shots of the 158 grain, correct?
correct.
Now, when you fired off those 3 shots of the 158 grand, you said they were fired with the back to the door, and you put parens worst case scenario, close parens, correct?
Yes, I did.
What did you mean by worst case scenario?
In talking with sound engineer personnel who were there, as well as detectives, it was explained to me that the position of the shooter at the time of the shooting was, at that point, not known for certain. So we wanted to essentially put a barrier between the gun and the doorway that I call it in that manner, as opposed to my back away from the door and the firearm closer to the door. So that's really based on information that was provided to me and what I was told we were going to do.
So somebody told you that they had identified a person who was a shooter, is that correct?
I don't know specifically what I was told. I was aware that a subject, Phil Spector, was involved in this incident.
Well, then what I'm trying to ask you then is, what do you mean worst case scenario?
Well,
I can ask the answer. You just explain that.
He may explain it. Go ahead.
I was told that a shot was fired in the foyer of the home, and the position of the shooter was unknown. The position of the victim was known. So I was asked to fire from 2 different positions, one with my back to the door, separating the gun and the door by using my body, and in another position with my body away from the door and nothing separating the firearm and the door. So those are the 2, I should say, alternatives that were tried.
But when you just answered that question, sir, you said the position of the victim was known, correct?
Yes, I was told how the victim was found.
And you said the position of the shooter was unknown, correct?
It was unknown to me, and it wasn't relayed to me. Whether or not someone else actually knew, I don't know.
So you, in doing your test, made an assumption that the person who was deceased was not the shooter, isn't that correct?
I don't know whether I made that assumption or whether that was relayed to me.
That's certainly what was relayed to you, correct?
But one way or another, that thought entered my mind, but beyond that, I don't know that I can tell you exactly how it got there.
But that's what your thought was, correct?
Yes,
And sir, you have been involved in, I read your quite impressive resume with dealing with firearms for a very long time, correct?
well, professionally for approximately 9 years.
And one of the things they tell you with firearms is that you shouldn't handle them when you drink alcohol, correct?
I know that's taught in some places. I certainly think that's good advice.
And something else that's taught is that you shouldn't handle them when you take drugs, correct?
Yeah, I don't know that I've considered the use of drugs before, but that seems to make sense.
And certainly you shouldn't handle a gun if you have both alcohol and drugs on board, correct? That would be good safety practice, correct?
It sounds like a good idea to me.
Because you're aware from your years of experience that accidents can happen with guns, correct?
They can and have happened, yes.
And people who have accidents with guns can do it when they're under the influence of alcohol, correct?
I know of some accidents that have occurred that way.
And influence of drugs, correct?
Yeah, I'm sure that can happen.
All right. And you know that people have even shot themselves under the influence of accidents, under the influence of drugs or alcohol with guns, correct?
Your Honor, I'm going to object at this point. It sounds like it's going to be on the foundation of this witness.
It's really becoming argumentative is what it's becoming. It's far beyond the scope of what this witness testified to on direct, so sustained.
Now, with regard to the ammunition in this gun, this is a 2-inch barrel, correct?
Yes.
And when Mr. Jackson was asking you for the position of the barrel in relation to the target, you indicated about 2 inches. Do I have that correct?
Well, based on the powder patterns alone, with the mouth of my size fully open, the firearm could not have been more than 2 inches out of the mouth. But I relied on other information as well that actually gives me a more, what I call more precise location.
And when you said the gun, the barrel of the gun was in the mouth, correct?
Yes, relying on that other information, correct.
And when you testified before the grand jury in this matter, were you asked the question, page 520, counsel?
I don't know what that, I don't have grand jury transcripts. I'd have to take a look at it.
Reading it.
Well, let me ask you this, sir.
I'm sorry.
Did you ever state to anyone that the barrel of the gun was all the way in the mouth of Lana Clarkson?
I very well could have said that.
Did you state that to the grand jury?
I don't recall.
Your Honor, may I approach again?
Yes.
Sorry, Ms. Bynum.
520, Counsel. Ms. Carroll, I'm just going to give you 519 on, so that you can ask this question.
Well, that wasn't my statement. I agree with that statement in its totality, but you just read a small portion of it.
Okay, and well, let's go back then. You agree with the statement in its totality that the muzzle of that gun being all the way in the victim's mouth with the sight past the front teeth into the throat, the weapon being fired, the recoil and the muzzle flipping the weapon back, that sight blade catching those two front teeth from the backside and then flipping them of the mouth and across the room, correct?
Yes, that is correct, but we need to keep in mind when I say all the way in the mouth, I mean past the plane of the lips.
Okay,
And I'm not referring to any, when I say all the way in, I'm not referring to any specific depth, just that we are beyond the lips. And in fact, the front sight blade was beyond the front teeth.
all right, and that's clear to you, no doubt about that.
I don't have any doubt about that.
Okay. Now, with regard to this gun, when the bullet is fired from the primer exerts pressure, correct?
There is a certain amount of pressure generated when the primer's fired.
Well, how much pressure
The primer itself? Oh,
to get that bullet to come out of the gun?
Well, that's not the main propulsion of the bullet. That's only
What is
almost
the
an
muzzle?
insignificant amount.
I apologize. What is the muzzle pressure out of a muzzle of a gun generically, of a revolver such as a .38 caliber?
That's highly dependent on the ammunition being used, the gun itself. It's a very general question I can't address.
Did you do any specific testing on this gun with this plus P ammunition to determine what the velocity was of this bullet coming out of the gun?
The velocity, I did not.
It'd be pretty great though, wouldn't it?
I don't know. Great might mean something different to you and me.
1,200 feet per square second, sound about right?
Oh, per square second.
Per second, I'm sorry.
Well, with this specification of ammunition that we're talking about, that's on the high side. It would be lower than that.
Well, how much lower?
Oh, we're talking in perhaps the sub 1,000 feet per second range.
So this is what you're saying to me, maybe a little under 1,000 feet per second is how fast this bullet can travel, correct?
Yes, and again, I'm speaking very general terms. I didn't test this particular gun ammunition combination.
You can calculate, as you know, because you're a gun examiner expert, the pressure that comes out of this particular gun, correct?
Some people can, I cannot.
When Lynn Harold bought you this gun for you to look at on the several times you testified she delivered to you, did she ever ask you to tell her about the gases that come out of this gun when it's fired?
I'm sure she asked me where they exit the firearm. I'm sure we discussed in general terms those issues.
Did you ever give her information about the pounds per square inch of the gases that come out of this gun?
I did not.
Did she ever ask you about how much?
Excuse me, before you ask your next question, I need to get an estimate on time.
I'm gonna be-
so much. That is so sweet. Thank you. I really appreciate it.
Go ahead and take our recess. We'll reconvene at 9:30 on Monday morning.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, keep in mind the admonition. Council, remember, you're due back at 9 o'clock on Monday morning, okay? Thank you very much.
Yeah, she getting a little. I don't like her as much now as I did before. She getting a little not so nice. Why? Why do you do me this way?
There's a motion to quash the search warrant. Do you want to be heard?
Yes, good morning, Your
I
Honor.
read and considered it.
Oh, I was gonna say that we just dropped it on the
Okay.
prosecution this morning, and I wanted to give,
That's
I wanted
true. We haven't even
Okay.
read that yet. We were reading the other motion yet. We were not prepared.
Okay,
that's,
put it
I
off.
was just gonna say, I told them that it was coming, I just dropped it on them this morning, and they certainly should have an opportunity to review it and respond, and I have no problem with that.
It's fine. Your other motion is basically just in writing what you've already argued last week, which is a motion to dismiss for outrageous government conduct and improper infiltration of the defense camp, though you do formally ask for a hearing, which I'm happy to do.
That's what we're asking.
Okay,
And we're not asking to have it heard today. We can have it at everybody's.
okay. We'll schedule it. We'll talk to the parties and we'll set a hearing for that. I understand Mr. Nestor had to run down to division.
No,
He stayed.
Oh, there, hello. Yes,
We have one other evidentiary
Yes.
matter, which I'd like to approach the bench with Mr. Dixon and Mr.
all right, it's fine. Oh, I know, that's not going to be an issue, but I think we have to do this part this afternoon. We have to, because you want to go up on appeal. And I think the findings have to be made. We've got a trial going on. That's my problem. It has nothing to do with everything the court said last week is still in effect as to timing and stays and all that. And it won't, tomorrow, we're not going to do anything. I mean, I think we need to get this done this afternoon. It takes about 15 minutes. Well, I have, no, because there's a lot of formalities that have to be followed. You'll be glad to know.
I will be here at 1:30.
Yeah, 1:30. If every I isn't dotted, every T isn't crossed, they're basically invalid. It's one of the big reasons for lots of the judges don't even want to get near a contempt because they're almost impossible to do right, quite candidly.
Thank you.
Okay, I'll see you at 1:30 this afternoon. Just so that everyone is aware of what has happened at this point, we have had by agreement, an informal off-the-record discussion to see if this issue could be resolved. It was done informally, I think, to encourage frankness. It was frank. A stipulation has been offered, but not accepted, that I think would have resolved the problem, but that's the right of the parties, not the court. And unless something changes between now and 1:30, the contempt proceeding will proceed at 1:30 this afternoon. So that's where we're at. And I want to get to the jury, and we'll go ahead and proceed with the jury at this point and resume with this at 1:30. All right, let's bring in the jurors. Yes. All right, the record will reflect that all the parties, jurors, alternates, and the witness previously sworn and still under oath are present, and you may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Mr. Carroll. When we left off on Thursday, we were talking about the guns that had been displayed by the prosecution on the table. The shotgun that you discussed with this jury, that was called a riot gun.
Well, it's a high standard brand shotgun. I
Did
suppose you
Did
could
you
call
use
it
the,
that.
I'm sorry, I apologize, go ahead.
I did not use that term when I
Okay.
described it.
Did you look to see whether or not the manufacturer labeled it a riot gun?
If I could refer
Yes,
to my
please.
case notes, I can tell you. The manufacturer did use that terminology. It's stamped on the barrel of the shotgun.
Okay. And a riot gun is essentially a gun that's utilized by police?
Well, riot gun isn't really a technically defined term. In a casual sense, I've heard it used in a variety of contexts. That could be one of them.
And that could be one of them. All right. Did you test that gun for operability?
I did not.
Okay. Did you test the other two guns that were not the death gun number 67 for operability?
I just want to make sure you're referring to the two revolvers we discussed.
The two revolvers besides the weapon, the gun that killed Lana Clarkson?
No, I did not.
Okay. So technically, you don't know whether they can fire, correct?
Well, I did a visual examination. I didn't see anything out of the ordinary or unusual. I'm very familiar with the design of those revolvers. So unless there's some internal problem, I don't see anything that would prevent them from functioning.
But you did test the gun that killed her for operability, correct?
Yes, I did.
And you did not test those three guns that were laid out there, correct?
I did not do the same level of examination, correct?
Okay. Now, the ammunition that you discussed, the plus P ammunition, that's ammunition that's loaded to higher pressures, correct?
Well, plus P is a specification for a slightly increased pressure.
Okay. And did you testify before the grand jury that it was loaded to higher pressures, the greater velocity of the cartridge when it leaves the gun, the bullet when it leaves the gun, correct?
Yes, that's the intent behind the increased pressure, is to increase velocity.
And in very simple terms, that means the bullet moves faster when it's fired, correct?
Correct.
What is the general pressure, pounds per square inch, that comes out of a .38 caliber revolver that you utilize in the industry when you're discussing these guns?
Well,
Object, that's vague, it's improper, hypothetical, or seems facts not evidence.
Well, you feel you can answer the question?
I need to be narrowed down.
Okay, then the objection is sustained as over.
What, in your industry, you are aware that weapons generically or guns generically have a certain type of pounds per square inch of pressure for bullets to come out of them, correct? When bullets come out of them.
Well, there are maximum pressure specifications, but those, when a cartridge is fired, the pressure in the cartridge and in the firearm starts out as atmospheric pressure, the same as the surrounding air. The pressure rises, it hits some peak, and then it falls and ultimately returns back to atmospheric pressure. So it depends on what instant in time we're referring to, but this pressure does change, it does increase, and then it decreases.
And there is a maximum pressure that you can calculate from standards that are developed by a group called SAAMI, S-A-A-M-I.
They're not calculated, they're measured, and they do have certain outer limits in their specification. They have maximum pressure specifications, things like that.
And in your industry then, for the .38 caliber revolver, when you're talking about them, what is the maximum pressure specification?
The maximum pressure specification, I need to actually define what that is. It's referred to as the maximum peak chamber pressure. And that's the pressure at one instant in time. It's the pressure inside the firearm as the powder is burning and propelling the bullet. It's important to understand that that pressure is not the same as the pressure surrounding the firearm or outside the firearm, or even as the bullet is exiting the firearm. But there is a maximum peak chamber pressure.
And what is the generic maximum peak chamber pressure that you understand a .38 caliber revolver to have?
For a standard .38 special caliber, the maximum peak chamber pressure in the chamber of the firearm is 17,000 pounds per square inch.
Okay. And this gun that you were looking at, the Colt Cobra, the death weapon, that has a 2-inch barrel, correct?
It does.
Okay. And the pressure inside that 2-inch barrel is the ability for the pressure to be standardized inside that 2-inch barrel is less. Let me ask you a different way. All right. The barrel is 2 inches, correct?
Yes, the barrel is.
In a 4-inch .38 caliber revolver, does the pressure dissipate more in a 4-inch caliber revolver generically than a 2-inch inside the barrel?
Unfortunately, that when you say dissipate, I need you to be a little more specific.
Become reduced as the bullet travels down the barrel.
I can't actually answer that question because we need to know specifically what kind of ammunition we're talking about and specific testing can be done to determine what's referred to as the pressure curve. We can determine what the pressure curve looks like. The pressure curve is just a graphic illustration or graphical illustration of starting at atmospheric pressure, the increase, and then the decrease in pressure. So there is no generic answer to that question. We have to be very specific, and we have to look at pressure curves.
And you did not test this on ignition for that pressure curve, did you?
I don't have the capabilities of doing that.
Did anyone ask you from the sheriff's department to make arrangements to have this gun tested to see what the pressure was that would come out of the barrel the time the bullet left the barrel in this gun?
Well, I'm going to object this big. Once again, as phrased, come out of the barrel is too big. He's talked about chamber pressure versus ambient outside pressure. I don't know what come out of the barrel means.
Let's ask the witness. Do you know what it means?
I'm a little confused myself here.
The objection is sustained.
All right. Did anyone ask you to test this plus P ammunition to see what the pressure was inside the barrel?
No one asked me that.
Did anyone ask you to test this plus P ammunition to see what the pressure was once the bullet left the barrel and is in midair?
Again, Your Honor, I would object this big. Where? The pressure outside the gun or the pressure in the chamber?
Are you able to answer?
Well, would it be possible to repeat the question?
Sure.
Let me try to evaluate it again.
Okay. Did anyone ask you to test this gun with the plus P ammunition in it to see what the pressure was of the cartridge or the bullet when it left the barrel?
No, I can't answer that.
All right.
Okay. Did anyone ask you to test the pressure of the plus P ammunition outside the barrel at any point in terms of when it's suspended in air?
Did you say the pressure of the barrel?
No, of the plus P ammunition.
Well, once the bullet has left the barrel and is flying down range, no one needs to ask me because I know that it's the same as atmospheric pressure.
Which is?
Well, it depends on your elevation relative to sea level, but it's the same pressure as wherever you are.
Okay. Did you determine what that pressure was at 1700 Grandview Avenue? Ever?
Determine atmospheric pressure?
Yes.
No, I did not.
Okay. Did anyone from the sheriff's lab discuss that with you?
I can't say that I recall any such discussion.
Now, when we were discussing the Colt Cobra, the 38 Special, Mr. Jackson was up here and he talked to you about indexing a finger on the gun. Remember that discussion?
I do.
And that's so when you are about to shoot a gun, you don't put your finger on the trigger, correct? Until you're ready to actually shoot a gun, correct?
Well, that was the context in which Mr. Jackson was asking that question.
But that's what I'm asking you about, that same area of questions, okay? And when you go to a gun range with a gun, you don't put your finger on the trigger until you're ready to pull that hammer back. Or do you pull the hammer back first?
That depends on the mode in which I intend to fire the firearm.
Okay, so if you intend to fire the firearm in a single action mode, what would you do first?
I want to be sure that you're asking me specifically. There may be slightly different schools of
You
thought.
specifically.
Well, for me specifically, my finger doesn't touch the trigger until I am intending to pull it. So if I'm going to fire in single action mode, my finger will remain off the trigger while I'm cocking the hammer. It would be very dangerous to have my finger on the trigger at that point. So it would remain off the trigger until the hammer's cocked and off the trigger until I make the mental intention of pulling the trigger.
And it's very dangerous to keep your finger on the trigger because as you begin to pull that hammer back, you could actually, by retarding the trigger, cause the gun to go off, correct?
It's not just retarding the trigger because as you're cocking the hammer, the trigger's being mechanically moved to the rear by the internal mechanism of the firearm. But if your finger is on the trigger, it is possible you would pull the trigger fully to the rear, which could cause the firearm to fire.
And that's why it's very dangerous, correct?
Well, I would consider it dangerous to have your finger on the trigger unless you're intending to fire.
Okay. Now, when we were discussing this ammunition on Thursday, we also discussed the target distance here. You were doing some testing regarding target distances, correct?
I was doing testing regarding gunpowder patterns at various distances.
Okay. And that was to determine the barrel to target distance, correct?
No.
What was that for?
I was doing that testing to try to account for embedded gunpowder particles in the decedent's hard and soft palate, and yet an absence of stippling on the outside of her, well, I would call her lips or face. So I was trying to determine at what distance the firearm could possibly have been for those conditions to exist.
Okay. And before you actually did that testing, we discussed that you went to Grandview on February 4th to do other testing regarding sound testing, correct?
That is correct.
And in that situation on February 4th, you actually shot from an exemplar Colt Cobra about 19 rounds, correct?
I can tell you the quantity. It's 21 total.
21 total. Several of them were to adjust the sound equipment, right?
I need to refer to my.
Please, absolutely.
It was a long time ago. Well, I keep track of my shots in order, chronological order. The first 4 shots were to allow the sound engineer to do whatever. I'm not a sound engineer, but it was to allow the sound engineer to do whatever adjusting or calibration was necessary.
And for that you used 110 grain ammunition.
It's fried from too much bleach. That's what bothers me about it.
Plus B, right?
Well, just a moment. It was 110 grain. It's not a plus P.
It was not a plus P. Okay. Just 110 grain, 38 ammunition, correct?
Smith & Wesson brand, semi-jacketed hollow point, 110 grain.
Okay. And then you did 6 more shots, right?
I did many more there.
Well, let's go.
I did 6 subsequently.
Let's do in line. First, you did 3 to test, correct?
Well, no, I did 4 to adjust the
4
sound
to test,
equipment.
correct? And then in terms of subsequent shots, the next thing in your notes is that you did 6 shots, correct?
Correct.
And you used 110 grain ammunition, not plus P, right?
That is correct.
Now you said that 3 were in the line of sight, if I recall your testimony Thursday, correct?
Oh, I don't know if I said that on Thursday.
Well, is that true?
It is true, yes.
Okay. And when you say in the line of sight, where are you standing in the foyer area in relation to the chair or the location of where the chair that Ms. Clarkson had been sitting in is?
I was in the center of the foyer, approximately, and I was facing the rear door, the door to the driveway fountain area at the residence. So the chair wasn't there anymore, but the chair would have been to my left.
And did you measure from the imprints in the rug how far away the chair would have been from those 3 shots when you said you did them for the line of sight?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear the last part.
Did you measure how far you were away for that test of those 3 shots from the chair when Ms. Clarkson would have been sitting?
I did not measure.
Okay. Do you remember how far you were away?
It was a few feet, 2 or more feet. There were some photographs taken. If I reviewed those, it might help me come up with a more precise number.
Okay. Now, when you say line of sight, what does that actually mean as opposed to when you tested for your back to the door?
Well, after consulting with the sound engineer, and again, sound is not something I regularly study, but after consulting with the sound engineer, we wanted to consider 2 possibilities. One of which where there was nothing separating the noise, which is the source of the noise, the firearm, from the door and subsequently outside. And so that's one scenario where there was nothing impeding the propagation of the noise. We wanted to consider a second possibility, and that is where there was something, a human body, impeding the propagation of the noise. So line of sight means my body was out of the way. And when I indicated in my notes back to door, that means I placed my body between the firearm and the door.
You placed your body between the firearm and the door, which means you were holding the firearm to shoot it into the sound equipment?
Oh, no, I
Behind you?
I didn't shoot any sound
I'm
equipment.
sorry, into the box.
Yes, I used a bullet collecting device.
Into the box, correct? You were holding the gun into the box with your back towards the door, correct?
The gun was not in the box, it was pointed at the box
Right.
with my back to the door.
To the door. And when you were in the line of sight, then did you say that you were maybe in front of the box?
I don't know what you mean by, I don't think the box I use has a any area I call the front or the back. So
Well,
I
did
don't
you turn and come around the box so that your body, the box was between you and the door?
yes, well, the box is I don't know, I believe it's 14 by 14 inches. The opening is 14 by 14 inches and it's a couple feet tall when I stand it on end. That's how it was arranged. It was simply setting on the floor. So with my back to the door, well, my back was to the door. When I did the line of sight shots, I essentially moved myself 180 degrees to the other side of the box.
So that's what I'm asking you. So if this was the door, back here, just generically, we're talking, this is your box. For the back of the door, you're in this position, correct? Shooting into the box.
Yes, I mean, the spatial relationship's a little different, but
I understand that. I'm just trying to get an idea of what back of the door in line of sight means. This way, correct?
that's back to the door.
Okay, and then when you wanted to go into line of sight, you came out, assumed your target was here, the door there, and shot, correct?
I wasn't making any assumptions about a target. I was facilitating sound testing. So in one instance, my body was between the source of the noise and the door. In the other, my body was not in between.
Okay. Had you talked to the detectives about where Ms. Clarkson was found in that foyer?
Yes.
And what was your understanding at the time you did this sound test and fired those specific 6 shots as to where she had been found?
It was my understanding she was in a chair, which was no longer present at the time I was there. And that, I'm trying to orient myself, I believe it would be the east wall. The chair was up against the east wall. She was in that chair, in the foyer.
And in fact, the box that you had placed would have been in front of the location of where the chair had been, correct?
Yes, a certain distance in front, correct.
Okay. Now, you then did 6 more shots with 125 grain ammunition, utilizing that same 3 back to the door, 3 line of sight, correct?
No, that is not correct.
Do you have in your notes that you did 6 shots with 125 grain plus P ammunition, 3 line of sight, 3 back to the door?
That does appear in my notes, but you're missing something in between.
Okay, what did I miss?
Well, during the initial 6 shots with 110 grain ammunition, according to the sound engineer, his equipment malfunctioned on 2 of those shots. So 2 of them had to be repeated. So there were actually a total of 8 because whatever recording equipment he used failed to record on a couple of those.
Actually, Mr. Carroll is going to get to that after we finish your actual testing to see what malfunctioned. But since you've gone there, let's go there now. 2 shots, when you did the initial testing, had to be repeated when the sound equipment didn't capture the total of 8 shots, correct?
You threw in a total of 8 shots at the end of your question. There were 8 shots. We were trying to record 6, 3 back to door, 3 line of sight, but somewhere in there was a malfunction, so I had to repeat 2 of the shots.
So you did 8 shots in that second test, 2 of which the sound equipment didn't record, correct?
Correct.
So 6 plus 2 is 8, correct?
Last time I checked.
Okay. So after you did those 8 shots, then you did the 6 shots with 125 grain plus P ammunition, you did 3 further shots, correct?
You're saying after the 125 grain?
Yes, that's what I'm saying.
Yes, that is correct.
Okay, and the 3 shots that you did there were fired all with your back to the door, correct?
Yes.
And that's at that point you put in worst case scenario, right?
Correct. Worst case from the standpoint of the propagation of sound. I put a barrier between the source of the noise and the door.
Okay, so at the time you did this sound test, correct me if I'm wrong, but you didn't understand or know where the shooter of the gun, the person who shot the gun, was actually located, correct?
Correct, and I wasn't too concerned about that at that point.
I'm not asking you whether you were concerned, I'm just asking you whether or not you knew where the shooter was actually located.
I did not.
Now, along with the trying to determine go with the sound test to determine the sound test, you also testified on Thursday that you were trying to get a muzzle to target distance answer, correct?
Not at the scene on that day.
Not at the scene, but subsequently, right?
Yes, in a later analysis.
And in fact, it would be fair to say that all the testing you did with regard to the sound test would also aid you in determining a muzzle to distance, or would that not be true?
The sound testing?
Correct.
The sound testing wasn't for me. I just facilitated.
I don't know why I thought she just had it in like a low ponytail. Because like that was a thing. I mean, this is 2007. That was like a thing in the 90s. To like pull it back into a really low ponytail. But yeah, it's messed up. Why didn't I notice that before? Ugh. Your complaints are very valid. I'm sorry. I wasn't saying you were wrong. I just didn't see it before now. You're right. You're definitely right.
Okay, you just facilitated that for the detectives, correct?
Correct.
Okay, and the detectives that were there were whom?
There were a variety of detectives. I specifically call Detectives Lilienfeld and Katz, Detectives Bean, B-I-E-H-N, and Kerfoot, K-E-R-F-O-O-T. And I remember Chief Soderberg, who was the Chief of Detective Division at that time.
Okay, now later on, when you had to test the gun again for the muzzle to target distance, you met with certain people from the Sheriff's Department before you did that testing, correct?
Well, I don't recall. Do you mean an in-person meeting?
An individual. Well, let me ask you directly.
I meet with a lot of individuals, so maybe you can be a little more specific.
Did you meet with Dr. Lynn Harold at any point?
Oh, absolutely. We work in the same building. I see her on a regular basis.
Okay, and did you meet with her prior to doing your muzzle to target distance testing?
Well, yes, of course. Okay. We work in the same place.
Okay, and in fact, when you met with her, you had to discuss with her what it is that she wanted you to do and what testing you could do to answer certain questions, right?
It wasn't so much what she wanted me to do. I met with her to discuss circumstances of the case. She specializes in a different thing than I specialize in. So I was gathering some information from her that would aid me in setting up a valid test.
Okay, and it's important to gather that information from whoever, in this case, Dr. Harold, so that you could develop a test to try to answer the questions that are being posed of you, correct?
Yeah, I often have to consult with other specialists in a variety of types of analyses.
And what they tell you, you use or you accept to use as a basic premise in your testing, correct?
Well, that would depend on the circumstances. I try to gather information that will assist me. So, as I mentioned, it often requires consultation with people who specialize in certain issues or certain areas.
And that information you get may or may not be true, but you accept it for the limited purpose of developing a forensic test, correct?
Well, I don't blindly accept anything. I mean, I scrutinize everything that I receive, and I rely on the best information I have at the time and make the best decisions I can based on what I know at the time.
Did some of the things Dr. Harold tell you were some of the things important for you to develop a test that would answer the muzzle to target distance determination in this case?
Actually, nothing that Dr. Harold told me affected the way I did my test or the ultimate conclusion I reached.
Did it affect the question that you formulated? Affect the forensic question?
The question came from investigators. So the question was there.
Well,
and then I'm in the business of applying scientific principles to try to answer questions.
I apologize. What was the ultimate question that you were attempting to answer?
The question was, well, very simply, where was the firearm relative to Ms. Clarkson?
Okay. And you were still trying to answer that question through what part of 2003?
Do you mean a time frame?
Time frame.
Well, if I can refer to my case notes, I'll.
Absolutely. Anytime you need to refer to your case notes, just let us do and please do. We want you to be accurate.
I'm sorry, I have a lot of pages of case notes. Well, with regards to my powder pattern testing, I began addressing the issue on June 25, 2003. And I completed or concluded my analysis or my analytical work on, looks like July 2nd, 2003.
Okay, and it was your understanding through July 2nd, 2003, that you were the only person trying to determine from a ballistics point of view where the gun barrel was in relation to Ms. Clarkson's face, correct? When it went off.
Well, when you say ballistics point of view, I don't know what that means, but from the standpoint of doing these powder pattern testings, or these powder pattern testings, grammatically not correct, this testing, I was the person trying to do this.
You were the ballistics person.
Question.
But you don't know of anyone else who was trying to make this determination from your department, correct?
Okay, I have a question that has nothing to do with the trial because my cousin is not being any help. I'm doing my bathroom in Harry Potter. I've got on Amazon, I have everything I want on my wish list. I've got a clock, I've got shower curtain, toilet seat cover, mat, like everything, toothbrush holder, soap dispenser, all that stuff. But they don't have, my bathtub is really slippery and they don't have like a non-slip mat for the bathtub, but they have dog paw prints, like really big dog paw prints. So I thought that would be really cool because it would look like Padfoot had been in the bathtub. So should I get black ones or gray ones? I don't know what color to get. And they're like, well, I found a set for $6, but the first set that I found, it was like $13. And my cousin's like, well, get both and alternate them. Well, I don't have that kind of money. So should I get gray or black? Padfoot was black. Because remember, Harry Potter thought he was a Grimm. But, I mean, the dogs don't leave the color of their coat. It's like what they've been walking in. So, I don't know what color to make his paw prints, if I should get gray ones or black ones. And I don't know whether I should, because it's going to be in a bathtub, right? So I don't know if I should put him like in a line, like in steps, like he's walking in the bathtub, or if I should make him just like chaotic, like he's just been all over in the bathtub. I need suggestions. I'm scattered today, distracted and scattered today too, Jill, as you can tell. I'm on Amazon looking at Harry Potter stuff for my bathroom and listening to the trial at the same time.
Again, with regards to the powder pattern issue, it was just me as far as I know.
That's what I'm asking. You don't know of anybody else. It was just you, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And one of the questions that you asked yourself, one of the forensic questions, was how did the powder get into the wound without stippling on the face, correct?
That was the question, yes.
All right. And how did you know that there was just not stippling on Lana Clarkson's face? Did someone tell you that, or did you make that determination independently?
Oh, I don't make those determinations. That information ultimately came from the coroner's office.
Okay. And it was important for you to get that information for you to do the test, correct? For you to answer the question in the test, right?
I had to know that, yes.
All right. And you also had to know that there was powder inside the wound in the back of her throat, correct?
Absolutely.
Okay. And why did you need to know that?
Well, because those were the parameters that I was trying to work with. So in order for my test to have any meaning at all, I need to know those things. The issue I was addressing is answering the following question. How did gunpowder particles embedded in the decedent's throat, which tells me the shots fired at a fairly close distance, yet there was no stippling present on her face? And those are the issues I had to wrestle with, and that was my ultimate question. So obviously I needed that information.
And in your notes, you actually drew a diagram when you did your forensic question, correct?
I did. It's very childlike, but yes, I did. I did the best I could.
Your Honor, could we have this marked next in order?
Sextuple P.
I'm sorry again.
Sextuple P. P.
And this has been marked P to the 6, basically. This is the diagram you drew, taken out of your notes, correct?
Yes, that is my diagram.
And in this diagram, you show the barrel of the gun outside the person being shot, correct?
In that diagram, as I'm thinking about the question, and that's what, you're at a portion of my notes where I'm just thinking on paper, if you will. Yes, that's something I was considering.
Well, did you ever draw a diagram before you did your muzzle to distance determination, showing the barrel of the gun inside the mouth?
No, I didn't need any more diagrams. I kind of got it out on paper at that point.
Okay. And had anyone through July of 2003, had anyone from the coroner's office told you before you did your muzzle to distance, muzzle to target determinations that there had been a determination made that the barrel of the gun was inside the mouth?
No, I don't believe so, because otherwise there would have been no need for me to do this testing.
Okay. And I assume the same would be true of somebody else from the sheriff's department. No one told you that there was a determination made that the barrel of the gun was inside the mouth as of July 2003, correct?
Not to the best of my knowledge, no.
Okay. Now, in fact, one of the things that that you did was take additional shots, did additional testing. Did you do it with the actual death weapon for this? Did you do it with an exemplar gun?
I did a lot of shots, and you say additional shots. Can you be a little more specific?
Additional shots to facilitate your muzzle to target determinations.
When you say additional, I mean, I fire one shot at a time. So where do we break that off, and then the rest is additional?
Well, let me ask you, because you're the one who did it. How many shots did you fire total shots, in order to make a final determination on muzzle to target distance?
Let me see if I can count them up for you.
Okay.
If my math is correct, it's 28.
Okay. Now, during the time period that you were determining the muzzle to target distance, during the time period that you first discussed this case in February 2003 to July of 2003, did you have several meetings with Dr. Harold from the Sheriff's Department about this case?
I'm sure we met a number of times.
Okay. And as a matter of fact, on April 11, 2003, did you discuss with her the possibility that a material from the bullet was shaved off the bullet?
Let me take a look. Can you tell me the date again, please?
April 11, 2003.
Okay, I did meet with her on that date.
Okay. Did you discuss the possibility that there had been material shaven off the bullet as it jumped out of the cylinder gap? Before it jumped out of the cylinder gap?
We discussed that concept.
Now, when you say you discussed that you had from the coroner's office 3 fragments, correct? What you call C1, C2, and C3?
Well, not 3 fragments. I had 3 envelopes. They contain different numbers of fragments.
Okay. And C2 had a small lead fragment, correct?
C2 had 2 small fragments.
Okay. And did C3 have 2 or 1 fragment?
1.
Okay. And when you said C2 had 2 fragments, did you ever discuss with Dr. Sherry from the coroner's office only one of the fragments in C2?
I know I was involved in a meeting where Dr. Sherry was present. I don't recall at that level of detail what we discussed.
Okay. And would referring to your notes help refresh your recollection?
I don't know. I'm happy to try.
Okay. could you look at, and I don't have a date on this note, perhaps, Your Honor, if I could approach?
Sure.
I have a date on these, it starts here, and goes here.
Okay. Okay, thank you. That'll help me get to the right place. Reviewing my notes refreshes my memory that I met with a variety of people, including Dr. Sherry.
And that, I apologize, I was just going to set a time frame for that meeting.
Oh, that meeting was August 14, 2003.
Okay.
And with regards to the number of fragments discussed, I didn't take notes at that level of detail. We discussed a variety of things.
Well, did you specifically put in your note a discussion about a fragment called C2?
Yes, we did. I did note that we discussed that item in particular.
All right, and the things that were discussed at this meeting led you to do further checking on this gun, correct?
Well, I did what I would call rechecking. It was something I had already checked, and at Dr. Sherry's request, I told him I'd take another look.
Because the coroner's office was concerned that somehow the gun was out of alignment, correct?
That calls for speculation. It calls for hearsay.
The way you've asked the question, the objection is sustained.
Were you trying to determine, as a result of this meeting, whether this gun was out of alignment?
Well, it's something I check on anyway, but I took a second look at that particular issue after this meeting.
As a matter of fact, you first discussed the fact that the barrel was in alignment, correct? The gun was in alignment, correct?
I first discussed.
You first tested the fact that this gun was in alignment, correct?
When you say first tested, I examined the gun, I did tests on the gun, and found that the cylinder to barrel alignment, sometimes referred to as timing, was appropriate.
Okay, and in fact, you put in your notes that the cylinder alignment was okay, right?
Yes.
Okay, and you also, when you were discussing the cylinder alignment, you put in your notes that the C1 does not exhibit signs of shaving, correct?
I did.
What does that mean?
When a cylinder is out of alignment with the barrel or the timing is wrong, let me back up a little bit because it's important that we understand how a revolver works so that this will make any sense. We discussed a revolver last Thursday and we actually looked at the very firearm. It has a cylinder which contains the ammunition. That cylinder rotates one position at a time. In the case of this firearm, it rotates clockwise. And what it does is it lines up one of its firing chambers and the cartridge within the firing chamber with the barrel. And it does that prior to the hammer falling. Depends on the mode of fire, single or double action, to determine exactly when that is. But nonetheless, it lines up with the barrel. If it's in proper timing or proper alignment, the bullet will pass directly out of the cylinder and into the barrel without hitting anything on the side, if you will. I'm trying to keep my terminology simple. However, if it's out of alignment, meaning that, maybe I'll use my fingers. My left hand presents the barrel. I'm trying to make a circle with my left thumb, and I'm doing it with my right hand. We want them to be in alignment when the firearm is fired. So I'm holding them up, one on top of the other. If it's out of alignment.
You can tell he's used to testifying because he's verbalizing everything he's doing. He's good at explaining things.
Meaning one circle is not right on top of the other. We could have damage to the bullet, sometimes referred to as shaving. It's essentially where a portion of the bullet is shaved off and might come out the cylinder gap of the firearm.
And the coroner's office wanted you to go back and check once more, correct?
Yes.
Because at that meeting, there was concern that this fragment had come out of the cylinder gap, correct?
Yes, that was expressed to me.
Okay, and you determined that the fragment did not come out of the cylinder gap, it had to come out of the barrel, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And you went back and reported that back to the coroner's office, correct?
One way or another, yes, the information got back to the coroner's office.
When you did this test to determine whether or not there was shaving or the cylinder was out of alignment, what was your understanding as to why there was this concern from the coroner's office?
Objection, that would call for speculation.
Sustained.
Was your understanding important to you in determining how to test for the misalignment of the gun?
No, it wasn't important to me at all. I was simply testing for proper alignment and timing.
But it was your understanding that you had to go back and check to make sure this gun was properly aligned, correct?
Not that I had to, but I was asked to check a second time, which I did do.
To check first time and then a second time, correct?
Well, the first time had already occurred through my normal examination of the firearm, but because the coroner's office personnel specifically said I take a second look, I agreed to do so.
Okay.
And checked it again and found that it was indeed in proper timing and proper alignment, just as I had found the first time.
And that one of the fragments did not exhibit any signs of shaving. In other words, it didn't leave the barrel and come out of the cylinder gap, correct?
Well, that's not what I mean by shaving, but you're correct. Nothing left the cylinder gap and came out that way.
Well, you reported to them that indeed C2 was too large and the wrong shape to come out of the cylinder gap, correct?
Take a look. Yes, that is correct.
Okay. And C2 was one of the fragments found in the back of the throat of Lana Clarkson, correct?
That was my understanding. Specifically where, I don't know.
Okay. So when you did the distance determination, did the alignment or the request to check for possible misalignment have anything to do or affect your distance determinations in any way?
It did not.
Okay. And in fact, indeed, it didn't affect it. You confirmed that your distance determination was that the muzzle to target distance was 2 inches or less, correct?
Well, my determination assumed that because I didn't have the opportunity to measure Ms. Clarkson's mouth and see how far open how wide she could open it, I relied on how far I could open my mouth and a few of my colleagues who agreed to participate in my study. So it was based on that information, and 2 inches outside of the mouth was the absolute maximum, assuming she didn't have some unusually large mouth. That was the absolute maximum in terms of how far away the gun could have been, and yet have no stippling and gunpowder particles embedded in her throat. And this is based on the powder pattern testing alone.
But when you did the final testing, you confirmed that indeed this barrel was inside the mouth.
Based on additional information, correct.
That was your final determination, correct?
Yes, ultimately, the barrel was inside the mouth, and in fact, the front sight was beyond the 2 top front teeth. I think those are called.
Words to this distance determination that you were testing for, we discussed the sound test. Remember that just earlier today?
Yes.
And one was your back to the door, like here, okay? And one was in the line of sight where you were actually facing the door and shooting somebody, like here, correct?
Well, I wasn't shooting anybody. I was shooting into a bullet trap.
Right, we understand that, but you were trying to determine if a shot had been fired, in this case, into Ms. Clarkson, whether or not it could be heard outside, right?
I wasn't even considering who was shot. You're adding a lot of information that I wasn't at all concerned about. I was simply firing a firearm in the foyer, once with my back, or on a number of occasions with my back to the door to impede the propagation of sound, and other times with my back away from the door, nothing between the firearm and the door.
Right. And you said the detectives were the ones who told you about the placement of possibly back to the door or line of sight, correct? As to where you would be standing, correct?
Well, no, we considered how to come up with a thorough test. We wanted to test what I refer to in my notes as worst case scenario, where there was something, which was me, between the source of the noise and the door. And from a sound standpoint, that's the worst case scenario I could produce for this testing. And then another situation, which is the opposite extreme, where there's nothing in between the source of the noise, which is the firearm, and the door.
And the detectives asked you to test anything else regarding to the door, specifically related to the door?
We're referring to at the Grandview location. I mean, while
From the Grandview location.
Maybe you could narrow it down for me.
On the door?
I wasn't even paying attention.
Was there a door lock, a thumb lock on the door?
I just wasn't paying attention to the hardware on the door.
Did you ever come to learn whether or not that thumb lock had been removed?
I received an item of evidence. I received a thumb turn. A thumb turn is if you have a deadbolt lock in your home where on the outside you put a key in it, but on the inside you turn that little knob to lock it and unlock it. That knob itself is called a thumb turn. And I did receive such an item in evidence that I subsequently analyzed.
Okay, and it was your understanding that came from the house on Grandview Avenue, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and one of the things that you were asked to do was test that thumb lock, correct?
Yes.
It'd be fair to say that you were asked to test the death gun, right?
I was.
And you were asked to test the thumb lock, correct?
Yes.
And it was a cast-plated, brass-colored thumb lock, right?
It was cast metal, brass plated.
And the set,
it was a thumb turn.
Sorry, and the set screw was in it, correct, when you got it?
Yes, there was a set screw.
Okay, and you actually had a meeting to discuss how to approach that evidence in this case, that thumb lock, correct? On 22603.
I had a meeting. It wasn't to discuss how to perform my test. It was basically to receive the request of what I was being asked to test for.
But I asked you, did you have a meeting to discuss how to approach the evidence in this case?
How to approach? I'm just not understanding your
Well,
question.
did you write in your notes that you had a meeting on 226 to discuss approach to analysis of evidence in this case?
Oh, yes, that's I guess you could say the opening line with regards to that meeting.
And you were present, correct?
I was.
Who's Mr. Robbins? He was present. Mr. and Miss Robbins. That's Heidi Robbins.
Mrs. Robbins.
Mrs. Robbins, she's the head of the lab?
She's number 2.
Number 2, okay. Mr. Jalamus?
Gialamus.
And who was he?
He was an equivalent position to Mrs. Robbins.
And Mr. Falcone, he was the fingerprint analyzer?
Analyst, yes.
Analyst. Bolf, B-O-L-F.
Yes.
Ms. Harold.
Dr. Harold, yes.
Okay. Mr. Renteria.
He was present.
Detective Lilienfield, correct?
Yes, he was present.
And Detective Katz, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And you had put in your notes a forensic question that you wanted to answer, correct?
Yes, correct.
And the forensic question you sought to answer by testing this knob was, how did knob come off lock, correct?
Yes, that was the question.
And then you had a second question. Was it removed forcefully as if during frantic attempt to escape, or did it easily fall off during normal use, correct?
Correct. Those were some options I was considering.
Why did you use the terminology frantic attempt to escape?
In speaking with investigators, that was a possibility being considered. So to me, that's an extreme. In other words, someone frantically removing it. So, okay, I consider that extreme. And I wanted to consider the opposite extreme, which is, quote, or did it easily fall off during normal use? So I consider the extremes and things in between.
When you said frantic attempt to escape, whose frantic attempt to escape?
Actually, I don't know. I mean, this is information I received from investigators. We're considering different possibilities.
Well, you wrote it as a forensic question in your notes, correct?
I did.
And when you wrote Was it removed forcefully as if during frantic attempt to escape? What did you mean?
It has no meaning to me. Someone frantically trying to turn the thumb turn and get out of the house. It doesn't really concern me because I'm looking at the extremes and everything in between. So was it frantically ripped off, for lack of a better term, or did it fall off, or was it something else?
Now, when you wrote the term escape, did anyone say to you, perhaps it was a frantic attempt to get out of the house to get help?
I didn't discuss it again. That just didn't concern me.
That didn't concern you, but you did utilize the term escape, correct?
Correct. And again, I'm just trying to come up with a situation. I don't really care what the final outcome is. I just want to make sure I consider all possibilities and don't neglect anything.
But the possibility that you put in there was escape as opposed to a frantic attempt to get help, correct?
Yes, based on whatever information I had received at that time, that's what I wrote in there.
And then you actually wrote the question again in another portion of your notes, omitting the frantic attempt to escape line, correct?
Maybe you could direct me to what you're referring to.
Your Honor, may I show him, because there's no date on his notes.
Yes.
Counsel, it's 1863. This is the date.
Okay, there is a date. I always date my
That's
notes.
the note from up here.
Well, that's the date.
Okay.
And
All right, let me-
I can go to my page, I think.
So when you go there, you corrected me and said that at the top left applies to all of your notes on one page, and that would be 62703.
Yes, with regards to the date, make a new heading with a new date. So on this page, there are no date changes, which essentially means that everything on this page was recorded June 27, 2003.
Okay, so the first time you met and discussed this knob on 22603, you put in the terminology frantic attempt to escape. The second time you put in your notes on 62703, you posed a forensic question that was different, correct?
No, it's the same question in different words.
Well, it does not use those terms frantic attempt to escape, correct?
Correct, because intent in doing what they do isn't my concern when I do this kind of analysis. The first time you asked me about it, those were my meeting notes. So that was the question being posed to me at that time, a question from somebody else.
So
When I indicate forensic question, as I have in my analytical notes, that's the forensic trying to apply scientific principles to see if I can answer that question. And the question was, how or why is the thumb turn no longer on the lock?
Mr. Carroll, in your notes of 226, you have it as a forensic question, correct?
Yes, a question from somebody else.
Who was the person who posed the question to you that utilized the terminology frantic attempt to escape that you put down in your notes?
Well, there were a number of people at the meeting. I don't know whose mouth those words came out of.
But it had to be one of the people at the meeting besides yourself, right?
Yes, someone other than myself, yes.
Okay. And then on June 27th, you then asked, can it be determined how, why knob was removed from the lock? Did it fall off or was it forcefully removed? Period, right, correct?
That is what I wrote, yes.
Did anyone tell you at the time that you were doing this testing that the Alhambra police officers came into that house with some force?
Since the February 3, 2003 and today, and I don't know at what point in time, but I have come to learn that there was what I would call a struggle in the foyer of the home.
Okay. And at the time you posed the forensic question, did you know it?
Yeah, I don't know if I was aware at that time. This is 4 years ago.
In any event, your examination revealed nothing out of the ordinary, correct?
Well, yes and no. I had a part of the lock. I had the thumb turn, and nothing struck me as remarkable about the thumb turn, but without the shaft of the lock, I'm limited as to what I could do, which in fact was my limit here. I didn't have the shaft of the lock. I just had the thumb turn. So ultimately, I reached no conclusion.
Did you put in your notes on 627, quote, examination of what I do have reveals nothing out of the ordinary?
Yes, in fact, it's just as I just said, nothing remarkable, nothing out of the ordinary.
Did you put in your notes that there's no signs of excessive force?
Correct.
Did you put in your notes that were just marks from the shaft that were typical of installation and use?
I did.
Did you put in your notes that you couldn't tell if the set screw was fastened tight because you don't have the shaft?
Correct.
And because of that, you could come to no opinion that was asked of you in 2003 whether or not that knob was forcefully removed by somebody pulling at it, correct?
No opinion, no conclusion.
Okay. So with regard to your testing then, let's see, Mr. Jackson summed up with regard to what you tested on concerning the cartridges in the gun. Let's see if we can go through what you have talked about in the past 2 days concerning your testing. You did not test for operability of the shotgun or the 2 other revolvers besides the death gun, correct?
Correct.
You never discussed the pressure or the gases that come out of this Colt Cobra with anyone from the coroner's office, correct?
I don't know if we've discussed that yet.
Did you?
Quite honestly, I don't know. I don't recall any such discussions.
Okay, and you didn't have any discussions with Dr. Harold or she concerning the gases that come out of this gun, correct?
I'm sorry, as you were turning,
I apologize. You didn't have any discussion with Dr. Harold concerning the gases of the pressure that came out of this gun, correct?
Oh, no. In fact, I testified on Thursday that I'm sure we have discussed the gases and the pressure that come out of the gun.
You have. What did you tell her?
Probably what I've told you. I don't recall specifically. You have a casual conversation with someone, you don't necessarily tape record it, but I explained to her what kinds of pressures are involved and how this particular kind of ammunition works. Very similar to things that I've told you.
Is that in your notes anywhere? Is that discussion recorded in your notes anywhere?
No.
Okay, and you didn't do any report on it either, correct?
I had nothing to report.
Okay, and so you did have some discussions with her, and you did inform her about the gases and the pressure that come out of the gun.
Generally speaking, yes.
Do you know when that was?
When I've discussed it with her?
Yes.
And no, it's been a long period of time, and I'm not so good with things like dates and those sorts of things.
Okay, and we also discussed that it's dangerous to put your finger on the trigger when you're pulling back on the hammer, correct?
Yeah, while cocking the hammer, it is advisable not to have your finger on the trigger.
That the muzzle to target distance determination that you up with was about 2 inches or less, correct?
Sustained.
That you performed tests for a muzzle to target distance determination, correct? Testing for a muzzle to target distance determination, correct?
I did.
That you determined that the barrel of this gun was inside the mouth of Lana Clarkson, correct?
Correct.
That you did a sound test in this matter, correct?
Yes.
And after all the testing for a period of over 4 years, as of this date, you cannot say whose finger was on the trigger when that gun went off, correct?
That is correct.
I have nothing further. Thank you.
Redirect.
Thank you, Your Honor. The muzzle to target distance, I want to make sure that there's no misunderstanding. You're not saying the target that the bullet hit, are you?
Well, I considered the target, meaning the back of Ms. Clarkson's throat. But the numbers that we've been talking about, that absolute maximum lips actually is what I call I'm calling that the plane of the target.
All right, so the target that you're referring to when you discuss 2 inches, you're talking about where my finger is. If I were Ms. Clarkson, you're talking about where my index finger is at the plane of my lips, correct?
Correct. That is with your mouth.
Okay, basically. All right, so if my mouth is here, and that plane is represented by the gap between my top lip and my bottom lip, that's the target you're talking about.
Yes, the way we've been discussing it, correct.
All right, and simply put, I don't want to beat a dead horse, but simply put, the distance that the powder pattern test alone kind of determined is from the muzzle, the furthest distance the muzzle could be outside the plane of the lips before you would see a stippling pattern on her lips or on her face, correct?
Correct, and that's taking into account the powder pattern testing alone as an absolute maximum, assuming that the mouth opens about the same size mine does.
Okay, so if someone uses the phrase insofar as your expert testimony is concerned, muzzle to target the sound testing that you did was simply a means and manner to determine the noise level that a person could conceivably hear inside a car sitting a certain distance outside the back door. Is that your understanding of why you were at the location on February 4th, 2003?
Correct.
All right. And this was the infancy of the investigation, correct?
Yes, I would say so.
I mean, Ms. Clarkson had just been killed the day before, correct?
Correct.
The investigation was ongoing.
Yes.
All right. And so you wanted to take into consideration all possibilities or all conceivable sound possibilities. So you yourself between yourself and the
I did.
several shots in that fashion.
Yes.
And then you positioned yourself, and I apologize about turning my back to you. I'll speak up a little bit. You positioned yourself such that the gunshot was between you and the back door, correct?
Yes.
All right. And that was simply, I assume from your testimony, it was simply to facilitate the differences between the propagation of sound moving through your body versus not moving through your body toward the back.
Yes.
Okay. And your understanding was, based on those sound tests, that in fact a gunshot could clearly be heard out the back door inside the car, correct?
Yes, that is correct.
You were not there to recreate in any way, shape, form, or fashion the shooting event that took place on February 3rd, 2003.
Not at all.
Ms. Bodden asked you several questions about conversations that you had with detectives who asked you some, and I'll put it in these terms, forensic questions or maybe just investigative questions that they asked you to help them answer, as well as discussions that you may have had with during meetings with Lynn Harrell and other members of the crime lab and maybe even members of the coroner's.
Correct.
Did any of those discussions change the procedures as a scientist that you under?
No, not at all. Scientific principles to answer questions, and I apply appropriate scientific principles, and I'm not concerned. That's not up for me to determine. I simply perform reliable, studied analyses, and I apply those in an effort to anything outside of that. That's beyond my role.
All right. So you just said you're not concerned with what's liked or not liked by your answer. In other words, is any of your testing or any of your examination or any of your analysis dependent upon what you think somebody else wants to hear?
No, I consider myself to be the unbiased expert. And I'm not at all, I really don't care. I do the same type of work no matter what. And that work I do is unbiased, objective, high quality work.
I want you to explain a little bit about, we talked about this, and I believe it was brought up by Ms. Bodden as well, about recoil of the gun, and you talked about the impact that it had on the tooth material from Ms. Clarkson and the pulverized tooth dental material that was found embedded in the front sight, the rear ramp of the front sight. And I want to ask you to explain a little bit further, just a little bit further, the difference between recoil of a weapon and muzzle flip. Is there a difference between those phrases?
Yes, and maybe I can define them first. We've talked about recoil before, and we talked about one of Newton's laws of physics. Every action has an equal and opposite reaction. So I'm going to place my hand I call gun formation here. So assuming my right index finger barrel, my hand, the gun, all. Recoil, however, then contributes to what's sometimes called, the way I'm holding my imaginary gun, the axis of the barrel, and hence the forces, are above the rotational axis of my wrist, my elbow, my shoulder. So because of where that barrel is positioned, we will not only have a rearward pushing, but there will be a rising component as well. And if you ever watch people fire guns or fire them yourself, you'd be familiar with what I'm talking about. You have a rearward and upward, it's a combination of directions, forces that are taking place, necessity in a certain amount of muzzle flip or muzzle rise.
All right. In this particular case, in your expert opinion, was it a combination of the recoil and the attendant muzzle flip from the weapon that caused the impact with Ms. Clarkson's top incisors?
Yes.
All right. And you would expect, based on the recoil and the muzzle flip from this light framed, relatively lightweight framed 38 caliber gun, that the impact would be sufficient enough, for instance, to fracture those teeth, and you would not quarrel with the idea that those teeth could be then launched a certain distance from Ms. Clarkson away from her, correct?
That seems reasonable to me.
All right. On cross-examination, Ms. Bodden asked you a couple of questions about pressure, muzzle pressure and things like that, and she used phrases like concerning the pressure coming out of the gun. That is an inaccurate way of stating the pressures that you're talking about with regard to the weapon and then the ambient pressure or the atmospheric pressure outside the gun, correct? The pressure coming out of the gun. That's a little vague, is it not?
It certainly leaves me with a lot of questions when I hear that term.
Let's see if we can define this. I don't want to engage in a science class here, but just very briefly. You mentioned a relatively large number. I think somewhere around 17,000 PSI is the stated pressure for the chamber pressure of a 38 caliber Colt Cobra like this one, correct?
Well, of 38 specification ammunition.
Okay.
So this firearm is chambered for that type of ammunition.
Okay, so the firearm itself is manufactured and designed by engineers to withstand those kinds of high pressures, correct?
Yes.
All right, and the ammunition that's utilized is designed to give off a relatively high pressure, for instance, 17,000 PSI, in order to facilitate sending a bullet downrange and out of the barrel of the gun, right?
It's that pressure that's propelling the bullet.
All right, once the bullet's out of the muzzle of the weapon, there's other scientific principles that are acting on it. The old law of motion, right? An object in motion will remain in motion until acted upon by something else, correct?
Yeah, inertia, yes, that's one of the things that's taking place.
So the bullet is literally traveling downrange, not as the result of pressure that it's still undergoing, but the pressure that it instantaneously received inside the chamber of the gun, right?
Well, once the bullet's left the barrel of the gun, it's receiving no more propulsion. It's not like a rocket or a missile where it keeps getting propelled. Once it leaves the barrel, propulsion is done and the bullet's in flight.
All right. Therefore, once the bullet leaves the barrel of the gun and the gases leave the barrel of the gun or the muzzle of the gun, then we're talking about completely different pressures, correct? We're talking about atmospheric pressure outside and surrounding the gun,
That was
correct?
foreshadowing. Do you remember the question that he asked Trooper Paul when Trooper Paul didn't know physics? And it was like a basic physics question. And the answer to the question was inertia. Do you guys remember that? I think it was inertia. I think it was. Now I want to go back and watch that. Because I remember I could answer the question and I failed high school physics and I didn't take it in college. And I answered the question. And I got it right. And I was so impressed with myself. I think it was inertia. That's hilarious.
Well, yes, I mean, there's a lot of factors involved, but it's completely different. That would be fair to say. Chamber pressure is one thing when we have our gunpowder burning, producing gas, and it's confined to a very, very, very tiny area. But once the bullet has left the barrel of the gun, everything's different now.
Right, and that goes back to, again, at risk of sounding like we're back in science class in 7th grade, goes back to Boyle's law, correct? Pressure times volume equals a constant, right?
That's right.
So if a weapon is fired in this room, and we're subject to atmospheric pressure as we stand here today, correct?
Yes, whatever the pressure is at this elevation in this room, correct.
Right, whatever it might be.
Correct.
All right, if a weapon is fired inside this room, all right, and let's say it's a 38 caliber weapon using the plus P ammunition as an example. If the weapon is fired inside this room, instantaneously, at some moment in time, there is a maximum pressure undergone inside the chamber of the weapon, somewhere around 17,000 PSI, correct?
Well, for standard 38 special ammunition, maximum 17,000.
All right. Yet, the pressure in this room doesn't jump to 17,000 PSI, correct?
No, absolutely not.
All right. So it's inaccurate to say or to suggest that the pressure outside the gun is 17,000 PSI when the gun is fired. You're talking about the pressure inside the chamber of the weapon, correct?
Yes, that is correct.
All right. I don't want to beat a dead horse. Is there any question in your mind about how that's explained to this jury?
No, I think that was a fairly clear and yet not overly complicated way to explain that.
All right. Regarding the thumb lock that Ms. Bodden asked you about, you indicated that in your notes, a question that you were asking was, is the thumb lock, or is there any evidence? And by the way, I should back up, Mr. Carroll. A thumb lock's not a weapon, not a gun, and you are a firearms expert. But you are also a tool mark expert as well, correct?
Correct.
Therefore, the thumb lock would naturally be given to you for your expert analysis, because that involves some analysis of tool marks, correct?
Yes, that's why I was examining it.
All right. And I think you indicated that you are certified by the Board of Firearms and Tool Mark Examiners, correct?
I'm a member of the Association of Firearm and Tool Mark Examiners.
There you go. With regard to this thumb lock, you were posed a question or a series of questions, or you had a question in your mind as to whether or not the thumb lock suggested by the tool marks left on it, whether there was evidence of a frantic attempt to escape or a frantic attempt to get out, versus easily falling off during normal use, correct?
Yes.
So those are both ends of the spectrum. You weren't favoring one end of the spectrum versus the other end. You were simply given two completely disparate possibilities and making a determination from a scientific standpoint whether or not the evidence on the thumb lock itself suggested one or the other or something in between. Is that right?
That is correct.
And your findings were that there were no signs of excessive force, correct?
Correct.
And you're aware that these thumb locks of this design, are designed to actually stay on the door, correct?
Yes, of course, unless you're trying to take it off to service it or something, but in normal use.
Normal use,
absolutely.
They're not designed to fall off, right?
No, they're not.
As a matter of fact, they have a set screw to set them onto the doorknob, the shaft mechanism. Yeah, the shaft. There you go. Is that right?
Yes.
All right. So in normal use, this item would probably still be on the door. Is that right?
In normal use, yes.
And there didn't appear to be anything wrong with the set screw?
No.
There didn't appear to be anything wrong with the doorknob itself?
The thumb turn, no.
The thumb turn.
There did not.
So unless that set screw is loosened somehow, some way, you would expect that thumb lock or that thumb turn would stay on the door.
Yes, had it been installed properly and the set screw snugged like it should be, yes, I would expect it to stay on the door.
So based on your forensic examination of the tool marks on that thumb turn, unless the set screw was loosened somehow, some way, you would expect it wouldn't just normally fall off, correct?
Correct. I would not expect it to normally fall off.
Thank you.
You have a ways to go, Ms.
You know,
Karen.
I have got 5 minutes now.
All right.
So on the last point, do you know how old this wear and tear?
Well, normal use doesn't result in a thumb or a set screw rather like this loosening, but I'm just not aware of the history of this lock.
Well, you said you're not aware of the history of it, so you really have no information to draw any conclusions, correct?
And I have drawn no conclusions.
And as a matter of fact, even as Mr. Jackson just re-questioned you, you don't even know whether this was installed properly, correct?
Correct, I don't.
So you shouldn't draw any conclusions, correct? As a scientist.
Yes, as I have not drawn any.
Did you ever tell Dr. Pena that the barrel of this gun was 2 to 3 inches from the back of the throat of Lana Clarkson?
Well, I'm trying to consider the context. With regards to my powder pattern testing, no, absolutely not.
Did you ever tell him with regard to any context?
You know, I had very few conversations with Dr. Pena, and I don't recall ever making any mention of that to him.
In other words, you could or you couldn't have, you just don't recall, correct?
Correct. I'm leaning towards the side of I didn't, because I've only spoken with the man a few times, and it doesn't seem to be something I recall.
You have no notes one way or another, correct?
Correct.
But in any regard, whether you did or you didn't, you do know, and you did conclude that the barrel of the gun was inside Ms. Clarkson's mouth, correct?
Yes, as my ultimate conclusion, correct.
Now, when you talked about muzzle flip and recoil, if you wanted to test the muzzle flip and recoil on the 38 caliber special, you could use a exemplar gun, correct?
Well, yes, we could use an exemplar Colt Cobra of the same era, and we'd have to use the same kind of ammunition.
But you could use an exemplar gun, correct?
To test recoil and muzzle flip, yeah, I'm not sure what test you're referring to, but that's one way to go about it.
Okay, that's one way to go about it. And did you, by the way, when you talked about pressure with Mr. Jackson now, is it true, sir, that the pressure gets dissipated more and that comes out of a barrel in a larger barrel than in a shorter 2-inch barrel? Because there's more length for the pressure to be dissipated in?
No, that is not necessarily the case. There's a lot of factors that come into play, including referred to as the burn rate of the powder. There are a variety of factors, and I can't generally answer that question.
Yes, some of the factors would be the burn rate of the powder, correct?
The powder, yes.
The ratio of the specific heats, correct? Of specific heats, correct?
Specific what?
Heats. Heats, heats.
That could be a factor.
The heat of explosion, correct?
Yes. I'm thinking in different units. I'm having to kind of translate in my mind, but yes.
The density of the propellant, correct?
Yes.
And the degressivity factor, which is what?
It has to do with digressive burning. If you have a piece of gunpowder, and I'm going to keep this really simple. Let's say that your gunpowder is a big ball, just for the sake of discussion. It's a big ball, and it has a certain surface area, and now it starts to burn. The outer layer is burning, so the ball is getting smaller, and so there's less surface area. So we actually have less burning going on as burning continues. But I want you to understand that the gunpowder in this particular case is not the shape of a ball. The same principle applies. I'm just trying to keep it really simple.
In any event, sir, isn't it true that the pressure, the combustion that is expended on that from that primer on that bullet is a lot?
From the primer, that's not what's creating the significant pressure.
To get that bullet out of the gun, there's a lot of pressure on it, correct?
Yes, inside the gun to get it out.
A lot of combustion, correct?
I don't know how you define a lot of combustion. There is combustion which leads to pressure.
And it's a great deal of force, correct?
Again, it's a great deal. Yeah, I kind of need you to define that. There is a certain amount of force. It's enough to propel the bullet.
Thank you.
Thank you. Redirect.
One question on that. And those forces that Ms. Bodden just asked you about are taking place inside the chamber of the weapon, correct?
Chamber and barrel. Thank you. Yes.
Recross.
No need, thank you.
Subject to recall, you may step down. Thank you for being here. Ladies and gentlemen, keep in mind the admonition will be in recess for about 15 minutes. Thank you.
For 30 seconds.
Yes, okay. Okay.
I just want to point out.
I think we still have a lot of background noise. Let's hold on. The jurors and alternates are gone. Yes, Mr.
The board filed a motion regarding government conduct today. I would just ask that the motion be stricken because it lacks supporting documents. There are a number of allegations made here, and there are no declarations either from Mr. Pavlik or from Mr. Lord. I think that's required for us really to go forward. I just thought I would suggest that to the court, depending on your point of view, and then we'll respond.
My point of view would be I'll take it into consideration after you respond.
After I respond?
Yeah, go ahead and respond. You can make a motion to strike on insufficiency, but I'm not going to do it on its face right now. I think the allegations that at least have been raised, if there's nothing to support them, that'll be the end of it. There's certain things that need to be addressed.
Well, my view was that these allegations should be made under penalty of perjury.
That's a possibility. There are no support. I mean, Mr. Ford, you want to be heard? There are no declarations. It's basically your word, if you will.
Well, the document that I quote in there is from Mr. Pavlik. As the court knows, he went to the court.
There's a document that he circulated to I don't know how many people. I was never given it by Mr. Pavlik. It is addressed to me, but it was given to me, as I indicated, the district attorney filed an envelope because they had been served on it. It is addressed to me. I don't know how Mr. Pavlik intended it to come to me. I have no idea.
Yeah, we don't have a relationship with Mr. Pavlik where we can ask.
Nor do I.
And that's why we're asking for an evidentiary hearing.
Well, the problem is whether an evidentiary hearing should be based on an unsworn declaration of somebody's television interview. And I guess you need to do some more work. I guess you have investigators. You have the subpoena power. This time, it's just no more than anybody else on the street. I realize he is attached to the case. He did briefly testify in this proceeding. But these allegations are made, as my understanding is, in an interview with Court TV, where he accused Mr. Dixon and Mr. Weitz of having certain working relationship, for lack of a better expression. And I guess, is that enough to entitle you to a hearing? It's just because somebody says something on television. Don't you need something more? That's maybe Mr. Dixon raises a better point. I hadn't really thought about what the genesis of the statement was.
I haven't really looked at his Court TV interview, but his written memo, which appears to be something that Mr. Pavlik would write.
Again, it's just a memo.
Right.
And the bottom line, anybody can say anything.
I agree. And frankly, when we first saw that, I took it for what it was. I didn't know what to make of it, to be Mr. Rosen and I talked about it, the recording of the two detectives from the Los Angeles Police Department. Then our concern was immediately raised. And Mr. Rosen listened to it, and we both were very troubled by what we heard on that recording and the interrogation clearly attorney-client communications. And so that's really is the combination of both of them.
There's two separate issues. You have one issue of whether an attorney-client privilege has been breached by an investigating agency that is not reporting to the prosecuting agency. Assuming there was misconduct, and when I say assume, I mean for the purpose of your motion, assume that the LAPD detectives working with the special master, and certainly no one's accusing the special master of anything, but assume that they asked inappropriate questions, but they don't report to the district attorney in this case. Even if it's an impropriety, what does it have to do with the case? That's number one. There's another issue, which is whether Mr. Pavlik's charges have any basis other than a unsworn statement that he has made and repeated. He made it on television. He repeated it in a letter that apparently he has circulated. Is that sufficient to get you a hearing on that issue? That's an issue. You're the proponent. at some point, you're asking me, Mr. Dixon, if you choose not to respond to it and just basically say, that's it, as far as we're concerned, there's not enough to get a hearing?
That's my initial take on this. It's a motion that's not supported by the appropriate documents, for example, a declaration from Mr. Pavlik under penalty of perjury. I don't think that there's any need to respond to at least that portion of it.
I would tend, without ruling, I would tend to agree. You can certainly get a hold of Mr. Pavlik, put him under oath, have somebody, a notary, put him under oath and have him file a declaration, or he didn't even have to do that. He can file a declaration under the pain and penalty of perjury.
Well, I don't know whether or not Mr. Pavlik would be willing to do that.
Well, if he's not, then we probably shouldn't be having a motion. If he's willing to put his statements, if he's willing to do that to that extent, and then maybe I would say that we'll probably be having a hearing, because the accusations and the allegations are serious.
Yeah, I understand that. And again, it comes down to credibility determinations that I think need to be looked at.
And I think before we get to those is you have to give me sufficient information to proceed with the hearing. And just because somebody spouts off, and I'm not saying that there's any lack, all I'm saying is because somebody gives an interview and says whatever's on their mind, that is not enough. Otherwise, all we would be doing is hearings in every highly publicized criminal case, because everybody's got an opinion or everyone claims to have information. The question is, when does it rise to the level that the court has to get involved because there appears to be something sufficient there?
Well, I believe that the combination of the LAPD acting what we perceive to be not at the direction of the special master. The special master wasn't even on board by the time this interview occurred. And the court didn't direct the special master to work with the LAPD. The order that I saw was basically that a special master be appointed to receive the information from the LAPD. The LAPD was acting, at least purportedly, just to gather information at the direction of somebody.
We have two different issues. Again, you're trying to tie the issues together, and they're not. You have plenty because you have a table that has questions being asked, and you have a subject court will be happy to consider. Mr. Pavlik's allegations, which are unsworn and unsupported, we need more. I will add, if the question is direct, I'm not going to act on the basis of a television interview with nothing more.
This is a written memo that I
written memo, it's his memo.
It's the same thing as a television interview is what I think it is.
It's just a statement.
Right. It's an unsworn statement.
That's correct.
That we believe was apparently he said the same thing on TV as he's saying it.
You're missing the point. If you want to go forward with this, and I agree with you, if you give me more information, I will happily go forward, go out and get him to put his statements in a declaration under the pain and penalty of perjury. And I would then agree we're going to have to move forward. We're going to have to hear from witnesses on this issue because you've created, whether it's a prima facie case, you've at least satisfied me to the extent that we have to move forward and the court has a duty to resolve it. I don't have a duty to resolve people just talking and saying things have happened without more. You want to hearing, subpoena them and bring in for oath.
To the extent we can lose.
I understand. All right. Thank you.
Who are they talking about? The TV interview. Okay, this is I don't know who this is. His name is Steven somebody. I'm such a well-informed YouTube host, aren't I? Come on, cooperate so I can see the name, stupid thing. Stephen Dowell. That still doesn't tell me who he is.
Please state and spell your first and last name for the record.
Stephen Dowell, STEVENDOWELL.
Thank you. You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Mr. Dowell.
Morning.
Could you tell
County Department of Coroner.
So you're a criminal for the coroner's office.
Yes.
How long have you had that job?
Approximately the last 27 years.
Could you briefly tell us your background, training, and experience for that position?
I have a Bachelor of Science degree in biology from California State University at Los Angeles. I'm a member of the California Association of Criminalists, a member of the Scanning Electron Microscopy Society, and a member of the Microbeam Analysis Society.
And you had some educational background for that too?
Yes, I have a Bachelor of Science degree in biology from California State University at Los Angeles. And I've been the principal gunshot residue analyst at the Los Angeles County Coroner's Office for approximately the last 27 years. I would estimate that I have analyzed well in excess of 7,000 cases for gunshot residue.
Now, you're not the first criminalist who's been here for this jury in this case. Criminalists, it seems, as we've heard, have various specialties, and you just told us yours was gunshot residue. Is that correct?
Yes.
Do you have another specialty?
Yes. My other specialty is in the area of tool mark analysis in biological material.
Now, some of the, I'm going to just give you a couple names. Jamie Linnemoot. Do you know that person?
Yes, I do.
And how do you know that person?
She's a toxicologist, criminalist at the LA County Coroner's Office, and I've known her since she started working there, yes.
Okay, so a criminalist, but with a different specialty than you have at the coroner's office.
That's correct.
How about Steve Renteria?
Yes, I know him also.
And how do you know him?
I know him, I've known him for a number of years. He's a criminalist at the LA County Sheriff's Department, working currently in the area of DNA.
So he works for the Sheriff's Department, not your department.
That's correct.
And as we've mentioned a couple times, two different departments.
That's correct.
With different responsibilities at a homicide scene.
That's correct.
And lastly, Dr. Lynn Harold, do you know that person?
Yes, I do.
And
Dr. Lynn Harold used to work at the coroner's office, and then she transferred to the sheriff's lab, and I've known her ever since she started working at the coroner's office, yes.
So one time, Dr. Harold was at the coroner's office.
Yes.
Well, how long ago was that? Since you've been there, what, I think you said 27 years.
She's probably not been at the coroner's office for at least, I'm guessing, for at least the last 10 years that I'm fairly sure of, and perhaps about 10 years, not at the coroner's office.
Now, of the coroners that we met in this case, you were one that did not go to this crime scene at 1700 Grandview in Alhambra on February 3rd and 4th of 2003.
That's correct. I did not go to the crime scene.
So your involvement in this case is what?
I analyzed several items of physical evidence. I analyzed the gunshot residue kit collected from the decedent, and I analyzed certain items of physical evidence that were taken from either the area of the tongue and or items that were believed to be fragments of teeth.
Of the decedent in this case?
The decedent, yes.
Lana Clarkson.
That's correct.
Okay. Well, let's first address the gunshot residue, and since you've been doing that for so long, we talked about it a little bit, but I just asked you, what is this? What is gunshot residue?
Gunshot residue is actually a family of particles that are generated during the detonation of a cartridge. Cartridge being an object that's generally composed of a metal casing in which there.
I'd be annoyed too, because government corruption is a big accusation, and then it's just from somebody's interview. It's hearsay. And I don't know who they're talking about. I must have missed it. But yeah, don't come at me with government corruption without backing it up. They don't have documents in the motion to back it up. And it's just an interview that was on TV, so it's totally hearsay. They're just grasping at straws is what they're doing. I want to know how this jury ended up being hung.
There's gunpowder. At one end of the casing is a material called the primer, and at the opposite end is the actual bullet. So when a cartridge is discharged in a firearm, something strikes the primer material, which is a pressure-sensitive explosive. That causes the primer to burn. The burning of the primer causes the gunpowder to burn, and there's a rapid increase in the temperature and therefore the pressure in the casing, and that forces the bullet out of the casing and down the muzzle of the firearm. So during that process of the burning of the primer, the burning of the gunpowder, and the forcing of the bullet out of the casing and down the muzzle of the firearm, a number of particles are generated from each of those components that are collectively called gunshot residue particles.
And what are those?
Basically, they have elemental compositions of the elements lead, barium, and antimony.
Well, I take that back. I guess I shouldn't say that just from one motion that they did. Maybe they do put on a good defense case. I don't know. But that's weird to make a motion like that that's so egregious and not have anything to back it up. It just seems like bad lawyering to me.
There are other elements that are allowable and can be quite commonly found along with lead, barium, and antimony, but the particles of gunshot residue that I am principally interested in are particles of lead, barium, and antimony.
In reviewing your reports, and you did generate reports as the result of your work in this case, correct?
That's correct.
I know that sometimes you refer to some of these particles as highly specific particles and other times consistent particles. What's the difference and what does that mean?
I describe gunshot residue as a family of particles. From my perspective, the family gets divided into two groups based on their chemical composition. One of those groups is called highly specific particles of gunshot residue. A highly specific particle of gunshot residue essentially has an origin only from the primer material of cartridges. There is a possible firework device that may generate those particles. That device has not been allowed in California since the 60s. So aside from that device, the only other source for highly specific particles of gunshot residue is the primer material from cartridges. The second part of the family, consistent particles of gunshot residue, a particle of lead might be a consistent particle of gunshot residue. Lead can be found in the primer material. Lead can also be found in the bullet. But lead can also be found in certain hobbies or occupations. So a particle of lead might come from gunshot residue, or it might come from a hobby or occupation.
All right, thank you. So in your expertise, when you're looking for evidence of gunshot residue, exactly how do you do that? I mean, is there, we've heard about GSR kits. What are those?
I have a gunshot residue kit, if I might just show you what that looks like.
This is a demonstration one?
Yes.
That you probably use from time to time, so we don't need to mark it.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
What I'm holding up is a gunshot residue kit as they come from the coroner's office. Opening up the kit contains 3 items, some red evidence tape to seal the kit when you're done with the collection, and 2 stoppered vials, one marked right hand and one marked left hand. If I were going to collect a gunshot residue kit from my left hand, I would remove the cap from the vial marked left hand. On the undersurface of the cap, there's an aluminum disc that has double sticky tape. This happens to be carbon tape, but it's double sticky. And the area that's generally sampled includes the back of the hand, the area of the thumb, web, first and second finger area, and a comparable area on the palm of the hand. So if I were going to collect a sample from my left hand, I'd take the sample marked left hand, and I'd repeatedly bring this sticky tape surface in contact repeatedly with that area that I want to sample. And that would constitute a collection for gunshot residue particles. That vial would be, the caps replaced in the vial, and a similar collection would be performed on the right hand, or whatever other surface you wanted to sample.
Okay. So once this GSR kit is used in the fashion that you just shown, it's all replaced back in the kit.
It's all replaced back in the kit, and the kit is then resealed with the evidence with the evidence tape that's contained in the kit. Yes.
And it'd be marked in some way.
Yes, it's marked. It's marked with the coroner's case number, and additionally, each kit has a unique kit number, which is transferred to a form that's associated with that case. Yes.
Okay. So with that in mind, let's talk about what you actually did in this case. And let me invite your attention to February 7th of 2003. Did you perform an analysis in this matter?
Yes, I did.
Okay, and there's some numbers associated with this, so let me ask you about it. You performed analysis of the GSR kit concerning the decedent in this case. There's case number, right?
That's correct.
Okay, and that was GSR kit B6305?
That's also correct.
Okay, so now that we've got the numbers out of the way, let's talk about why did you analyze this kit with respect to the victim in this case, Lana Clarkson, instead of the sheriff's department?
Coroner's cases, some of the physical evidence that is collected from coroner's cases, it's the jurisdiction of the coroner's office and the responsibility of the coroner's office to analyze that physical evidence, and it includes gunshot residue kits that are collected from decedents.
So because it had to do with the body of the victim in this case, the decedent Lana Clarkson, that's why you, from the coroner's office, the criminalist having the expertise in GSR, performed this examination.
That's correct.
And did you bring this actual GSR kit V6305 today?
Yes, I have that kit, and it's here.
And it's got some red tape and labels on it. Tell us what it's all about. And as you do
Yes.
that, I'm going to ask that the court permission to mark this as People's 126, please.
So, Mark.
Thank you. I believe that was next.
It is.
This is the evidence kit that is associated with this case. And on the surface of the front side of the kit, it's marked B6305, the kit number. And additionally, on the side of the kit, it's marked 03-00937, which is the coroner's case number associated with that kit. So it is this kit that I analyzed in this case.
Now, earlier at the beginning of my questions and your answers in this case, asked you if you knew Jamie Lindenberg, correct?
Yes,
And she's the one that collected this or performed the GSR kit on the decedent in this case. Is that right?
that is correct.
Okay, and her name or initials are in here in some form or fashion.
Yes,
is that right?
accompanying the gunshot residue kit or GSR kit is a gunshot residue data sheet. And it is on that data sheet where there's information about the collection and who collected it. And her name does appear on that form, yes.
Okay, and again, she did that. She's an employee of the coroner's office as opposed to the sheriff's department
That's correct.
for the reasons that we talked about earlier.
That's correct.
All right, well, Mr. Dowell, why don't you tell us what you did on February 7th of 2003 with respect to People's 126, the GSR kit from the victim, Lana Clarkson, in this case. What did you do with it, and what were you looking for of that?
The gunshot residue particles that I'm looking for are rather small. They're about 0.5 to 20 micrometers in diameter. One of your head hairs is about 100 to 150 micrometers in diameter. So these particles that I'm looking for are generally microscopic in nature. So to analyze them, I use two instruments that are coupled together. One is a scanning electron microscope, to which is attached an energy dispersive X-ray spectrometer. The simple explanation of that is that it allows me to magnify the surface of that sticky tape anywhere from about 40 times to 300,000 times. And that is what I did in this case. I opened the kit, removed the right and left stub, and so marked them as such with their position and the case number associated with that. Placed them into the scanning electron microscope, and then initially performed what is an automated search. So the microscope can be set up so that it searches automatically for these particles. And it's my responsibility to set the microscope up, start that analysis, and then review that analysis. And to confirm those particles, it's my responsibility to return to those identified particles, recollect them, and reanalyze them for confirmation. So in this case, that is what I did with both the sample from the right hand and the left hand. I performed such an analysis and reached a conclusion about that analysis.
And what was your conclusion after this test?
I found several highly specific particles and many consistent particles of gunshot residue on both the right hand and the left hand adhesive lip samples.
And what does that mean in your opinion, in your experience?
The presence of particularly the highly specific particles on the samples collected from the hands, the conclusion I would reach is therefore the decedent may have discharged a firearm or otherwise had her hands in an environment of gunshot residue.
Now, I noticed in that last answer, you said may have either had her hands in the area, the immediate area of a gun, or discharged it.
That's correct.
You aren't able to tell us, are you? One or the other?
I cannot tell you which of those occurred, no.
The decedent could have had her hands up or near a gun when it was fired and just had those particles all over her hand, correct?
That's correct.
Or she could have got the particles just by firing.
That's correct.
And there's no scientific way for you to be able to tell the difference.
There is not.
Now, with your understanding, and well, let me withdraw that and ask you this. You, at some point, were at the autopsy of Miss Clarkson, is that correct?
That's correct.
Just a second. did you learn, or were you told at some point, that she died immediately after this gunshot and was incapacitated?
Yes, Dr. Pena did talk a bit about the mechanism that was likely to have occurred when she received this gunshot wound, yes.
So clearly, tragically, she couldn't move her hands or couldn't wash her hands or anything like that
Yes,
when Ms. Lindenmuth took the sample. Isn't that
yes,
right?
that's correct.
But for someone who, after firing a gun or being in the vicinity of a gun, was able to walk around and carry on their activities, do those activities that I just suggested have any effect on whether or not you're going to find any of these particles on somebody's hands?
Yes, on live individuals, the things that we do with our hands, intentionally or not, have an opportunity to remove particles. So any uncontrolled activity by a live individual that offers an opportunity for them to wipe their hands together, wash their hands, stick their hands in their pockets, anything like that, any kind of activity like that can remove particles of gunshot residue.
So hypothetically, if I fired a weapon and then walked around and put my hands in my pockets and out of my pockets and played with my keys, that sort of thing, might that have an effect on eventually the results of a test if afterwards somebody used a GSR kit on me and then somebody like you analyzed it?
Yes, it can have an effect on that analysis, yes.
And what would that effect be?
Any activity on the hands has the opportunity to remove particles. So if there's enough activity, I could theoretically sample that area, and because of the activity, there are no remaining gunshot residue particles on that surface.
Or if I went in and washed my hands again after firing a weapon, washed my hands with soap and water, maybe just water, and then dry them off, would that have an effect on your ability later on to conduct this test that we're talking about?
It doesn't really have an effect on my ability to conduct a test. I can conduct a test regardless of what you do to your hands, but that activity can remove particles, yes.
So you could still conduct the test, but there might not be any particles left on my hands after I washed them.
That's correct.
Okay. Or wipe them off.
That's correct.
All right. Now, let's talk about, because I asked you in an earlier question if on February 4th of 2003, at some point you attended the autopsy of Ms. Clarkson.
Yes, I did.
Were you there from the beginning?
I was not.
So you came at some point after Dr. Pena had started the autopsy surgery.
That's correct.
Why? Why did you go down there?
Dr. Pena, in the routine course of what I do, asked me to come down and visually examine the area where the gunshot was. And at that point, I received some tissue from him and did a further analysis of that tissue, looking for particles of gunshot residue.
Now, you told us earlier with respect to the questions and answers about the gunshot residue test that part of your responsibilities are to do these kind of tests on the decedent. Is that correct?
That's correct.
But also as a criminalist for the coroner's department, is your job in some way to assist the medical examiners, the doctors such as Dr. Pena?
Yes, in fact, that is our principal responsibility, is to analyze items that they determine are necessary to be analyzed in assisting them to understand the case that's in front of them.
So when Dr. Pena on February 4th of 03 asked you to come down to this autopsy, that was not unusual. It's part of your job to assist him.
It's part of my job, yes.
And in doing so, generally speaking, when a medical examiner asks you to perform this kind of function, a doctor, you obviously do it and then you prepare reports.
That's correct.
And the reports are written for the doctor to assist him?
Principally, yes.
Okay. All right. Well, let's talk specifically about this autopsy on the decedent, Ms. Clarkson. You were asked to come down. He asked you to look at some specific part of her body, is that correct?
That's correct.
And I'm going to put up a chart here that may assist you or perhaps the jurors in understanding exactly what we did here. This is, it's got a big 24 on the top of the chart. It's a corners diagram. May that be marked Peoples 127? So marked. Thank you. May I approach and give Mr. Gall the laser pointer? Yes. If this assists you in any way, just push this button at the top. There you go. Okay. Well, we have Peoples 127 on the board. Tell us what that is, please.
This is a standard form used at the coroner's office. It just depicts a certain aspect of the body, in this case, the organs of the neck, including the tongue.
And actually, I think we've seen charts like this in the past, but I know at the bottom of this Exhibit 127, bottom right-hand portion of it, maybe we can highlight that, Sudie? Thanks. There's a line that says, well, there we go. Thank you. Deputy Medical Examiner, and then it has your name above it. It looks like you made an effort to, correct me if I'm wrong, cross out where it says Deputy Medical Examiner. Is that right?
I believe that's just an underline at that of those words. It's the common practice for me to use and other criminalists in the department to use. These are standard forms for the medical examiners that they use on a regular basis. This is not intended to describe me as a deputy medical examiner.
Now, we know you're a criminalist for 27 years,
yes,
right?
That's
okay,
correct.
Maybe we can go back to the polls. But anyway, I just wanted to point out that you prepared this. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay, and at the top, actually, we see in the top left-hand corner above the head, we see the GSR kit we've talked about and the number that we gave it, right?
Yes.
Okay. So using this diagram in your laser pointer, and maybe we can blow up any portion of this you like. Maybe that's the one. Thank you, Sudie. Tell us exactly what Dr. Pena asked you to do, what area of the CNIS body he wanted you to look at with respect to why he called you down that day.
He was particularly interested in having me examine areas of this is the outer surface of the tongue or the upper surface of the tongue. And he was particularly interested in particles that he thought he saw in this region. So my attention was particularly focused in this region here, and using that GSR, gunshot residue kits, not the same one as this, but another one with a number that was on the top of that chart.
Oh, okay. Please go on.
Yeah, I collected some particles. This was his area of particular interest, this region here on the, this side of the tongue. And it was in this region that I collected some of those samples and analyzed the samples that I collected from this region. Additionally, I collected some sample from this region of the tongue that did not have a physical defect in it, attempting to use this as a control area, which it did not turn out to be, but I attempted that.
Okay. Perhaps we can go back to the larger photograph, Sudie. Thank you. And so when you did this, when you completed this work with Dr. Pena at the time of the autopsy, you used a completely new GSR kit. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And that number was, so that's clear, because I may have misspoke earlier, that was a B6797, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. So after Dr. Pena called you down to the autopsy, you collected whatever particles you did with the use of this GSR kit. You went back and did what?
I performed the same sort of analysis on these samples that I performed on the samples that were collected from her hands.
And what was the result of that analysis?
On this sample, the sample that was collected from the left superior surface, that's this area over here within this semicircular area here.
We'll enlarge that and maybe that'll help. There we go.
Within this area here, dabbing the same way the sticky tape surface on that area, I found many consistent particles of gunshot residue on the sample that I collected from this area. And on the sample that I collected from this outer area, attempting to use that as a control, however, I found also many consistent particles of gunshot residue on that sample.
Did you do anything to try to preserve what you'd found, what you'd seen in some way?
Well, I have spectra and images.
After those are just photographs?
They're basically both photographs and spectra showing the chemical composition of the particles that I determined were of interest in that area, yes.
And at some point after you collected those and did your test, did you send those off to Dr. Lynn Harold?
Yes. Yes, I believe I sent most of the material that I had in this case to Dr. Lynn Harold, yes.
One more exhibit I think that Mr. Dallas just finished talking about, and we'll talk about a little bit more, marked as People's 128, please. Yes. Could we put that up, Judy? People's 128 that's now on the screen. Do you recognize this, please?
Yes, I do.
And what is it?
These photographs were taken from a visual inspection of the stellate wound from the tongue that we saw on the earlier slide, and other tissue from the soft palate, and tissue from the inner oral area of the mouth. So these are just surface pictures of the surfaces of those various tissues or various areas, and the circled items are areas what I would call are visually consistent with gunpowder.
And as I asked you earlier, we can take that down. You sent at least these slides and other documents off to Dr. Lynn Harold at the Sheriff's Crime Lab.
That is correct.
Okay. What else did you send her besides People's 128?
I did send her fragments of what were believed to be white fragments that could have been fragments of teeth.
And did that, at least for this time, conclude your activity in this case?
Yes, it did.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Cross-examination.
Morning, Mr. Dow. How are you?
Good morning, good.
You and I have met in the past a number of occasions, correct?
Yes.
Yes, we have. Okay. Now, you indicated to Mr. Dixon just now that you took sampling of Ms. Clarkson's tongue from the stellate wound.
Yes.
And what is that?
Stellate means star-like. So there was a physical, visible defect on the surface of her tongue in that area, that in the left side of her tongue, that would have been visually consistent with what would commonly be called as a stellate defect.
Okay, and that's where you took the sample from, and then you took a control to what, the left of it or the right of it?
The right of it as we're looking forward.
As we're looking forward, the right of it.
Yeah.
So you took your sampling of the tongue from the stellate wound.
Yes.
And to the right of it.
Yes.
Any other location on the wound did you take your sampling from?
I did not.
Okay. And the People's 127 that was on the board, which showed a blackened area of the tongue, was that the stellate wound, to represent the stellate wound that you took the area of particles from?
In that first diagram that we saw on the left side of the tongue within that semicircular area, there was sort of an H-shaped defect. That is what the doctor referred to, and I am referring to as a stellate defect.
Okay. So I just wanted to make it clear that it was the stellate defect, which is depicted on that picture diagram 127, that you took the particles from, correct? And to the
Yes.
right of it.
Yes. What it means is it means around that area, including that area, yes.
Okay. And in the 4 pictures that you showed us with People's 128, was there a black soot particle in the tongue that you observed, or was it all gunshot residue?
I'm reading over my report, actually, of that. I have a note in a report that I wrote, tissue from the inner oral mucosa. And
Which is what? And so we can explain this to the jury as we go along.
Inner oral mucosa would basically be I'm not a doctor, so this is just my understanding of it, would be all of the soft tissue in your mouth other than your tongue would be the mucosa.
Okay. And I interrupted you when you were about to explain your note because I wanted the jury to understand what you said.
Inner oral mucosa, I say few particles that are visually consistent with soot. No bullet or gunpowder particles were seen.
Okay. And you also took samplings from her soft palate too,
That is
correct?
Correct.
And what was your result there?
Tissue from the soft palate, several particles that are visually consistent with gunpowder, and several gray metallic particles that are visually consistent with bullet material.
Now, when you say bullet material, is there a difference between bullet material and gunshot residue?
I described gunshot residue as a family of particles, and for gunshot residue analysis, I divide that up rather specifically into these highly specific and consistent particles. But bullet material, lead material, can be part of the cloud of gunshot residue that's developed during the discharge of a weapon. It can be considered that, yes.
Okay.
And Kenny Bottom,
Yes.
you have a ways to go.
Yes, I do, sir.
All right, we'll take our noon recess.
Thanks.
Ladies and gentlemen, the court is going to be conducting a hearing in this case outside your presence at 1:30. So you're going to get a long lunch hour, 2 o'clock for you, 1:30 for counsel. Keep in mind the admonition. The witness will return at 2 o'clock this afternoon.
Okay, guys. We've got another hearing with Sarah Kaplan. This has become more interesting to me than the actual trial. I don't know why. But this thing with Fiddler and this attorney has just captivated me. I don't know why.
All right, back on the record, the defendant is present with his counsel. The district attorneys are present. The jurors and the alternates are not present. We're going to proceed. Ms. Kaplan is present with her counsel. I understand from our discussions in chambers that your next witness after this witness would be Ms. Kaplan.
Correct.
All right, and rather than do this in the presence of the jury, pursuant to a case called In re Keller, and I'll give you the citation, which also helps protect Mr. Spector's right not to have the witness claim the privilege in the presence of the jury, and that citation is 49 Calap 3rd at 663.
Mr. Massachusetts, I have 2 more points I'd like to bring up to the court. Your Honor, I would ask the court this. We've all tried to come up with an alternative. You know, I think how hard we've worked to try to do that. It's been unavailing. What I would like to urge the court to do is this. Without a finding of contempt, rule that is accountable based on her need as an attorney to assert the rights of the constitutional rights of her client. Rule that that's not always this calling of Ms. Kaplan, as I've informed the court. There are no cases allowing it. And this is a reasonable compromise between the possible injury to Ms. Kaplan and having to face what's been indicated she will have to face, and recognizing that she's asserting these rights based upon her duties to her client. And you can find that she's unavailable based upon that legal duty. And that's what I'm asking you to do. Second of all, after reading the memo that was filed this morning, we realized that there was a meeting held in the with the attorney and client on the same day that the observations testified to by Ms. Kaplan were made. I would argue to this court that given the fact of the subsequent meeting directly after the defense was at the House and the previous meeting directly before, without any lapse of time hardly at all, according to this motion, where now it's been revealed meeting that Ms. Kaplan's surveillance at the house were inextricably bound with the events and communications that went on with the meeting in the attorney's office, and as you read, with all of her attorneys, including Ms. Kaplan, and meeting afterwards with all of her attorneys, including Ms. Kaplan.
Okay, thank you. As to your first suggestion,
It is
the
not
whole
privileged
purpose of a
because
coercive
it
contempt.
has nothing to do with her client. It has to do with the actions of Dr. Lee. Dr. Lee took a piece of evidence from the crime scene and did not turn it over to the prosecution. It has nothing to do with her client. A piece of evidence was withheld. She saw Dr. Lee take that piece of evidence. They're not saying that the defense withheld it on purpose. They're saying Dr. Lee did it. It has nothing to do with any confidentiality matters between her and her client. So all she has to do is testify to that. It's not privileged.
Which is how I refer to this, which is how my authorities refer to it, is basically to put someone into custody so that they comply with the court's order. The unavailability finding, which quite frankly was the thrust of the attempted compromise, and which the parties were unable to arrive at, perhaps could have led me, and I believe would have led me, to be able to make certain findings which would have obviated the need for a contempt. But without going to that degree, I don't believe that the witness is unavailable. Simply saying, okay, you're an attorney, and therefore you're doing it because of what you see as an obligation of your profession, which the court has found is not correct as a matter of law, that therefore you become unavailable. Unless you have a case that withholds for that might fill Ms. Kaplan's needs, it might fulfill your needs, but it certainly doesn't in case there was a conviction. If there was a conviction, I don't think so. I'm not willing to jeopardize based on a certain hypothetical that will take 4 months to try to accommodate the witness. It might be nice, it might make life easier, but I'm not going to do that. That's just a second. As to your second point, that the attorney-client privilege still held or was part of this meeting, I've really already ruled on that. Even if it was part of the meeting, as soon as the illegal activity, which is based on your client's testimony, that Dr. Lee would have been involved in, that is not part of the privilege and is not covered by the privilege. And I've already ruled on that.
Just with a comment about the danger to this case, isn't the issue of calling this attorney to testify against a former client also a dangerous issue?
Yes, and I'm satisfied that I'm on correct legal grounds with this. Of course it is. Of course it is. I realize that.
Thank you for listening to me.
Thank you. I appreciate it. All right. My understanding of the correct way to proceed is that outside the presence of the jury, that the court will call Ms. Kaplan. It will ask her the questions that would be asked of her in front of the jury. She can choose to act as she wishes, and then the court will make certain findings based upon that. So at this time, we will call Sarah Kaplan. Is that what you want to do?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, Ms. Kaplan, if you would step forward to be sworn. Just come on over. Just come over here, please. Thank you.
You do solemnly swear that the testimony you may give in the cause now pending before this court shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
I do.
Stand. Please state your name for the record.
Sarah Kaplan.
You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Kaplan, I want to ask you a couple of questions, very pointed questions. First of all, are you a criminal defense attorney?
Yes, I am.
How long have you been practicing?
25 years.
As of February 4th of 2003, how long have you been practicing?
Can we do the math?
Give me an approximation.
About 20 years.
Okay. On February 4th that day, did you go to Phil Spector's home during the evening hours?
I have great respect for this court, for the constitutions of the United States and the state of California, and for my ethical obligations as a criminal defense attorney in this state. It is my honor and my privilege to uphold all of these as I am required to do as a member of the State Bar of California. In light of my obligations to assert my client's attorney-client privilege, process rights to fundamental fairness, and Sixth Amendment right to effective assistance in the counsel, respectfully cannot answer your question.
Ms. Kaplan, you made a finding that she was about to ask you questions about had been ruled not privileged. You're aware of that?
I'm aware of the court's ruling.
Ma'am, I'm going to ask you a series of questions.
Before you proceed, I'm going to, having already ruled on your claim of privilege, I will direct you to answer that last question. Will you answer the question?
Respectfully, Your Honor, I cannot answer the question in light of the Constitution.
Understand that if you refuse to answer the question, I will hold you in contempt of court.
I do, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. Your next question, please.
Thank you, Your Honor. At some point during the evening hours of February 4th, 2003, was Mr. Spector's home turned over to the defense by representatives of the Los Angeles County Sheriff's Department? Ms. Kaplan.
I cannot answer the question without violating the legal, constitutional, and ethical principles I previously cited.
All right, having already overruled those privileges, I direct you to answer that question. Will you now answer the question?
I cannot answer the question, Your Honor.
And do you understand that I will hold you in contempt for refusing to answer that question?
I do understand.
Thank you. Next question.
At some point during the evening hours of February 4th, 2003, Ms. Kaplan, were you in the foyer area of Mr. Spector's home along with one Dr. Henry Lee?
I cannot answer your question without violating the legal, constitutional, and ethical principles I previously cited.
Understanding your basis and claim of privilege, having already denied that privilege and further finding, and that includes the previous two questions, that the privilege has been waived if there was a privilege, I direct you to answer the question. Will you answer the question?
I cannot answer the question, Your Honor.
Do you understand that I will hold you in contempt for failure to answer that question?
I do.
Thank you. Next question, please.
Did you see Dr. Lee wearing a pair of rubber gloves and holding a pair of tweezers look at an item that can be reasonably described as a small white item with uneven edges, bend down, pick up the item, and place that item into a vial, either glass or plastic?
I cannot answer your question without violating the legal, constitutional, and ethical principles I previously cited.
Having found that no privilege applies, and further that even if any privilege did apply, it was waived by your prior testimony, I direct you to answer the question. Will you answer the question?
With all due respect, no, Your Honor.
You understand that I will hold you in contempt for failure to answer that question?
I do.
Thank you. Next question.
Did you see Dr. Lee put the item in the vial and secure the vial with some kind of a rubber or otherwise some kind of a stopper, that vial being reasonably described as maybe 6 or 7 inches tall, clear, either plastic or glass, cylindrical in shape, and about the size of this red pen?
I cannot answer your question without violating the constitutional, legal, and ethical principles I've previously cited.
Having already ruled on your claim of privilege and also having found a waiver to any possible privilege, I direct you to answer the question. Will you answer the question?
With all due respect, I cannot answer it.
And you understand I will hold you in contempt for failure to answer that question?
I do.
Thank you. Next question.
Was the last person in whose possession you saw this small, flat, white, solid object with uneven edges, Dr. Henry Lee, in the foyer area of that home at 1700 Grandview Drive?
I cannot answer your question without violating the legal, constitutional, and ethical principles I have previously cited.
And having previously ruled on your claim of privilege, finding it does not exist, and further finding that any such privilege, if it did exist, would have been waived by your prior testimony, I direct you to answer the question. Will you answer the question?
I cannot answer your question.
You understand that I will hold you in contempt if you do not answer?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. Next question.
Finally, Ms. Kaplan, if you'll allow me, did you previously describe that small, flat, white, solid object with uneven edges as appearing to you to be about the size of a fingernail, and in so describing, holding your right thumbnail up for the court in describing that item?
I cannot answer your question without violating the legal, constitutional, and ethical principles I've previously cited.
And do you understand that having previously ruled that there is no privilege, and further having found that if there was a privilege, it was waived by your prior testimony, that I now direct you to answer the question? Will you answer the question?
Without due respect, Your Honor, I cannot.
And you understand that I will hold you in contempt for failure to answer the question?
Yes.
All right, thank you. Any further questions?
I have one further question. Ms. Kaplan, did you recognize some of these questions that I asked you, or all of the questions that I asked you, as having been asked you at a previous hearing or a set of previous hearings whereat you actually answered those questions under oath, under penalty of perjury?
Yes.
Is that beyond the scope of,
I don't think that's necessary. The court can make findings based upon its record.
Based upon that, Your Honor, I have no further questions. Thank
All
you.
right, thank you. Would you prefer to step down at this point? All right, go ahead and step down. All right. The court finds that the previous questions that were asked by Mr. Jackson are relevant to these proceedings, have been asked of the witness, and the witness refused to answer the questions. The court has warned the witness not only before or after each question was asked as to what the consequences would be, that she would be held in contempt for failure to answer the questions. The court notes that I previously have warned the witness on two different occasions, June 6th and June 14th, when this issue was raised, that she would be held in contempt for failure to answer the questions. The court, having properly warned her, finds that the witness understands the consequences of her refusal to answer the questions, and understanding the consequences has refused to answer the questions. A court will also make the finding under the Keller case that it would be an idle act to make her do so in front of the jury. Also, it would further impinge the rights of Mr. Spector to have a witness claim a privilege in front of the jury when it's clear that nothing will change whether the jury is present at that time or not. Having no choice for refusal to answer each of the questions asked, I find that the defendant is in direct contempt of the court. These questions were asked in the presence of the court, the direct view of the court. The contempt is under two separate procedure. Section 1209, subdivision A, one being subdivision 5, disobedience of any order of the court, and subdivision 9, refusing to answer as a witness when posed a question and directed to do so by the court. It is a violation and contempt under both of those sections. So the court finds her in direct contempt as to each refusal to answer the question under the sections previously cited, also under 1211 of the Code of Civil Procedure, which is one of the general sections and indicates the punishment. The court has indicated, has found that it has been committed in the immediate view and presence of the court. Therefore, I must punish her summarily as required by law. I find that the refusal to answer is an omission to perform an act that is presently within the witness's power under the provisions of Section 1219 of the Code of Civil Procedure. I hereby order her to be remanded to the custody of the Sheriff of Los Angeles County without bail and be imprisoned until she has performed the act, which is to answer the questions I have ordered of her, answering all the relevant questions put to you by the district attorney in this matter. The court will now stay that sentence to allow her to pursue an appeal. We have previously agreed upon the stay date, which we had agreed would be
Your Honor.
Friday at, I believe we had discussed the close of business. Let's make it 4 o'clock on Friday, the 22nd of June. And of course, I've indicated I'll consider a further stay as necessary. Now, the court is required to serve Ms. Kaplan with a written order containing these findings. And my understanding is, because she has obligations tomorrow, will Wednesday be agreeable to all parties?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, we'll have that Wednesday. Do you want to set a time that's convenient to you? And Ms. Kaplan needs to be present, and I'll serve her with the order.
11 a.m. be all right, Your Honor?
I'm sorry?
Would 11 a.m. be okay with you?
Yes, that'll be 11. I want to make some further findings as well. that the court further finds, as I have found earlier, that there is no privilege to refuse to answer the questions that the court has found because of the nature of what she is testifying to, that is not a privileged attorney-client communication or observation. Further, that even if I was in agreement that this was a privileged area, her testimony in front of this court on 2 different occasions when called by the defense is a waiver of the privilege, a complete waiver of the privilege. It has also been suggested that because Mr. Spector was not personally present, that somehow he was not part of any waiver. I will simply, at this point, read to you in part from his 977 waiver. He had asked to be excused from those proceedings pursuant to 977. He had previously submitted a written waiver pursuant to 977. And in part, states as follows: the undersigned defendant hereby requests the court to proceed during every absence of his which the court may permit pursuant to this waiver, and hereby agrees that his interests will be deemed represented at all times by the presence of his attorney, the same as if the defendant himself were personally present in court. And further agrees that notice to his attorney that his presence in court on a particular day at a particular time is required will be deemed notice to him of the requirement of his appearance at said time and place. It is my finding that pursuant to that waiver, his actual presence is absolutely irrelevant to whether or not the privilege has been waived. The court has also considered Ms. Kaplan's explanation of why she cannot testify. I can certainly admire her for taking this stand on her principles, but there's a difference between admiring her and agreeing with her. And the process of the court and the requirement of law insists that she testify. So, as I say, although I can admire what she's doing and what she's going through, I cannot allow it, and I cannot find it to be an adequate explanation or a basis for a refusal to testify. So I will see you back here on Wednesday. Thank you. What? I believe so. Anything else?
I understand any of the defense for Mr. Spector to be present at 11 o'clock, because if you're just going to be serving the order on.
Exactly, because we are not going to be in session on Wednesday for other reasons. Previous commitment of one of the jurors. You ready to proceed with the jury?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, let's. Oh, it's still bringing him over? Okay.
Dang it. She witnessed an expert, someone that was in an advisory position to the case, do something that was, I don't know, illegal, I guess. Definitely unethical. That her client didn't know about, didn't have any part of. It's not privileged. She should have said, whoa, 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 what are you doing? That's evidence. What are you doing with it? We need to tell the I can't even talk. We need to tell the detectives or the criminalists or something, I don't know how that works, but we need to tell somebody. You don't just stick it in your own little kit and take it with you. And she didn't. And then she wasn't on the case anymore. So she should have said something. And now she won't because she says it's privileged. It's not privileged. Privileged is things about the case that you discussed with your client and things your client told you and things that were against the law that I don't know if it's really technically illegal, but it's unethical. That and so now it's gone. It's completely gone. We don't know what happened to it because Henry Lee took it away from the crime scene and didn't tell anybody. He could still have it somewhere for all we know. I mean, not now, but you know what I mean, back then. It still could be in his house, or it could be destroyed, or he could have lost it. We don't know what happened to it. And she saw him take it. And Judge Fiddler feels like the jury needs to know that. And so do the prosecutors. I don't know if it means that much. I don't know if it matters that much. But the judge seems to think it does, and he wants her to tell the jury. And she doesn't want to tell the jury, but is not privileged. And yeah, I guess it is hard for her, Judy. I guess it is, but I still think she should just say it. I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong. But I don't know. She did it out. She said it outside the presence of the jury already. She's outside of the presence of the jury now. The jury wasn't there, and now she won't say it when she just said it the other day. Well, whenever, I don't know, because I've lost track. We've been doing this for so long now. So she said it already. And now she won't say it. Well, this is just me. I'm not going to jail for anybody, especially not that little worm. I'd be like, no, absolutely not. I'm not going to jail. And I know that lawyers, like, that's sacred, that the lawyer-client confidentiality, that is sacred. But this isn't. This is not privileged. So, but what does happen? Because, like, she's going to be put in jail until she does it. So if she never does it, she can't stay in jail the rest of her life. How does that work? And so he said she had to go to jail, but she gets a stay until she appeals it. Like, so you're punished but not punished. How does that coerce her to testify? I'm so confused. I'm so confused. Oh, and there was another school shooting, but it was on a college campus. It was on FSU. And I am curious if Peter Tragos knows yet, because that was his school. It's my rival school. I want to cry. It makes me very sad. And Judy's going to keep me apprised. We might hop over and watch the press conference if we can. I want to cry right now. I'm very, very sad. Close to home, Oh, man, Madam's not here. She's really close to it.
The various places that you took and looked at tissue samples to see whether you could see evidence of gunshot residue. Just that you saw evidence of some soot, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Now, besides soot and the gunshot residue that is produced from the primer of the gun, do you also look for burnt and unburnt particles?
Of gunpowder,
Of gunpowder? Of gunpowder?
Yes.
Yes, you do. And did you find any in any of the samples?
Yes.
Could you tell us which samples?
On the tissue from the stellate tongue wound, I saw several gray metallic particles that are visually consistent with bullet material. There was a rare black particle visually consistent with soot, and 2 fragments that are visually consistent with gunpowder.
All right, and any other of the tests that you perform?
There's a tissue from the soft palate, and I saw several particles that are visually consistent with gunpowder and several gray metallic particles that are visually consistent with bullet material.
Okay, and bullet material being what?
Well, bullet material being from that area of the mouth, anything that's visually consistent with gray and or copper colored material.
Okay, and the gray material would be a possible lead material from the bullet?
Possibly, yes.
And the copper would be copper from part of the jacketing around the tip of the bullet?
That's correct.
Okay, and did you get to see, or are you able to look for smokeless powder in these testings that you do?
Well, the material that I said was visually consistent with gunpowder could be smokeless gunpowder.
Okay, and just because I jumped ahead, just tell the jurors what smokeless gunpowder is.
I'm not a firearms expert, but I don't really study gunpowder. But it's just a kind of gunpowder that burns with little or no smoke.
Okay, but you know it when you see it under the microscope.
I am pretty sure what I see visually, yes, but my visual identification of a particle leaves that particle. I take some of that particle and leaves that particle for a more definitive examination done by another laboratory, yes.
Okay. Now, you also had said that you did the sampling of both the left and the right hand of the decedent for the gunshot residue, correct?
I didn't sample it, I did the analysis.
You did the analysis of it. Now, when you do the analysis, did you put those together to do the sampling, or did you look under the microscope at separate discs?
I looked at them separately as separate samples.
Okay, as separate samples, both the left hand and the right hand.
That's correct.
Okay, and did you find particles consistent or specific to gunshot residue on both the left and the right hands?
Yes, I found highly specific particles of gunshot residue on both the right hand and the left hand.
Okay. Now, when you started with Mr. Dixon to explain how it is that the gun is fired to be able to get these particles. Let me just back up a little bit. The gunshot residue particles from the primer that you mentioned earlier contain lead, correct?
Yes.
Barium and antimony, correct?
Yes, correct.
And if you find, it's my understanding, all three, you can say it's a specific particle, correct?
I call them highly specific, yes.
Highly specific particles. And if you find just one or two, it could be a particle consistent with.
That's correct.
Because of those particles, one or two may be in the atmosphere and other different things.
Yes, actually those particles, although they're all contained in the primer material, during that detonation, those particles may separate, they may individualize, they may come back together in either by themselves or in any combination of those three.
Okay, so what I'm interested now in discussing with you, now that we've discussed a little bit about the gunshot particles, the primer and the sooting and the unburnt and the burnt particles, is where from the revolver, generally, when you do this analysis, where from the revolver do these particles escape from?
If my hand represents a revolver, a handgun, the difference of a handgun is there's basically in this region of the firearm, there's something called a cylinder, which contains the cartridges. So, and then there's the barrel and the trigger housing down here. So when this firearm is discharged, gunshot residue particles can escape from the gap between the end of the muzzle and the front of the cylinder. They can escape out of the trigger housing area, and they can certainly escape out of the muzzle of the firearm. Generally, the area that's considered to be a reasonable area for these particles to be found is anywhere from touching the handgun to as great a distance as 2.5 feet to the side, top, back, or bottom, or 0 to 14 feet in the muzzle direction is a reasonable space in which you might find these gunshot residue particles when this firearm is discharged.
So you said 0 to 14 feet that the particles can be propelled in front.
They
right?
may travel that distance, yes.
How do the particles get propelled 14 feet outward from the gun?
Jackson, I think it's me, but beyond expertise, I'd ask the question.
Sustain the way the question was asked, if you want to rephrase it, and if he's aware personally of any possible ways, that's something you can.
Are you aware of any possible ways the particles get propelled out of the front of the barrel?
Yes. Well, it's part of that detonation, part of the explosion process. The particles are forcefully deposited or distributed in the muzzle direction of the firearm when it is discharged. They may go 14 feet. It depends on the configuration of that firearm and the particulars of that firearm and any other environmental factors that might be present when that firearm is discharged.
Now, so for the moment that a firearm, a muzzle, a revolver muzzle from a .38 is inside the mouth of a person, what happens, if you're aware, as to the particles that normally get propelled 14 feet out, or up to 14 feet out?
Are you able to answer that question based upon your expertise?
I understand the question. I'm able to explain where the particles are likely to go, yes.
All right, based upon your experience, you may do
Thank you, Mr. Dow.
If I'm going to fire this gun into a relatively closed environment, the mouth, let's assume the mouth is open, it's got to be open if the muzzle's in the mouth, then those particles can behave like any other particles. They can be absorbed by the tissues in the mouth. They can be bounced back and come out of the mouth. They can go down the throat. Or if there's a sufficient area created by the projectile, they might in fact travel with the projectile for some direction. So they could be anywhere in that space when the firearm's discharged.
Okay. And that would be with regard to revolvers based on your experience, correct?
Yes.
So are you aware of how it forced back out of the mouth?
Well, it's simple bounce back.
It depends upon, based upon your experience, your actual working experience, are you able to answer the question?
I have not done any actual experiments as to where those particles go in that situation, no.
On campus, and faculty are still being told to shelter in place. FSU, for those of you familiar with the campus, it's enormous. It's a college campus. Most of them are. And it's going to take some time, right, Tom? Since even though we've only heard reports of one shooter, there have been reports that possibly there was more than one, and you can't take any chances.
You can't, and that's part of the problem that a large area like this, when you have a smaller high school or camp, there's blocks that you have to concern yourself through. It take a lot of personnel to work through these places, and they're not part of whatever this bigger thing that could be going on is.
So the reports that I'm privy to right now indicate that there may have just been one shooter, and the latest report that I got, which was from 10 minutes ago, with what appeared to be automatic weapons, are asking students gathered near West Conduit streets to disperse because other students were still being led from the student union. One marshal was being overheard saying, so many people in that building right now, so many to get out. And they're working to get them out, which is another sign that the situation is under control and that the one person they believe is responsible has been taken into custody. What was that?
So we have a student, a law student who attends FSU, who is joining us. And Madeline is joining us over the phone. Madeline, hello. Can you tell us how you found out what was going on?
Hi. We found out because of the emergency messaging systems on our phones that we signed into. And so when it first initially happened, all of our phones went off, and the law school itself, which is it's a little under a mile from the scene of the incident, immediately went into lockdown. All the doors are locked, and we've just been hiding in the classrooms, waiting for updates.
And when you saw that, what was your reaction?
Well, my initial reaction was I definitely need to contact everyone because I knew they were going to make sure that I was safe. So I wanted to reassure them, but we just wanted to get easy access to as much information as possible just to make sure that our location itself was safe. Unfortunately, some of my classmates, they were in that area, and one of them actually ran back to the law school to get to safety, and he made it, but I'm sure that was traumatic.
Have you been able to talk to him about what he saw and how he is?
He's okay. He didn't see anything himself at the moment, but he definitely.
Correctly. So the law school is about a mile then from the student union and the rest of the larger campus. So you're sheltering in place right now in a classroom?
Yes.
Wow. So are you alone?
School doors automatically locked.
Yeah, she just said that the door is automatically locked. Are you alone? Are you with others?
I am with a friend, and then some of the faculty are making sure that we're all okay, keeping us updated as well.
And what are they telling you?
I don't want to give wrong information, but there was a video that was circulating of the individual being caught and transferred.
Okay,
and
I can tell you that a Tallahassee spokesperson has confirmed that one person is in custody. So apparently they have narrowed it down to the fact that there was only one shooter. So that information may indeed be correct, because I've seen that on a number of different news sources at this point.
And Madeline,
thank goodness.
Isn't it? Thank goodness. Yes, that the person is in custody. Madeline, for those of our viewers who've never been on the campus at FSU, the student union building, can you just describe, where it is on campus, kind of what it looks like? Paint a picture for us.
To be completely honest, I have not been inside the building myself because the graduate programs remain separate, but I can tell you that it is in a more central location. With like an open food plaza, like many other. So
sounds like UFU. It's blocks and blocks of different buildings.
So it is, unfortunately, if someone were to desire to hit the most people possible, that would be the place.
And this happened, the alert went out at 12:01, right at lunchtime, unfortunately. I mean, so that just sends chills down your back, particularly as a parent, no doubt. So Madeline, were you able to call your family? What about your other friends? What's your family telling you? I would imagine they're saying, get back here as quickly as possible.
They just want me to follow the instructions that I'm given at the school, because leaving might, well, now that he's caught, maybe perhaps not, but just to make sure utmost safety, I trust the school to protect us. So they were mostly telling us to stay seated and just follow the instructions. And then I did reach out to my other friends that were around campus, and everyone has reported back that they are safe. So that was incredibly reassuring for me.
And Madeline, have you, just because of the day and age we live in, have you learned, been taught, how to respond in these kinds of situations?
First and foremost, the thing that you're always told is to stay low, stay where you are, have access, if you can, to whatever is going on as quickly as possible, and to lock the doors wherever you are. That's predominantly what I have always been told. Running draws attention, so usually that's not recommended. But this has been usually the drills that I have been doing since high school back in Jacksonville. So unfortunately or unfortunately, due to the nature of the time, I did feel prepared for something like this.
Well, we thank you for joining us, and we certainly hope that you stay safe and well. And we appreciate your time, and our prayers are with you. I have a statement from Governor Ron DeSantis, and he says, our prayers are with our FSU family and state law enforcement actively responding. We also got word that FBI Jacksonville is assisting in the investigation. If somebody in the back can try and get hold of Amanda with FBI Jacksonville, perhaps we can get them on the phone. Also agreeing to join us is Bryce, who's an FSU student on campus, and he apparently left right when it happened. Bryce, can you tell us if you heard anything, saw anything when this all started to come down?
Hey, can you hear me?
Yes, we can, Bryce. Thank you so much for joining us. Number one, you're apparently safe. When
Yes,
you
I
heard
am.
whatever, when you got the alert, what was your reaction?
Yeah, no. So this was the best day to forget my laptop because I was going to bring it to my ordinary differential equations class. But yeah, I was heading back home. I just left campus, and that's when I got the alert on my phone.
And what did you think? Did you believe it?
I've had friends from Parkland, and this is just kind of the new normal.
Oh, wow.
Oh, I'm so sad. I'm
That's sad.
Terrible.
So
Yeah.
sad, Bryce. Where are you now?
The new
And have you been
normal.
able to communicate with any of your friends or classmates?
Yes, I'm currently home north of campus, and I've chatted with pretty much everyone that I know, FSU student-wise. I've also talked with some of my professors, and they all seem to be safe, but a lot of them are hunkered down and scared.
Yeah, we just talked. Unfortunately, this is the new normal. Do you feel that way?
Oh gosh, yes.
He just said that.
I remember when I went to Tampa Bay Tech back in 2018, 2019, after the Parkland shooting, we had a demonstration where everyone walked out, and we all realized, as a culmination, that this is just going to keep happening and nothing's going to get done about it.
Is that frustrating to you that nothing's going to get done about it?
How can anything get done about
Oh gosh, yeah, definitely.
What do you think needs to be done?
How are we going to
difficult
stop it?
because I know myself and I know how to protect myself, but my hands are, if it makes sense, is that my life is not in the hands of this, the government. It's in the hands of the shooter, but the shooter's life is in the hands of the government, is what it seems.
Can you explain what you mean by that?
What?
Because this is how I think. I think the access to guns that we have right now is what's causing this. And I would say
No,
that,
it's not.
like this, just straight like that, yeah.
Bryce, could you, I asked this question of Madeline, and she'd not actually been in the student union building before. Could you explain, apparently that is a building where tons of kids would be, getting lunch and whatnot. We know that the alert went out at around 12:01. Can you kind of set the scene for us a little bit, the student union building and that area around it?
Right. So on any given day, you walk in from either the west, the east, or the south. There's stairways all across the area. That's where orientations are typically held. We have the main floor, which is going to have all the food courts and sitting areas. Down under, we have a bowling alley. There's a picture framing shop and a place to hang out at the bar. If you go to kind of like the seating area on the floor above the main floor, you get like a piano, more sitting areas. If you go to the top floor, that's where you start to get more of your auditorium space.
Wow, so that's just a very popular area where a lot of students would be this time, of the day. And you're ramping up for exams, or are you in the middle of the process?
Oh my gosh, yes, I'm a meteorology student.
So you're preparing for exams?
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, it's been a difficult semester because another thing people forget is that FSU isn't just Tallahassee. People come here from all over Florida because of bright futures. So I'm from Tampa, my family's from Tampa. I got people from Jacksonville, from Miami, from Fort Lauderdale, all over Orlando. And this isn't just affecting Tallahassee students. This is affecting Florida students. This is affecting Florida families.
Yeah, I would imagine. Did family reached out to you? Explain that a little bit, how you were able to get in touch with them in that conversation.
And people from other states go to FSU.
The second I got the alert,
Not
I
just
went
people
on
from
my
Florida.
car and I had to call my dad. He's at work. He's at McDill, and I called him. I was actually scared to tell him that I was on campus. Let him get out.
It's finals time. Are you going to be afraid to go back and finish out the semester?
Yes, and the point that I wanted to make earlier, which I forgot to, is that I was suffering through Haleen and Milton, and I feel like FSU hasn't done a very good job at, students recovering from this severe stress of natural disasters, and now apparently human-caused disasters as well.
Oh, dude.
Bryce, I'm so sorry. We so appreciate you taking the time. I know that this is very anxiety provoking for you, and we appreciate your candor and you taking the time to share what you saw, what you're hearing. May I ask you before we let you go, have you received any more recent alerts from FSU that can help us kind of tell our viewers at home what's going on campus?
Yeah, I'll go take a look. The last one we got was at, I believe, 12:58 p.m. FSU alert, Tallahassee emergency message. Continue to shelter in place. Law enforcement is actively clearing rooms at the main campus.
Yeah. So there are, if it makes you feel any better, confirmed reports that the shooter is in custody. And our crime and safety expert is Tom Hackney here. And he says, you know what, they may keep that shelter in place alert, in place for a little while, just to make sure, Bryce. Know that our thoughts and prayers are with you. And
Comparing this
thank
to a
you so much for spending
disaster,
some time.
though?
We certainly wish you the best and hope that things calm down for you and hope that you get to finish your semester with some peace. Have a peaceful rest of the day. And I hope you get to, get some rest here and relax your mind.
Call your father again. He's going to want to hear your voice.
Yeah,
Please,
both
Bryce.
Jen and I are both parents to college
call
students,
him.
so we understand your angst. And we've got some on our own. I have from the Tallahassee Democrat a witness statement. Will Schatz is an FSU senior. He was in the Strozier Library on campus around noon with friends. He actually stopped running after somebody and screaming something. And then gunshots. I'm not sure if that was the shooter shooting or if it was the cops shooting at the shooter. He called his mom right away after he got out of the library to tell her he was okay and what happened. Since then, he said he saw 4 students loaded into ambulances and taken away first. Good boy for calling mom. Yeah. Like I said, Jen and I have kids in college, and the first thing you do is you let your parents know that you are okay.
Hey, Bruce, I also want to just, for those of our viewers who are just joining us, just kind of figuring out what's going on and turning on the TV to Channel 4, we have that video, Rory, in the back. If you could re-rack that video for us, which gives us sort of a glimpse of what it was like in the moments after the shooting occurred. You can see here, shot from, looks like a walkway of some sort, and you can see students running from campus, crossing over the road, just hoping those cars are going to stop as they're running to safety. No doubt, as we had heard, as many as possibly 20 shots rang out. This was near the Student Union building. This happened at about 12:01 this afternoon, right in the middle of lunchtime, a very busy time at the Student Union building on the campus of FSU. Everyone is being told to shelter in place, not even just directly on campus, but we spoke to a student about 30 minutes ago, Madeline. She's at the FSU Law campus, which is about a mile from there, and she is sheltering in place with a friend as well, because you just don't know. But we do know that one person is in custody. According to FSU, at least 4 people have been injured. Citing hospital officials, I'm sorry, forgive me here, we're digesting all of this, it's being posted here, and that the hospital there, Memorial Healthcare, actively receiving and caring for patients from the shooting. We are hoping that is no longer the case, that it's just the 4 at this point, and we're waiting to find out more about their condition.
So Tallahassee police, 2 informed sources say that the active shooter is in custody. I can also tell you that sometimes, we don't know a motive, sometimes these events happen in concert with something that has happened historically. Tom brought up the point that if you look to history, I think it was 30 years ago today, there was the Oklahoma City bombing.
Yeah, so, law enforcement looks at this April window. It's usually from April 15th or so until maybe the 24th or 25th, because historically there's just a repeat of things that happen during this April time. And
it's a trigger.
It really is. And, is it associated with tax day and, some of the subversive groups? and you don't know, and I'm not trying to say that what happened in Tallahassee today is anything to do with any of those, but it's just awfully suspect that it's within this window that law enforcement kind of says, hey, this is a time that we need to be extra vigilant about what's going on. And then here, right at noon, we see what's happening. And,
so let me give some perspective here. It was that deadly blast that toppled American notions of safety, exposed anti-government rage, and unified a grieving city, Oklahoma City. And its lingering impacts were mixed. It was just after 9 o'clock, April 19th, 1995, that Jason Williamson was on the phone helping a customer work out the logistics of a complex cash withdrawal. At 24, his credit union in downtown Oklahoma City, his first real job, at his desk on the third floor of the Alfred P. Murrah Federal Building, sat to the left of the teller windows. He was serving customers. As he spoke, he noticed lights flickering before the world suddenly went pitch black and quiet. All of a sudden, there was a deafening roar. This is his account. And the feeling that he was in free fall, plummeting into the earth. At 9:02 that day, 30 years ago, a 4,800-pound fertilizer bomb detonated in a Ryder truck parked outside the north entrance of Oklahoma City's federal building. The blast killed 168 people, 19 of whom were children,
I don't think
injuring
this has
more than
anything to do with
700,
Oklahoma
destroyed or damaged more than
I really
300
don't.
buildings.
I don't know why they're
Again,
talking about it.
we're not saying this is tied to that, but as Tom pointed out, sometimes it acts as a trigger.
Yeah, and it's interesting because it's International Violence Extremism Day, or anti also is today.
It's today. So,
Oh my
again,
God.
law enforcement, I guarantee you, law enforcement, that's top of the list of what they're thinking of over there.
They'll look for any trigger.
Just because, and we just put out that the FBI from Jacksonville is going over there, and without a doubt, that's on the forefront of their minds as they go to begin to investigate motives behind this, and maybe it is just one person, and maybe this is completely unrelated to anything that we've just talked about. But from a law enforcement standpoint, the association with Oklahoma City and the explosives, this, Oklahoma City wasn't an active shooter. It was a bomb. It was a massive bomb that took down an entire building. So that plays into the response in Tallahassee is there an explosive component to this if it is indeed related? All these things are just pieces that law enforcement thinks about, puts into place, and tries to react to without knowing the
Has
true
to,
facts.
as the investigation continues. Just one point, Rory, if you could please update our lower third also for our viewers who are just joining us at Chiron there, now that we have confirmed that a shooter is in custody.
From two police sources.
Yes, if you could please update that for our viewers who are just joining us. Also, 4 people taken to the hospital as well. We are waiting to hear their condition. Tom, to your point, there may be some who have been following us now since we've been on the air for the last hour who are saying, what is taking so long, right? We're seeing these images on the outside that show essentially, police, they're kind of diverting traffic, so to speak. Why is this taking so long?
You honestly, you want to try to get as much information out as possible, just because you have so many people sheltered in place, and it's quick and easy to forget. Hey, I tell these groups to shelter in place. Let me go worry about my issue that I'm dealing with here. And oh, wait a minute, I've got thousands of people sheltering in place. Information is key to coming out and sharing that information to let people know what to do, because I can guarantee you that across the country, across the state, there are thousands of parents who are shaking right now, wondering what's up with their kids. Are they okay? So, if you're a child and listening to this and you have self-service, let your parents know you're okay. If you haven't done so already, please, share that information with friends and work that. The systems will get overloaded. It just seems to always happen. So, be patient with what you're doing, but law enforcement will, I'm sure they're working right now to come up with a plan to release information about this. Every news channel across the country right now is doing the same thing we're doing, just trying to put this puzzle together and come up with some information. But it's tough, and information is so key.
And look, we're not their priority, and we understand that. Their priority is to make sure they have got the right information. The last thing they want to do is say all clear, and it's not.
Yeah, you can accidentally put out the wrong information if you don't have that. If you think, okay, we've got one guy in custody, everything's fine, and 15, 20 minutes later, you realize that, wait a minute, what I just put out is wrong, and I've jeopardized lives. So, where all of us are watching and listening and just sitting on the edge of our seat waiting for information to come out, that could theoretically and really literally put somebody's life in jeopardy if they don't have all that information.
Right.
To your
Now,
point.
And it looks
Tom,
like this. It looks like this reporter in Tallahassee is ready to go back on the air. So as soon as he does, we'll check back in with him.
We
He's
also
shaking his
have a
head.
student who's waiting on the line. If I could just also add as we're waiting for the reporter. Okay, let's listen in actually.
Putting up barricades right now here at Dewey in Tennessee. Turn up the audio, please. And so we are here seeing the barricades be put up so that the officers can leave this area, because right now it's just being blocked by police cars right now. State Highway Patrol is here, FDLE is here, Tallahassee Police is here, and we are also hearing from state leaders right now on social media. Governor Ron DeSantis posted on X that our prayers are with.
Apparently, he doesn't have any new information. So the barricades are being put up, number one, to keep people out, and they'll lift those barricades to allow law enforcement out. Today's shooting at FSU, by the way, tragically, is not the first on campus. It was November 2014 that a gunman who, by the way, was an alumnus, shot an employee and two students at the Stroger Library. That shooter was fatally shot by responding officers. We're doing what we can to get as many eyewitness reports as we can. And Jen, we do have another student on the phone.
Yeah, and let's bring them into the conversation. Would you introduce yourself, please, and tell us how you found out what was happening?
Yes, hello, my name is Zion Williams. I was on campus at the time that it happened. I was actually outside, and there was like 75 to 100 people running my way. They were crying and screaming. And I just ran to the closest building.
Okay, again, so our phone line connection is not that great. You said you saw 75 to 100 people running from a building?
Yes, running towards my way, and I ran to the closest building.
Did you have any idea what was going on, Zion?
No, actually, I thought it was a joke. I thought that people was playing until I saw a girl in tears and she fell. And I knew it wasn't a joke after that.
Yeah, and when you found out exactly what was going on, what were your first thoughts?
I went in a panic. I ran into the closest building and just started screaming at everyone to take shelter. And everyone was kind of lost. They didn't think it was going on, what was actually going on. And it took them a while to process it. And when they processed it, they were just like, everyone going shelter. Currently, right now, we're on the floor in a dark room in an office. So
you're still on campus, Zion?
Yes, I'm still on campus.
What else are you seeing? I mean, I'm please stay where you are, obviously, and just kind of describe what you're hearing. Are you getting any indication from the school as to when it might be clear? We have heard, in case you didn't know, that one shooter is in custody at this point. We're hearing that it's just one shooter, but obviously the police are now methodically going to go through and try to clear the area.
Yes, so actually, I'm on the second floor, so I'm kind of elevated to where I can see the outside. But it's just been multiple reports coming through our way from different students and different things, different people that may have lost their lives, and the suspect that's apprehended and different things as that.
Okay, well, what we're hearing officially from the hospital, just so you know, is 4 people have been taken to the hospital. We have not been told if anyone has died. So I just want to let you know that, since I know that you're worried and you're stressed. So we're waiting to hear from the hospital that information.
So you said you're sitting on the floor in the dark. You've got some other people there. Are you at least getting some comfort from each other? Because that's got to be a very, very difficult emotional situation, Zion.
Yeah, so I'm in here with 2 other women, and they're very emotional as it go on. So I've been helping them out to help control their emotions on top of control mine.
Yeah. Did you ever in your wildest dreams think that you would find yourself in this situation? Because we talked to another student who said, you know what, it's a reality today.
What kind of question is that?
It was definitely a shell shock. I've never been in a situation like this before. So when I came in, when it happened, I went to blank, and I'm still kind of in shock. That's why you may see me stop in the middle of my words.
That's okay.
Because I can't believe it's happening.
But Zion, you're safe.
It sounds like he's in shock.
You're safe. Can you tell us a little bit about yourself? What year you're in at FSU, what you're studying, and where you're from?
Yes, I'm a current junior majoring in marketing, and I'm from Jacksonville, Florida.
Oh, you're from Jacksonville. Oh, I'm so glad you're okay. Of
Yeah.
course. Have you talked to your family? How did they reach out to you? To walk us through that conversation.
Yes, so my mom, I called her immediately after it happened, and I think she was in that connection, but right after she called back after she heard the news, and I've been having a flood of family members call through to check in to see how I'm doing.
All right, you want to just, just give your mom's first name, because she may be watching, and just say, hey, mom, her first name, you're okay, it's Zion.
Yes, hey mom, I'm okay.
Anything you want to tell mom?
It's fine.
Anything you want to tell mom, Zion?
Just beyond that you're okay, just to assure her.
Yes, I'm okay. I'm actually in the office right now, and I'm doing pretty good. So hopefully we'll be really soon.
Okay, good. You know what? I got to tell you, Jen and I both have college-aged kids, so we know how important that, reassurance is for parents. So thank you so much for taking some time to chat with us, and we wish you the best. And we certainly hope that, you get the all clear soon and literally get out of the dark and get back to the safety of your home, and that you can find some peace tonight.
And Zion, I know the two women that are there with you, if they want to talk with us and if they have a message to anyone that, that they would like to give through us, please let them know that we're happy to do that for them. We can only imagine how they're feeling and the anxiety that they're feeling right now. Are they also from the Jacksonville area or Northeast Florida?
They're from different areas of Florida. Do you guys need any family to reach through the news channel? No, they're fine. They're still in like shackles. They're still shell-shocked.
Yeah, stay safe, Zion.
Give each other a big hug for us. Yeah. So, according to ABC News, NBC News, the Tallahassee Democrat, multiple people, they say, were injured. No reports of anybody having lost their lives.
Oh, thank you.
There are reports at least 4 people have been hospitalized. That's from a spokesperson at Tallahassee Memorial Healthcare. There are reports from 2 law enforcement sources. A suspect has been taken into custody. Just a little bit of history here. Just right after noon at 12:01, the first alert about the active shooter came out. Tallahassee police declining to comment as to whether or not the suspect was a student at the university.
And again, it may be a while before we even know anything about that person and the condition of that person as well. Was this a situation where this person, as we had heard from a reporter on the ground there who interviewed a witness who says they saw a college-aged looking man come out of the student union carrying a handgun. And Tom, I don't know, does handgun tell you anything? Is that a limit to how many shots could be fired? Because we initially heard it was 20. Maybe that was more than, when you hear one gunshot or multiple, that number can add up.
Easily. And
your mind as a witness.
One shot sound, it's frightening. People ask how big the barrel was, and it was about this big when it's pointed at you. So, the fact that it maybe was a pistol, that if it's just the one magazine that's with the gun, that's going to limit the amount of damage and bullets that can fly. But, time and time again, we see that these folks that do this, they come ready, and they come with extra magazines, and they come with extra ammunition. And again, we're going to find out later about what happened here and what kind of preparation there might have been. But yeah, so if it's just a pistol, that's certainly better than coming with a knapsack full of ammunition
Or an automatic weapon, yeah.
And an automatic weapon, yeah.
But we also don't know, how many shots came from the gunman, how many came from police in response too.
Right. Oh yeah.
Trying to take the gunman down.
Again, 30 years of experience with this. When the training came from Columbine and was really made to be an important piece of law enforcement training, the ability to address a threat and run towards the threat from a police standpoint, it was emphasized. And we've seen some cases here in the past several years where that wasn't done, and the criticism that surrounds that, and rightfully so.
Talking about Parkland.
Oh, absolutely. You want to see law enforcement respond and address that threat. So you hear gunshots, and maybe some of those are law enforcement attempting to address them, and you just don't know. But when you hear people's shock, and they're just not addressed. You hear reports that sounded like firecrackers. Well, that's just what your brain does. And having some plan, and we've talked about this before with other things, having from a parent standpoint, having conversations with your kids, and you think, okay, it's elementary or high school. No, it runs into college age kids about what to do if something like this happens, and having a communications plan, having an exit plan that is in line with what is being taught in high schools to response. Do you run? No, and we heard that today. It's not a good idea to run. And
See, I didn't
and
know
you don't
that.
want to do that. You want to shelter in
I'd be
place when
running.
possible and work through that. And here in Zion Talk, you can sympathize with what that must actually be like to be in a dark office, laying on the floor, and trying to filter in information about, is it safe? Am I safe where I am? And yeah, that's
waiting for someone to
somebody
come
tell
and
you.
tell you
You
that
don't know
it's
what's going
okay.
on in the outside world.
I imagine, and
about
afraid to
that.
just even peek your head up to look out the window, because what if someone is still on campus and they might see you and come after you? Oh my gosh, I can't even imagine.
I just got a comment from Florida House Speaker Danny Perez. He says, look, we're thinking of everybody on campus. And he says, what happened is terrifying. And to your point, it is every parent's worst nightmare, not to mention to the students, but as a parent, who wonders, my kid's away at school. I want to know what's happening. And even if I hear from them, what's really going on in their mind and their heart? Are they safe? Are they scared? Are they frightened? Are they alone? Are they going to get out?
Yeah, I want to just share real quick, and let's continue this conversation. So the last post on X by FSU, from what I can tell here, was at 1:01 this afternoon. Continue to shelter in place, says FSU. Police have responded to an active shooter. We now know that one shooter is in custody. Stay alert for more information. Persons in need of emergency assistance, call 911. All classes and university events, including athletic events, have been that were scheduled have been canceled. Individuals not already on the main campus at this time should avoid coming to the Tallahassee main campus, which certainly makes sense, which is why we're seeing people leaving the campus and not anyone going towards the campus.
And, I would also imagine that, number one, it's finals time, that any exams are going to be postponed. And number two, the university is going to make mental health services available to anybody who needs them, because this is just going to be have a devastating psychological impact. And, even for people who may be watching right now, who have kids in campus, who have students in campus, if this is something that's weighing on you, and if it's something that's concerning you, don't be afraid to ask for help, because it is very disconcerting. We live in a day and age and time that so many things are going on and weighing on us. Don't be ashamed. Don't be afraid to ask for help. It is available.
And now obviously we're in the mix of this, right? So paint a picture on what is likely happening on campus that we can't see from this vantage point, even though we've heard that that someone is in custody. I mean, they're gonna this could take hours.
Yes.
Tom.
And again, even if this was a small campus, it could take hours. But when you think about how many blocks the Florida State University campus encumbers, that's going to take multiple law enforcement agencies working through. We talked to Zion, who's in an office building somewhere. So, you've got to make yourself through that as a police officer at clearing these places to make sure that there isn't some other gunman, and intelligence is key to this from the police standpoint. So as they learn it, they share that with those SWAT officers and the other officers who are going through that. Hey, we're really feeling like maybe there isn't another suspect, that you're pretty good. You just need to make sure these are safe. But again, these can take hours. Unfortunately, that this is not something that will be over in the next 10 minutes. And you just...
Oh, they're going to be there for days.
Yeah.
And you'll notice they've put up, which we didn't
This
see
isn't
until
like a
just
high
now,
school
the
shooting
blockades,
on,
because,
with
for the
like one or two
investigators, we
small
saw the
buildings,
FLE crime
high
scene
school
trucks
buildings,
moving in.
like,
It's protecting the integrity of
what
the
if
crime
the
scene.
shooter were to decide to pretend
swinging
to
of
be
that
one of the
pendulum
students?
from the immediate life safety of apprehending a suspect and
And they're like, okay,
attending
I'll
to the
clear.
injured, to now
Like, this
the
is
prosecution
scary.
and the investigation as to what's going to happen with the suspect, and the integrity of the crime scene, the integrity of the case and the evidence. That all comes into play. And again, for the investigators who may be talking to that suspect, to learn motive, to learn people who may have worked with,
Scouring social media, looking for some reason.
Right.
Right.
Oh, without a doubt. And again, we talked a few minutes ago about the anniversary dates and where we are, and does that play a place into this? And again, I don't want to paint a picture of scaring people to hear this, but is this
If it's
a
a
piece of a
college
bigger
age
puzzle that may be going
person
on
that
around this
I
time?
seriously
And that's what,
anything
especially the FBI, who does their counterterrorism and anti-terrorism stuff, that looks at to make some decisions about how can this little piece be plugged into something bigger. And fortunately, just like we've heard from here, this is the reality of today and the reality of some of what we live in, and that's frightening.
Yeah. If you're listening in the back, we mentioned the fact that the FBI Jacksonville is involved in this investigation. If you guys could get their PIO, you guys know who I'm talking about, perhaps on the phone to talk about what role they're going to play. If they happen to have been in Tallahassee for some reason, we can get some information from her. And, she's on her way? Okay. That'd be great. She's on her way to Tallahassee. Okay. So again, we appreciate everybody who's joined us. And again, for the moms and dads who may be watching, brothers, sisters, or whoever, there is PTSD, post-traumatic stress syndrome, that is going to set in. There are people who are going to be shocked. You're just digesting this information right now. There is certainly help that's available if you have some concerns about this. Even if you have a student who doesn't go to FSU, you have a son or daughter who goes to another college campus. Believe me, you're going to be worrying about their safety, and don't be afraid if it's weighing on your mind. To number one, to reach out to them.
We just had a serial killer.
You, they know what's going on if they go to FAU, UF, if they go to FSCJ, and it's okay. They're going to go, I'm okay. You know what? Make sure you talk to them, get them to open up, because it's important.
And I want to just, we are seeing, I know Tom has some video here. It's extremely disturbing.
Are you talking about what's on X?
No, it was sent to anyway. And we also heard a little bit from one of the students also about some of the videos that are circulating. I think that we have to understand that when we talk to a hospital, the hospital are talking about patients that are wounded that are coming on scene, right? Not necessarily those who may not be wounded and are still there. So read into that what you will. We just don't know at this point. But please don't rush to judgment based on what you're hearing until we can really kind of confirm exactly what has happened, because we know that a lot of our viewers have students who attend to FSU.
Let me also warn you, I have seen some of the videos that are being posted. Some are graphic, some purportedly from students. They may very well be legitimate. Also, in this day and age of artificial intelligence, don't be fooled. You can't be guaranteed that exactly what you are seeing is real, okay? Make sure that they come from vetted sources, and you can be guaranteed that whatever you see here on our air is going to have been sourced, is going to come from legitimate sources, and it certainly won't be graphic.
If someone
To the point
AI
of it, we're all
videos of this,
talking as
they're
parents
sick.
of college-age kids. I've of course immediately reached out to some dear friends who have a student who graduated recently from FSU and have a lot of connections over there in terms of existing students, and a relative there, Madeline, in fact, who joined us. The back and forth between husbands and wives. Have you talked to so-and-so? Have you talked to this one? Are they okay? I can't reach. Tom, for the viewer at home who has a student there who's trying to reach their student and can't reach them, what should they do?
Yeah, that's such a tough thing because of that panic that you're feeling right now. It is repeated efforts to try to get that. And if you can't get your loved one, if you can't get your son or daughter, see if you can't get a friend group, somebody from their friend group who may know that, to try to verify where they are. I really recommend Life 360 or something like that. I have it with all my kids and have had it for years, that I know where they are. I know how fast they're driving, unfortunate for them sometimes, but you have that ability to share that information. So if you have access to a Find My iPhone or any of those devices or means or apps that you can help locate, if you can't make contact, that's some things that you could possibly do. Again, knowledge is power when it comes to that, and peace of mind to know that my little one is okay.
Who isn't rushing there?
Yeah,
right?
exactly.
It's not probably what police want you to do, but who wouldn't as a parent?
Of course, no.
Yeah, right?
Yeah, that's your job as a parent, is to make sure they're safe, and I can't do that from Jacksonville, so I'm going to find myself in Tallahassee.
And before you wring their neck, hug them.
Yeah,
for not being
yes,
in touch.
please.
Yeah.
No, we have some pictures.
New pictures that just came into the newsroom, and we're going to see them from you as well. They're apparently from inside an FSU classroom.
Oh,
You can
yeah.
see what they did. And these kids were smart.
Yeah.
So what they did was they're like, okay, we've got to be safe. We were told to be on lockdown. What we want to do is make sure that anybody that may be out there is that they don't have access. What do we have at the ready that we can use? Oh, we have chairs here. We want to create a blockade. We want to make sure that anybody who may want to come and try and attack us can't get in. What do we have that can act as a barricade?
Oh my gosh, Sean, Tom, it hits me.
Yeah.
Can you imagine that's your kid in there?
Yeah. On the other side of that, and
I can't. I
and-
just, whew.
and the panic. It's the unknown.
Whew.
It's the not knowing what's happening next. And you know, hey, lockdown. There's an active shooter on campus, and you know, this is.
But they weren't panicked. They had the presence of mind to do something.
That's what I was about to say. Thank God they have the togetherness to get there and do what they can to help protect themselves. And again, goes back to have those conversations. Take opportunities like this and take this and have a conversation about, hey, if this happens, these are some things that you can do. And having a plan is so much better than having no plan at all.
Right, and I covered a number of these, unfortunately, throughout the years. You know that there were probably some students who were panicked, and there are others who said, look, we have to remain level-headed. You know, we're here. We're going to do what we can to protect you. And then they took control of the situation.
Well, you heard Zion, you know, him talking about trying to help the two ladies he was with who were emotional, obviously, and understandably so. But, you know, that's what it takes is help where you can, help blockade the door, help, you know, keep somebody from, you know, these things, you just see them time after time after time. And these are trigger points for people who really get panicky about these things. And again, rightfully so. And it's nice to know that there's folks out there like Zion who can help through that. And, you know,
They may be panicked inside, but it's a controlled
that's fine.
panic.
Yeah, that's fine. But, you know, having the wherewithal to help somebody else. And we talk about today's age and all these things that we're faced with. I'm still warms my heart to see that there's still somebody out there in today's age willing to do that, willing to step up.
Let's also reset for just a minute for viewers who are just joining us, based on the information that we know that's confirmed, if we can, right? An active shooter is in custody, right?
Okay, that's the bottom line. We've got that from two police
Well,
spokesmen.
I thought they
All
were gonna have a press
12:01.
conference.
Alert goes out from FSU that there's an active shooter on campus. Students are told
And teaching.
It's irrelevant. If his experience doesn't allow him to offer an expert opinion, then the question, whether he's then repeated that to someone or explained it to someone, if he doesn't feel he has the expertise to answer that, I'm going to sustain the objection.
Have you ever taught about this area to anyone?
It depends. It may or may not go to his experience. Do you teach on the subject?
Yes.
Based upon your teachings, your own work that you do, can you actually offer an opinion, not just a guess or speculation, an opinion as to where the residue would go?
I would not offer an opinion about that.
Okay. And I would fair to say that no one in this specific case came to you to ask you for an opinion.
No.
Dr. Pena didn't come to you to ask you, correct?
No, he did not.
And you did not, you weren't asked by anybody from the sheriff's lab for your opinion in this specific case, correct?
I was not.
Now, in some of the cases that you look at, you actually examine both the decedent's samples and sometimes the suspect samples, correct?
Objection relevancy, some other case, we're talking about this case.
I'm just going to allow the question as a general question. And then, do you ever do both?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. Next question.
And when you do that, do you apply the same standards in a comparative basis as to whether you call something a highly specific particle or a consistent particle with gunshot residue?
Yes.
Okay. Do you know whether the standard that is applied in the coroner's office is the same standard that is applied in the Los Angeles Sheriff's Department?
For particles of gunshot residue?
Right, for identifying particles of gunshot residue.
I believe it's the same, yes.
Okay. Now, you mentioned something to Mr. Dixon that you were transferring some teeth particles at some point, correct?
They were particles that were identified as possible fragments of teeth, yes.
Okay. And you did more than actually transfer them, correct?
Can you repeat the question?
You did more than actually just transfer possible particles of teeth, correct?
Well, I visually examined them and microscopically examined those particles for the presence or absence of gunshot residue and or bullet material.
Okay. And when you say bullet material, you were asked by your superiors to look at certain particles of crowns belonging to Ms. Clarkson to see whether there was what's called a bullet wipe on the material, correct?
That's correct.
And bullet wipe is what, sir?
Well, bullet wipe generally is considered to be, as the bullet strikes the surface, it may wipe or deposit some of its material onto that surface, and that's frequently called bullet wipe.
So when the tip of the bullet, for instance, hypothetically would go through teeth, let's say my two front incisors, it could leave bullet wipe on the teeth.
Tip or sides of the bullet, yes.
Okay. And after you examined the samples that you have, and by the way, the samples you have were fragments that were examined in two separate vials, correct?
Yes, vials 5 and 11.
Okay. And how many particles do you know does vial 5? Did vial 5 have in it?
I'd have to look at my notes.
Yes, please.
I'm not sure that I actually counted the fragments in vial 5.
Okay.
But it appears as though there might have been 3 fragments or so.
Do you know how many there were? I'm sorry, I was waiting for.
Oh, I'm sorry, 3. I believe
There were 3, okay. And in vial 11, how many?
I have a note from the notate from.
3 samples in vial and 1 sample in vial 11, correct?
Yes, correct.
And after you looked at vials 5 and 11 and all those samples, you found that there was no elements consistent with bullet wipe in that bullet material on those samples, correct?
Correct. I found no areas that were of heavy atomic number. So yes, no areas that I detected any material that was consistent with bullet material.
Did any one of your superiors explain to you why they were asking you to look for a bullet wipe on the outside of the teeth?
Sustained.
Do you know why you were looking for bullet wipe on the outside of the teeth?
It's actually relevant, Steve. We keep doing this test, he does this test.
Well, he can be asked, why would he look for it? That's perfectly acceptable. Why would you be looking for bullet wipe?
The idea was the one that she advanced in that if the teeth might have been, if there are teeth fragments, and those teeth fragments might be the result of having been struck by a bullet, then there might be bullet wipe on those fragments.
And at the time you were looking for this bullet material on the outside of the teeth, were you aware as to whether or not the forensic dentist, odontologist in your office had yet made a determination as to whether or not the crowns or caps were fractured from the outside in or the inside out?
Actually, here's the
Overruled simply as when he made his evaluation, was you aware of certain facts?
I was not.
All right, thank you.
Now, you also were given a vial called vial number 10 to look at a potential tooth or tooth-like material particle, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And when were you asked to examine vial 10?
Okay. I actually examined vial 10 on or about 3/17 of 2004.
Were you first looked on 226 or was it 317?
Well, I looked at those fragments a number of times, the tooth fragments. But the time that I looked at vial number 10, in which there was a dispute as to what was in vial 10, was on, I believe, somewhere close to 317 of 04.
Okay. And when you say that there was a dispute as to what was in it, what do you mean?
Well, I received those samples, vial 5, vial 11, and vial 10, all at once. And in opening those packages, when I opened the package containing vial 10, I noticed that vial 10 was broken and had been restoppered. And at that point, I stopped my examination, called another criminalist, had them look at the material, and then photographed all of the material to document the condition in which I received it in.
Okay. And in fact, you also noticed that the broken edges of the vial didn't match up with the longer piece in the envelope, correct?
Correct. There seemed to be some pieces missing of the broken vial.
So not only was this white particle that had been in vial 10 missing, and by the way, did you ever see it before it was missing in terms of, did you ever see x-rays or pictures?
I don't believe I did.
Okay. So you don't know whether there was pictures of any type of facial views or lingual views or side views taken?
I do not.
Okay. And so when you found that the vial edges didn't match up with the glass and the white item in it was missing, and after you called the person over, what did you do?
I called Dr. Pena and let him know that that was the condition that I was currently looking at that specimen in.
Okay. Now, after you called Dr. Pena, were you involved in any meetings at the coroner's office concerning what happened to this unidentified piece of white particle that was in vial 10?
Yes, I was.
Okay. About how many meetings would you say you were involved in?
I think there was just one general meeting where a number of individuals were present.
Okay. And do you know who the individuals were?
Dr. Pena, Dr. Lakshmanan, Dr. Anselmo.
Who is Dr. Anselmo?
He's our forensico-dentologist, was our forensico-dentologist, one of our forensico-dentologists at the time.
And my understanding is you discovered that item 10 was missing in the year 2003, correct?
Yes.
The meeting that you had with Dr. Lakshmanan, Dr. Anselmo, and yourself, that occurred on April 20th, 2004. Isn't that correct?
I believe that's correct, yes.
And in fact, you're aware that everyone was looking to what happened to this white particle for that period of about a year, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And your understanding was even at that meeting, no one admitted to breaking the vial and seeing a small white particle leave it, correct?
I think at that time there was nobody stepped forward and made that observation.
Okay. So you never were able to test item 10 for any materials, correct?
I was not.
And needless to say, then this jury doesn't have item 10 here as we're sitting here today, correct?
That's correct.
Now, when we talked about the pressure that forces, that ignites the primer and forces the bullet forward, there's also, correct me if I'm wrong, that you mentioned something about a blast or something, or combustion in the gun?
Objection, no foundation. This witness said he's not a ballistics expert.
Sustain, rephrase the question.
Did you say something on your direct examination as how the primer is ignited?
Yes.
Okay, why don't you just repeat it so that we all
No, he doesn't need to repeat it. And one of the problems is constant, and this goes to both sides. This is not directed to you, Ms. Kenny Bodden. It's repeating and repeating witnesses' answers when the answer is clear and it is dragging down the proceedings. This is directed to both sides of the table. You don't need to do it.
Your Honor, just Mr. Dixon said we didn't hear it, so.
He said he did testify. The jury has heard it. I have heard it. Now you may move to the next question.
So when the primer is ignited, there is a combustion, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and that causes a powerful blast, correct?
Same objection.
He has testified to certain things that he is familiar with, even though he is not a ballistics expert. He works within the field, and he does know certain things more than the average person. I'll allow him to testify to that.
Yeah, that causes a powerful blast, correct?
Yes,
Okay? And you're aware, because you know that some of these particles can be burnt and unburned, that the power of the blast can actually melt lead or steel, correct?
what kind of steel?
Lead, it can melt lead, correct?
It can, yes. Part of the primer material is lead, and part of the bullet, it can be lead, and that can be, a certain amount of that can be vaporized during that process of the explosion itself and or the traveling of the bullet down the muzzle. Yes.
Okay, so it's that hot and powerful, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Now, when we were talking about that hot and powerful explosion that causes this ignition and then eventually results in some GSR particles, Mr. Dixon asked you about the GSR particles and whether or not they can be washed off. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Okay. Now, do you as a scientist, because you don't see many GSR particles on the hands of somebody living, do you assume that those particles are washed off?
No.
And that would be unfair, because if there's small particles, the particles can also be picked up besides being washed off, correct?
That's correct.
If there are a few particles. And in fact, you have done a lot of research in that area, have you not?
Yes.
Okay. And in fact, there's been a lot of discussion, would it be fair to say, in the forensic science community in the past 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 years about gunshot residue particles and the ability to get contamination, correct?
Yes.
Now, when we're speaking about contamination, though, we're not usually speaking at a person who is deceased, correct?
Yes.
And in fact, you've done studies in your office that, and you've testified to in the past, that usually in the people that have self-inflicted wounds, based on your experience in your office, in about 98% of the time, you see gunshot residue particles on them, correct?
I think it's 96%, but yes.
Okay. But certainly it's in that high upper quadrant.
Yes.
Now, you've also know that, because you've done a lot of research on this, that generally barium, antimony, and lead are generally found in that primer, and that could make a specific particles, correct?
Highly specific, yes.
Highly specific particles. But isn't it true, sir, that even in a 2002 report concerning European cars, that have found out that those three items can possibly exist together in brake linings?
Yes, they can possibly exist in brake linings, but that study also indicates that along with those findings, there's also high levels of iron usually in those particles.
Okay.
But yes.
Okay. So do you know what type of car, or whether or not well, let me just rephrase it. That would be European cars, correct, that you're looking at?
Specifically European brake linings, yes. But generally in European cars, yes.
Okay, thank you. Now, with regard to this contamination that you discussed with Mr. Dixon in live and dead people, and certainly in live people, there are different standards in different law enforcement agencies for determining whether you find a test positive on somebody, on a sample, correct?
There can be some variation in the number of particles that an agency might have to find first before they consider their sample to be positive, yes.
Okay. And in fact, in Illinois, for instance, because you know and keep up the literature of this area, you have to have 3 highly specific particles before somebody can be said to be positive for gunshot residue, correct?
Yes, I believe
Okay.
that's true.
And in 2003, in the Federal Bureau of Investigation, there had to be a finding that there had to be 3 particles, highly consistent particles, before you say somebody was positive for gunshot residue, correct?
If she means highly specific, yes.
Yes, highly specific, I apologize. And in fact, there was subsequently a working group in the FBI, correct?
Yes.
Called what?
I have a copy of the report. It's not a SWIG group, not the working group.
They don't understand what a SWIG group is, so you have to
SWIG.
tell us.
SWIG, Scientific Working Group for whatever discipline they happen to be looking at, whether it's gunshot residue or DNA or whatever. They have what are classified as scientific working groups that study that analysis in that group and come up with some general consensus as to what that group would accept as a reasonable answer to a particular question.
And since 2003, and so we sit here today, correct me if I'm wrong, but the Federal Bureau of Investigation no longer even does gunshot residue testing on live people, correct?
Correct, but not for the reason that they don't respect gunshot residue or its results. They do not do those analyses for other reasons.
Okay. And one of the reasons that this whole area has come up as to when you can call somebody positive for gunshot residue or not is because it's learned that there is a high level of contamination for picking up a few particles of gunshot residue if you've been in an environment where a gun has gone off, correct?
Well, that's the current research that we're involved in, and I would not necessarily agree with that kind of general blanket statement. I would have more finer lines as to what she means by highly possible or probable. So I agree with the idea that there is concern about contamination from the law enforcement environment, but specifically what that contamination is needs a little more description.
And part of the understanding that you're familiar with, because you researched in this area, is a case or an issue that came up in Baltimore with the Baltimore Police Department in 2001, correct?
I think I'm familiar with it, yes.
Okay. And correct me if I'm wrong, sir, but it came up because there was an OSHA report for workers, dealing with workers, that found a high level of lead in the Baltimore police station, correct?
I think that's probably correct, yes.
Okay. And so there was a concern to find out what this high level of lead was being caused by, correct?
Yes.
And it was discovered that indeed there was a number of GSR particles that had lead in the Baltimore police station, correct?
Well, I would say that they found a number of lead-only particles or particles that had lead in them, yes.
Okay.
Whether those were gunshot residue particles or not may or may not be the case.
Well, you're familiar with, because you kept up with it, that indeed internal police documents found unique and associated GSR particles on things like the cleaning buckets, right?
Yes.
The floors, correct?
Yes.
Officers' gun belts, correct?
Yes.
Officers' handcuffs, correct?
Yes.
And there was other places that had consistent particles that only would have 2 areas that were found in that study, correct?
Correct.
And so even the clean room where they did testing in that study had contaminated GSR particles, correct?
Under that circumstances, yes.
Okay. And indeed, if you rub against something that has GSR particles, you can pick up one highly specific particle, correct?
Yes, those particles can be transferred to you, yes.
And you could even pick up one non-specific particle or consistent particle, as you would say, correct?
That's correct.
And is it fair to say that's why you can't, if somebody only has, for instance, one highly specific particle and one consistent particle, say that their hands were washed, correct?
I'm sorry, can you repeat the question?
You can't say, that's why scientifically you can't come to a conclusion that somebody washed their hands, for instance, if they have one highly specific particle and one consistent particle, correct?
Correct. I don't know why there's just one particle, if that's what's found, whether they wash their hands or whether that's just what's left after whatever they've done. I don't know.
And in fact, in this case, you were asked in a previous testimony whether somebody could pick up particles from a carpet if a gun had been discharged previously in the area, correct?
If a gun had been discharged and there are gunshot residue particles on that carpet and you touch that carpet, it's possible to transfer those particles to you, yes.
Okay. And you're also aware, because you actually did the studies of even Los Angeles Department of Police cars, not Sheriff's Department, that indeed suspects who are placed in police cars can pick up particles, correct?
That's correct.
And they can get them when they're handcuffed especially, correct?
Yes.
And they can usually get them in the back of a police car from where the cuffing area is, where you put your handcuffs.
I would just take out the word usually get them.
Okay.
They can get them from that interaction, yes.
Okay. And they can get them from the back seat of a car, correct?
Yes, they
You can
can.
get them from a police station, correct?
Yes, they can.
Okay. So when you have a live person who has 1 or 2 particles, it would be improper to assume that they actually fired a gun, correct?
Well, what I would report is the presence of those particles. How they got there, I don't know, or why they're there, I don't know.
And
so I wouldn't make that assumption whether they got the particles this way or that way. I simply would report the presence or absence of the particles.
Okay. And you're aware even in further studies done overseas, for instance, in the Czech Republic, for instance, that unique particles can even exist airborne for up to 8 minutes, correct?
Yes, these particles are small particles, and when the firearm is discharged, they're under the regular influence of gravity, and they can remain airborne for some period of time, yes.
So secondary transfer of one or two particles can easily happen.
I would take out the word easily. I think it can happen. I don't know. The experiments would try to address that issue of what easily means as to whether or not that's easily possible. But I do agree that they can be transferred, yes.
And in fact, there's experimentation going on right now as to what it takes to transfer these particles, correct?
Yes, we're currently involved in that kind of study to look at what has to happen or what might happen during an actual interaction in terms of transfer of gunshot residue, yes.
Okay. Now, the gunshot residue can come out of the back where the hammer is a little bit, right?
Yes.
It can come out where the cylinder gap is, correct?
Yes.
And it can come out in the barrel, correct?
Correct.
Along with a lot of other stuff.
Yes.
Okay. Is there any other place in the gun, in a revolver? Let me stick it to a revolver that can come out.
The trigger housing also is an area in which it might leak gunshot residue.
Okay. Now, you were talking about particles that were easily transferred on somebody's hands. Does the same easily transfer occur on people's clothes?
I think this witness disavowed the word easily.
Same.
Does the same type of contamination, is that possible on clothing?
Yes, gunshot residue particles can go in either direction. If my hand has gunshot residue particles and I touch my jacket, they can be transferred to my jacket. Correspondingly, if I have gunshot residue particles on my jacket and I touch it with a clean hand, I can transfer particles back and forth, yes.
Okay. Now, when you were talking with Mr. Dixon about particles coming off hands, do particles come off clothing that easily?
Yes, they.
That's a vague easily. I think that's
The problem is the use of that word.
Let me rephrase. Can you detect particles on clothing, or have you detected particles on clothing for years?
Yes.
Okay. And if the item of clothing, for instance, is not moved around that much, particles can stay there, correct?
The particles are not going to dissolve or evaporate on their own, usually under normal conditions. So they can remain on an object such as clothing for long periods of time.
And if they're hung up in a closet, they can still remain, correct?
Yes, as long as there's no disturbance to that item of clothing, they might remain on that item of clothing for long periods of time, yes.
Okay. So if somebody took off their clothes and hung them in a closet, there can still be gunshot residue particles much more easily seeable.
Easily. I think you need to stop.
Gunshot residue particles that you can see under a microscope, correct?
Yes, jacket hanging in an item of clothing hanging in a closet can retain those particles of may retain those particles of gunshot.
And the fabric that the particles in a clothing have to do with the retention also, the fabric, correct?
Yes, the kind of fabric, how easily those particles are available, or no, I shouldn't say easily. Whether those particles are likely to be transferred or not likely, and whether or not there's electrostatic charges also might have an effect on how those particles get transferred.
Okay. Now, the process that you follow when it comes to looking under a microscope for the hands, that's a process that's been in existence for a long time?
Yes, the process itself has actually been a certified process since about 1980.
Okay, and that's a procedure that's been certified by the American Society of Crime Lab Directors?
Yes,
Okay.
Yes.
All right, and that's, just tell the jury what the American Society of Crime Lab Directors is.
The acronym is ASCLAD. It's the American Society of Crime Laboratory Directors. They have set up a series of criteria that they examine a procedure with, and if your procedure meets their criteria, you can be certified by them.
The procedure that they set up for hands, correct me if I'm wrong, but that's not the procedure that's set up for clothing.
It is not. It is not. The analytical procedure and the interpretation of the results is the same. The collection might be different, yes.
Okay, and as far as you know, ASCLAD doesn't even have a certified procedure for collecting gunshot residue on clothing, correct?
They do not, as far as I know.
And they didn't have one, obviously, then in 2003, as far as you knew, correct?
They did not.
Okay. Now, is there something called distribution of gunshot residue particles?
I don't know what specifically you're referring to, but there is the distribution of gunshot residue particles, yes.
Okay. Is there, in your profession, when you're dealing with gunshot residue particles, do you expect to find a similar distribution particles on similar items closer to a gun?
I think, maybe I understand the question this way.
I'm going to check this debate. I don't think that's clear.
I think I understand it, but more importantly, it's whether the witness understands it.
I think I understand it, but I understand it in terms of the fact that the pattern that's present on an external surface has more to do with a distance determination than it does to do with gunshot residue analysis, and I do not make those kinds of determinations.
Okay, well, let's go back though, before you said that, and you said distribution. Is there a concept that you're aware of in your area called the distribution pattern?
I understand the term. I don't know what the question really is, but yes, I understand the term of distribution pattern, yes.
And have you testified in the past about distribution patterns at all with regard to clothing?
No, I would not testify to distribution patterns on clothing other than to make a general statement about how a distribution pattern might be affected by the way an article is stored and or the sample is collected.
Okay, so tell us, how would you, what have you said in the past about distribution patterns and the way an article is stored?
The way the question's phrased, what he said in the past isn't relevant. If there's some specific question you have for him, that's fine.
Were you ever asked to examine anything or compare the jacket that the coroner's office had from the decedent for GSR particles against any other item of clothing belonging to Phil Spector?
I was not.
Did anyone come to you ever and ask you, could you tell us, sir, what you have done in the past regarding looking at clothing for items of distribution patterns?
I'll see where it's going.
No.
Now, in addition to the carpeting transfer that we've indicated in the past, I started talking to you about whether or not these particles could be airborne, correct?
Yes.
Okay. That somebody who actually had more particles on them.
Yes, that's part of the idea of airborne contamination, yes.
Okay, and that is called airborne contamination as opposed to some other type of contamination?
Well, it would be direct deposition of those particles onto that surface, yes.
Okay, so then there would be several ways to contaminate. One would be by actual touching, correct?
Yes.
One would be by secondary transfer. For instance, if I had gunshot residue, and I don't want to do this to his suit, but I came in and touched him, and you could come and touch him, and you could pick them up.
That's correct.
That would be called secondary transfer, correct?
Yes.
And then one would be by airborne transfer, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Now, with regard to airborne transfer of particles, can you tell whether a particle on somebody has been done by a direct deposit, airborne transfer, or secondary transfer?
I can.
Okay. And as far as you know, there's no test available scientifically to allow that to occur either, correct?
I know of no such test, no.
Okay. Now, sir, if somebody was seated in a chair and fired a gun, let's say fired a gun right-handed, would you expect to find more gunshot residue particles on one side of the decedent's clothing rather than on the other side?
It depends. Depends on a couple things. It depends on the condition of that decedent's clothing. let's assume it's completely clean and a firearm goes off. There are other factors involved, the distribution of those particles, how that firearm actually distributes particles when it is discharged, as to where those particles might land, and additionally then that item in between the time the particles might be in whatever distribution they're in and the time that item is actually sampled. If there's any touching or any movement of that item of clothing, the particles can be redistributed and or lost. So although in theory it sounds like a possibility, the practical ability to make those determinations in real life cases has perhaps some strong limits.
Okay. But you have testified in the past that there is some relationship between distance and the amount of particles, correct?
Yes.
So it would be reasonable that a surface, you've said in the past, closer to the firearm generally might have more particles than an area that's further away from the firearm, correct?
In general, yes.
In general, that is the case, correct?
That's correct.
All right. And you don't know of any studies to determine what the relationship is, in other words, what the percentage of particles is, correct?
There are some studies, but those studies are based upon multiple discharges of a particular weapon, and they correlated that way. Just to have a surface with an unknown amount of how that firearm distributes particles in the muzzle direction might be difficult to determine.
But the working premise to begin with is generally there is a relationship, correct?
Generally, yes.
Okay. And I would imagine that in looking at what the relationship is in a specific case, you would have to sit down and discuss that relationship of particles with other people working on the case, correct?
Plus, you'd have to know all the variables that involved in that, which frequently cannot be known. Yes.
Is it fair to say that you never participated in any discussion in this specific case involving Phil Spector and the decedent Lana Clarkson about any type of distribution pattern that we just discussed?
I did not.
Now, did you do any further work on the gunshot residue tissue slides besides what you just told us about?
I don't think so. I think I have only 4 reports. It includes from the tissue of the mouth, it includes a gunshot residue sample from the tongue area, and then it includes the examination of 4 samples of tissue samples of debris from tissue samples from generally the oral area.
Okay. And after on that March meeting that we discussed in 2004, that was what, March 21st?
I believe so, yes.
Okay. And that was with, you indicated Dr. Pena and Dr. Anselmo?
Yes, actually, I have the entire list in front of me. I have the minutes from that meeting.
Okay. And who else was there?
Dr. Lakshmanan, Dr. Anselmo, Dr. Fortman, who's another forensic odontologist, Dr. Pena, Mr. Dan Anderson, Miss Jamie Lindemuth, Mr. Joe Muto, who's the director of the forensic laboratory, and myself.
Did you ever offer your opinion on any other aspect involving this case besides what you told us here today?
I am sure I talked about the case with Dr. Pena, but my opinions are basically the contents of my reports.
Do you remember what you talked about with Dr. Pena?
I do not.
Do you have any notes about what you talked about?
I do not.
Okay. Thank you. I have nothing further to say.
Thank you. Redirect. Defense counsel asked you some questions about jackets hanging in closets. Remember that? When talking about whether or not GSR gunshot residue particles might be on the jacket and be hanging there, and you don't know how long ago that these particles were placed there. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Does the environment in which the jacket or the jacket's in a closet in the residence, obviously, right?
Yes.
Does the environment that jacket's in make any difference in its value in testing? For example, if the residence has no weapons in it or a couple weapons in it, does that make a difference?
What would make a difference is, say this jacket is hanging in a closet. It makes a difference as to how it's hanging in the closet. Is there continual contact with this jacket? As it was hypothesized, are there other firearms in this residence such that I could continue to contaminate this jacket by reaching into that closet? So it depends on what you know about the environment and what happens in that environment as to what kinds of certainty you can have about any sample that you might collect off of any jacket.
And as long as we're talking about jackets and clothing, it's impossible to tell when the gunshot residue we found on a jacket was placed there because it sticks there longer than on human hands. Isn't that true?
In general, that statement's correct, yes.
And so going back to the jacket, the environment, in other words, the residence, the closet, it's in the value of testing that might be diminished if the jacket was in a residence where there were a number of guns. Is that right?
Yes, if you don't have information about those variables that are occurring, then any result that you get is of limited value because you don't know how to relate it to the actual facts that occurred in that case.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Recross.
Come on. Does a gun have to be fired to get gunshot residue particles?
Well, it has to be fired at one time or somehow it has to get gunshot residue on it. If it's a brand new firearm that's completely clean, has no gunshot residue on it, then it has no gunshot residue on it.
But there has to have been a firing at some point to be able to get the particles to be able to transfer.
Yes, the gun has to have been contaminated with gunshot residue in some fashion such that touching that firearm can contaminate whatever object or objects touch it, yes.
Okay. And one thing I think I admitted to ask you, but just follow up to what Mr. Dixon just asked you. Again, because of the possible transfer of these particles, we discussed some agencies that require there be 3 highly specific particles, correct?
Yes.
And there's some agencies require there be 5 highly specific particles so you don't get into issues about contamination, correct?
What?
Some issues involve, I'll rephrase it, involve finding 5 highly specific particles, correct?
Some agencies have a higher threshold level than others, yes.
Okay. And in fact, there is no agreed upon threshold level in the United States among the law enforcement community, correct?
At this time, there is not.
Okay. Thank you. I have nothing further.
Thank you. Redirect.
No, thank you, Your Honor. Nothing further.
Subject to recall, you may step down. Thank you for being here. Ladies and gentlemen, keeping in mind the admonition, we'll take a 15-minute recess. Wait.
Okay, guys, that's it for today. I was hoping we get to see something about the Menendez brothers, but that didn't happen. And I wanted to see the press conference about the shooter, but that didn't happen. So, oh well. So we got a little further along with Phil Spector. Still don't know what they're going to do about Kaplan, and I still say it's not privileged. I mean, I do see it from her way. Like, yes, she was his lawyer at the time. Yes, she does have confidentiality. But that's not confidential because it's not privilege. Because what she saw was, if not illegal, unethical. And I guess it affects the case in a way. Fiddler just wants the jury to know about it. And I guess the prosecution does too, but it seems like Fiddler wants him to know about it just as much, if not more. And like I said, what happens if she never, ever testifies about it? Does she go, they can't keep her in jail forever because she won't testify. That's nuts. Soon being subjective. Yeah. Well, You know what happens as soon as I turn it off? It happens. So I don't know what to do. Oh well, I guess you guys can watch it on your own if it happens. It's not like a verdict or anything, so. So tomorrow we'll do more Phil, and then we will have the Easter weekend off to celebrate however you guys celebrate it, and I'm going to try to go to church. I've not been to church in quite a while because of my health. My back is so much better. I'm actually going to try it. Hopefully, I will be able. I got these little, you can't even see them. They're so small. It fell. The little diamond. I really shouldn't do this at the desk. I should go back to crochet. Little diamond dot thingies. They're everywhere. They're all over my house. And when I do this in the bed, I have a little lap board thing I do it on in the bed. I spill them in the bed and then they stick to me. And Travis says sometimes it looks like I have a disease. So I have these little things stuck all over me. They're all over the place in my house. I make a mess everywhere with them. So, anyway, so that's the plan. And when after a while, like I'll see one, and I'll be like, oh, I don't know what color that is, and I'll just pick it up and throw it away and be like, I hope I have enough because that one's going in the garbage because I have no idea what color it is. I actually had to throw one away because, like the whole kit, because I didn't have enough of the dots, and I don't know if it was me or if it came that way. I was like, why don't I have enough? I don't know what happened. I just don't have enough. I don't know. Another time, I have one. See, like they all come with one of these, but there are some that they'll be like a couple of colors here and a couple colors here and a couple colors there. So I bought a tray like this that has like 6 little compartments, so you can work on more than one color at a time. Well, I don't know what happened. The bell jumped on my lap board because I was in the bed. She jumped on the lap board and they went up in the air and they all got mixed together. That was not fun trying to get them all back in their little spaces. And I showed it to my cousin. I'm like, I took a picture and I sent it to her, like, look at what just happened. She goes, that's why I only do one color at a time. I was like, great, you're no help. I still do it occasionally. But if there's large sections with it's one color, I will try to do as much of that as I can before I move on to the smaller sections of color. This one is a phoenix for my Harry Potter bathroom. Oh, I finished the Miami one. I have to find a frame this size, though. I don't know where I can get a frame this size because it's a weird size. I don't know why it's so pink, but Travis still likes it, so. I guess that maybe they figured because women do this more than men, so it should have some pink in it. I don't know. No idea. And I do something else that I shouldn't do. I work on more than one at a time. I think every one that I have right now is partially done in some form. Because it's more fun to start a project than it is to finish a project. That's my ADHD. My ADHD. Yeah, that's my ADHD. It's more fun to start a project than finish it. That's too expensive. It's too expensive. But yeah, I might have to. Because it's 30 centimeters by 30 centimeters. I don't know what that is in inches, but these are easy to find because they make the 30 by 40, they make diamond painting frames that are like, they're really cool. They're like magnetic, so you can just open them up if you want to change your picture. They're magnetic. You just open them up and put a new picture in there. And you can change out your pictures whenever you want to. Oh, maybe. I'll have to try there. I'm going to look on Amazon. Okay, guys. I will see you in the morning. Remember, be kind to people, love your family, and Jesus loves you. And tomorrow's Good Friday, so practice a random act of kindness. I'll remind you again tomorrow. Bye. Oh, good to know. Thanks. We're going Sunday after church because he wants steak.